Dark Secret. Dark Series, Book 15. By Feehan. Part 2. 10. Colby read the hunger in Rafael's eyes, the predatory flame leaping to life. There was a helpless fascination in watching the fangs lengthen in his beautiful mouth, his white teeth gleaming as his head slowly descended to her body. His hips moved, a hard, long stroke that had her gasping even as his teeth teased at her pulse. Her heart jumped, her body tightened around his, her muscles clenching. Her breath seemed to stop. Her body seemed to go up in flames. His teeth sank into her, a white-hot lance of pain, of pleasure, a whip of lightning dancing through her body, heightening her senses, so erotic she thought her body would fragment into tiny little pieces. His hair brushed her skin like silken tongues, his body was wildly taking hers, the friction so exquisite tears leaked out of her eyes, and she could only lay beneath him, her hips rising to meet each frenzied thrust. He was everything to her in that moment, belonging to her, his body, his mind, his heart and soul. She accepted him as no other ever could. The wild, untamed part of him that was pure predator, the man wearing the thin veneer of civilization, the creature of the night who must have blood to survive. And he was accepting of her nature that demanded she care for her brother and sister, shoulder the responsibility of the ranch, of her strange differences, telekinesis, the accidents of her youth, starting fires, the rigid control she placed on herself. Total, unconditional acceptance. His tongue swept across the tiny pinpricks and he closed his mouth over hers, sharing the exotic taste of her, sharing his need, as the flames began burning out of control, over them, through them. He felt her tightening, clenching, and he roared with his own release, his hands gripping her possessively as her body took his over the edge of all control, all reason, all sanity. Colby lay beneath him, aware of the combined pounding of their hearts beating out the same exact rhythm. Aware of the thick carpet of green grass under her that had not been there before. Aware of the stars glittering overhead like a canopy of jewels. Aware of his hard body, still joined with hers. She couldn't move, her body so sated, so completely drained of energy she was at peace, serene in the midst of the violence of their coming together. Colby was relaxed despite the earth-shattering sex and the revelations he had so casually made. It was Rafael who shifted first, easing his body out of hers, moving his weight off of her. His hands framed her face, holding her still as he bent his dark head to hers. He kissed her gently, tenderly. She tasted the edge of hunger in him. A faint smile curved her soft mouth. "Go away before you kill me." Again, Rafael said softly, a demand. A command. The need to bring her into his world was a living, breathing monster in his mind and body. He knew he wanted her to accept him, but if she didn't, if persuasion didn't work, he would take what was his and damn the consequences. "I want you again." Colby twisted away from him, pushing up on her hands and knees in the soft carpet of grass in an effort to get up. "You're killing me, I can't move." Her body was rocking with aftershocks, her breasts aching, her mouth swollen with his kisses. He moved with blinding speed, a large jungle cat bringing down its prey, his body blanketing hers, his arms circling her narrow waist, dragging her hips back against him. The firm muscles of her bottom were pressed tightly against his heavy erection so that he grew even harder. "I will never get enough of you, not in all the long centuries to come." He bent his head to the smooth line of her back, trailing kisses along her spine. "This is for all time, Querida, can you feel it? How right it is. How perfectly we fit together." Rafael closed his eyes and slowly eased into her, inch by slow inch. It amazed him how tight she was, how hot, how her muscles were so delicate yet gripped him, milking his body with the expertise born of a true life mate. Colby gave herself completely, without inhibition, moving with him, meeting each powerful surge and thrust with one of her own. It was impossible to think, to hold anything in her mind when there was only room for pure feeling. Her body had a mind of its own with him, moving in perfect rhythm while the lightning danced and sizzled and electricity arced all through her. It was the first time in her life she had ever been completely out of control, giving herself up to him, pouring everything she was into him, for herself. She felt her body tightening around his, the earth-shattering release, a long, endless series of shocks, fragmenting body and soul. The only safe anchor was Rafael's arms as he held her tightly to him, his body and soul soaring with hers. Colby collapsed forward, on her stomach, exhausted, unable to move, her fingers fisting in the carpet of grass. "Since you are very, very old, this can't possibly be good for your health." She turned her head slightly to look at him, her eyes dancing with laughter. "Has there ever been a recorded death from too much sexual activity?" He lay over her, his head beside hers. His black eyes shimmered with amusement. "I do not think I recall such an event, but if you like, we can try." Her lashes fluttered. "I can't move. I think I'll stay right here in this non-existent grass, which, by the way, is very cool. Can you make my front lawn, that ugly brownish patch, into this?" She patted the grass with her clenched hands. He kissed her shoulder, savoring the feeling of her small, soft body beneath his, the imprint of her firm bottom, her narrow waist. He could live forever buried deep within her, her body beneath his. "I can command the earth to move for you, or bring the rain if you need it." "Let me get my hay in first," she said pragmatically. She turned her head to look at him. "What are you, Rafael? Are you a vampire?" He shifted his weight to lie quietly beside her, his arms locking her to him. There was no fear in her mind. He had deliberately allowed her to see him with his true predatory nature, and yet she wasn't afraid of what he might be. He nuzzled her neck. "I am not the undead, Colby. I am Carpathian, and once bound to you there is no chance that I might turn to such an evil creature. You think you can become an honest-to-God vampire?" She opened her eyes wider to study his face, although she didn't move a muscle, too tired to make an effort. "There is such a monster. Our males can turn vampire and prey on the human race and on our own species. They're wholly evil and must be destroyed. We have hunters in every land." His hand found her bottom, needing to touch her while he told her of his world. His fingers began a slow, soothing massage. "There is a vampire somewhere close by in this region. I've hunted them all of my life, and I feel him. They're capable of murder and the most vile of acts." "Pete?" She held her breath, waiting. If she hadn't seen Rafael's fangs lengthening, if she hadn't read his mind, she would think they were both insane. He bent his head and nipped at the soft expanse of flesh so that she jumped beneath his sharp teeth. "Not Pete. A vampire would have killed him differently. But the vampire is up to something. Nicholas, my brother, is far too close to turning to allow him this hunt. He needs to be back in the rainforest, near my other brothers where we can all aid one another." "Why would he be close to turning?" "You mean turning vampire?" Colby couldn't help the sudden memory of Nicholas invading her mind, of his cold eyes and merciless expression. In that moment of touching minds, she knew Nicholas de la Cruz was as close to a killing machine as she ever wanted to get. Her heart slammed painfully in her chest. She had touched Rafael's mind, and there was a large part of him that was much the same as Nicholas. "Colby," he said gently, "I tell you these things to relieve your fears, not add to them. Our males lose emotions and colors after 200 years. We exist, but we do not live. I was sent out to kill the vampire, yet each time we make a kill, the whisper of darkness calls to us with more urgency. When the kill is made during the taking of blood, we feel. To someone with emotions, that is nothing, but when you feel nothing, century after century, it is everything. I do not want Nicholas to make a kill. What about you, Rafael? You are my anchor. You will prevent me from turning. It is much safer for me than it is for Nicholas." He leaned over her. "Why are you believing me so easily? How can you accept the things I am telling you so readily without fear?" "Because I've touched you, Rafael. I've looked into your mind and touched your memories. You can't hide something that intense from me when you're sharing my mind. I admit I don't understand everything I've touched on, but you aren't a killer of humans. And you are powerful. The things you can do are much more extreme than what I can do." She rested her head on her arms. "In a way, it's very comforting." The feel of his hands moving over her bottom, his fingers massaging her muscles, soothed her deliciously sore body even as deep within her, pooling heat felt sinfully wicked. She was too relaxed, too sated to care. Lying beneath the stars without a stitch of clothing, with his finger marks on her body and signs of his possession on every inch of her, held a sultry, primitive satisfaction. She could feel the weight of his eyes, the burning intensity that filled that terrible emptiness inside of her. For a moment she thought of what her life would be like after he went away, returned to his own land, and her heart nearly stopped beating. The breath left her lungs in a terrible rush. She went very still. This night would have to last her forever. His hand tangled in her hair. Tonight, I want to show you my world so you will understand why I have no choice but to do the things I must. His tone warned her. A soft velvet, but there was steel in it. Something implacable, something immovable. Why do I get the feeling I'm not going to like this? She made a supreme effort and turned over so she could stare up at the glittering stars scattered over her head. When his hand reached for hers, she entwined their fingers together. You can't be out in the sun, can you, Rafael? That's what the Chavez brothers were worried about this morning when you came to help fight the fire. The sun had come up. She leaned close to brush his shoulder with her mouth. You suffered to stay and comfort me, didn't you? I had to be with you, Colby. His voice was husky, touching her deep inside as his body had. I cannot bear your unhappiness. And if you are in danger, I can do no other than see to your safety. Pain is a part of life. You learn much in centuries of living. Pain is momentary, but enduring every moment of a barren existence is intolerable. I cannot go back to such a thing. I was closer to turning than I had believed. I know this because I feel it in my brother Nicholas now. You felt it in him. His darkness when he was so close to you. He frightened you. I read your memory of your meeting with him. Colby knew he was telling her much more than she was hearing, than she was understanding. She didn't touch his mind, preferring to allow her brain to process the information at its own pace. She didn't want to fear him, not now when her body was vibrating with 1,000 sensations, when she was more relaxed and happy than she had ever been in her life. If I never say it again, Rafael, thank you for this night. Thank you for caring enough to lend us the money to save the rich. And thank you for accepting me the way I am, for making me feel accepted. You sound as if you were saying goodbye to me, Colby. His voice was gentle. Did you think to wonder why your skin burns in the sun? Why your eyes are so sensitive? Why you need to sleep in the middle of the day? She sat up, her palm over the dark brand of his possession. She could hear the sudden beating of her heart, loud in the silence of the night. He sounded as if she were becoming what he was. Taking my blood would do what? What are you saying? She pushed down panic, fought to stay calm. There was something terrifying in the way his black eyes moved over her body. She looked around for her clothes, suddenly feeling more vulnerable than ever. Taking your blood would not affect you so. We exist on the blood of others. The women you think I sleep with hold no interest for me, other than as prey. He said the words starkly, watching her reaction closely. If you were in my mind, you know I take sustenance from humans. She reached for her shirt, feeling more threatened than ever. His hand caught her wrist, held her still. His gaze was very direct, very black as it moved broodingly over her face. You belong with me, Colby. This night has proved that to both of us. There was enormous strength in his grip. More than the vice-like shackle of his fingers, there was the feeling of restraint, as if she were a prisoner, not a lover. She swallowed the tight knot of fear welling up. Let go of me. A few moments ago you thanked me for the night, now you fear me. I have reason to fear you, she pointed out and waited for him to deny it. His gaze didn't leave her face. You knew that the first time you saw me, but it didn't stop you from wanting me. Did you ever ask yourself why? She made the mistake of struggling. Colby didn't know why she did it. Rafael was the type of man to respond aggressively to a struggle, and he was far stronger. She found herself lying in the thick mat of grass, staring up at the stone carving that was his face. She swore she heard a growl rumbling in his throat, and his eyes blazed with fire. Do not do that, he hissed. He brought his hand up to span her throat and bent his head slowly to press a kiss to the corner of her mouth. I would never hurt you, Colby. Never. I am incapable of harming you. She took a breath. Let it out. Forced her mind away from panic. I gave you acceptance, Rafael. I acknowledged what you are. Why are you deliberately scaring me this way? What more do you want from me? Do you think I lie in the field with any man who comes along? I've done things with you I never even thought about. I let you do things to me I never considered doing with another man. I even let you take my blood. I watched fangs lengthen in your mouth and let you sink them into me. His mouth moved to the spot on her neck. His tongue swirled there. And it was erotic, was it not? He bent his head to the mark over her breast. I want all of you. You are giving me only a part of you, and I refuse to accept that. It's all I have to give you. I'm sorry it's not enough for you, but you knew that I had responsibilities going into this. I told you I wouldn't trade Ginny and Paul's future for anything. His tongue flicked over his mark on her. He lifted his head, his black eyes glittering. And what do you think a vampire would do to Ginny and Paul? For some reason, unbidden, came the memory of being trapped in the mine with a living, breathing monster. It had been as trapped as she was, pinned beneath the rubble, but clawing at the dirt to get to her. She remembered the sound of it hissing and gurgling, the glowing eyes, demonic in the blackness of the mine. The stench had been horrific, evil permeating the mine shaft so that she was sickened by it. She had inadvertently burned the thing, her fear causing flames to lick over its trapped body so that it screamed horribly. She still woke with nightmares, drenched in sweat, hearing the echoes of those cries. Had it been a vampire? Could she have encountered one in her youth? Ginny and Paul would never survive such a creature. I'll protect them, she whispered fiercely. From you, your brother, the Chavez brothers, and a vampire if necessary. Let me up, Rafael. I mean it. He didn't move, his wide shoulders blocking the sky, his heavy muscles rubbing along her skin causing every nerve ending in her body to come alive. If it was possible, his eyes darkened more, robbing her of breath. You do not get to close your eyes to what is between us. I told you I would have all of you, and I meant it. If I kissed you and took your body right now, when you were afraid and when you were angry with me, you would let me because you want me. You need me in the same way I need you. He leaned close so that his breath was against her mouth. You are not complete without me. That is why you let me have your body, Colby. It is the only reason. You need me. You wanted sex to be enough, but it is not enough and will never be enough. What then? She asked him the question quietly, no surrender in her defiant gaze. She would not trade the children for her own life. Whatever he was asking, the price was too high. I am going to bring you wholly into my world. Colby might have been expecting it. She had considered briefly he might ask her, but the way he said it with his hard, implacable resolve was terrifying. Hearing the words said aloud was far different from turning the idea over, however briefly, in one's own mind. For a moment she was paralyzed, lying beneath him like a sacrifice. Her body had betrayed her long ago, soft and pliant, belonging to him, alive beneath his hands, beneath his body, ready for him even when he was holding her captive. What have you done to me? She didn't even recognize herself. He could take her right there, in the midst of her fear with her heart breaking, and she would enjoy it. This isn't love, Rafael. No matter what you think, it isn't love. It is love to me. His hands smoothed over her bare skin, shaping her curves, feeling her response to him. You have my body and my soul. You have all of me. I want all of you. I will not take less. What have you done? She repeated, refusing to give in to hysteria. To bring a human life mate wholly into our world, it requires 3 blood exchanges. The woman must be psychic, which you are. She stared up at him in horror. You exchange blood with me? Of course. You are my life mate. It is natural. You become the very blood in my veins as I am in yours. She closed her eyes briefly to block him out. You gave me your blood? It was a whisper, maybe even a plea. She didn't want it to be true, yet her eyes had burned in the sunlight and her skin had blistered. Her mind needed the touch of his mind and still did. Damn you, Rafael, you had no right to give me your blood. You know I have a ranch to run. You don't have the right to arbitrarily make decisions for me. I don't care what you are, I have rights, and you just stepped way over them. How many times? How many times did you do that? Do not judge me by your human standards, Colby. She shoved at the wall of his chest. Get the hell off of me. Get off me or I'll scream until someone hears and comes running. She was furious, more furious than afraid of him. Do you think I will allow anyone to take you from me? I am more animal than man. More monster than guardian. I am capable of things you cannot conceive of. And you think telling me this furthers your cause how? She shoved again. Get off of me. His hand pinned her wrists together, and he pulled her arms above her head. Kiss me, Colby. Go to hell, Rafael. I don't care what you do to me. It won't make a difference. I decide my fate, not you. He bent his head toward her mouth. Colby turned her head away and bit at his shoulder hard. At once heat flared between them. Fire raced through her body. It was maddening and perverse, and she didn't want to give in to it. He kissed his way down her throat to her breast. His mouth was tight and hot, and he scraped his teeth along her tender skin, lending an edge of pain to the pleasure. Her body reacted with more heat, more fire, with urgent demands. The pressure built fast and sharp deep within her, needing release. Rafael refused to give it to her, tending her breasts with his hot mouth, massaging with his hands, taking small nips with his teeth and laving with his tongue. He held her down easily while she clawed at his back, her hips frantically trying to align with his body for relief. Deliberately, he fed the sexual frenzy in her mind, heightening her pleasure, sharing his own. The way it felt to have her skin against his skin, moving beneath him like satin and silk. The way it felt to take her breast in his mouth, to stroke her body until she cried out for him. He shared the feeling of holding her beneath him, doing as he willed with her body, a body that belonged to him. He shared what it did to him to feel her fingernails in his skin, her hands bunching in his hair, wanting him, wanting more. He kissed his way down her belly, his hands massaging her breasts, his thigh holding her in place. She sobbed as he plunged his fingers deep into her wet core. She moved against his hand, but he refused to allow her release. She swore at him, tugged at him, but he shook his head, wanting her to know what it was like, the terrible hunger inside of him every time he looked at her. The needs, dark and intense, that bordered on insanity when he grew hard and thick and needed her body under his. He didn't want her to come to him unaware of his demanding nature. He would try to learn tenderness for her, but he knew exactly what he was like and what he would insist on from her. Give yourself to me, he whispered, dragging her legs around his shoulders. His eyes glittered like black obsidian as they met hers. Then he lowered his head to her hot, waiting core. She screamed, clawed at his back, tugged at his hair. I did. I have, she pleaded when he stopped time after time, keeping her teetering on the edge of release. I am taking what is mine, he replied. There is a difference. You're being a bastard, she pointed out and screamed again when he deliberately renewed his attack. When she was sobbing, certain she couldn't take it anymore, he lifted her legs even higher, holding firmly to her ankles as he thrust hard into her. A deep, long stroke of possession. He'd buried himself deep inside of her, deeper than he'd ever been, forcing her to take all of him. He filled her, pushing through soft, swollen folds, slick with welcome, hot with need. She couldn't move in the position he held her, could only lift her hips to try to meet the hard, deep thrusts of his. Fire raged in his blood, burned in his belly. Thunder roared in his head. She was so hot and tight he thought he would explode. His body was no longer his own, but a part of hers, and he shook with the pleasure and pain of their forceful joining. I claim you as my lifemate. He bit the words out, gasped them aloud, as he surged into her tight channel, again and again, over and over, never wanting to stop. The fierce conflagration was burning out of control, spreading like a firestorm through him. I belong to you. I offer my life for you. I give to you my protection, my allegiance, my heart, my soul, and my body. I take into my keeping the same that is yours. He was killing her with pleasure. Waves of it crashed over her, through her. She climaxed so many times so hard, she shook as the sensations ripped through her. As he spoke, she felt a curious wrenching in her heart. Her soul. As if something was weaving them together inside of her. As if his ferocious lovemaking and his words combined together to weld them into one complete person. Stop. Panic welled up. He held her ankles tightly, keeping her open to him, shattering her, taking her apart and remaking her so completely there would never be any way to go back to what she had been. Mercilessly, he thrust into her, over and over, ruthless hot hard strokes, each designed to take him deeper, to tie her to him in every way possible. Your life, happiness, and welfare will be cherished and placed above my own for all time. You're my life mate, bound to me for all eternity and always in my care. She saw his face, the sensual lines etched deeply, the conviction and implacable resolve, and knew he had done something terrible. She felt it. She knew it. She saw it in the glittering black of his eyes, in the harshness of his expression even as he drove her out of her mind with sheer pleasure. She felt his body hardening and thickening deep inside of her. He threw back his head, and she caught the glint of his white fangs as he cried out hoarsely, pumping into her, filling her, sending her body into a wild orgasm that blasted her entire body into a million fragments. After a while she became aware of lying in the grass with her legs spread, up in the air, his fingers circling her ankles like vices. She tugged to get free. His breathing was ragged, matching hers. He slowly loosened his hold on her and lowered her legs to the ground before slumping over the top of her. Colby lay beneath Rafael. Her heart slammed so hard she feared it would break through her chest. Her body continued to ripple with aftershocks, pleasure shattering her so that she couldn't move, but lay sprawled out in the grass afraid of the terrible craving his sexual needs had set up in her. She could never find anyone who would do this to her body and soul. How could she lie awake at night and not feel his hands on her body? Not feel him driving into her over and over again until they were both screaming for mercy? Tears burned, but she didn't know if it was from sheer ecstasy or from a bone-deep hunger that only Rafael could assuage. Did I hurt you? He didn't think he could ever find the strength to stand up again. His fingers brushed gently at her tears. I don't know. I won't know for a few hours. She was dazzled by the colors in the sky, the stars and the moon and the variations she'd never noticed. Her body sang, still gripped in the aftermath of their frenzied joining. He lifted his head from her breast and looked into her eyes. You are a very stubborn woman. You are a very pig-headed man. She pushed the silky black strands of hair from around his face. You don't like anyone saying no to you, do you? A small smile curved his mouth. There is no reason to say no to me. And I especially do not want you saying no to me. You are my woman. My life mate. But that doesn't mean ownership, she told him. Her fingertips were gentle on his face. You can't force me to love you, Rafael. I need to know more about you. I see into your mind, and there are things that don't make sense to me. What you see in my mind should not make any difference, Querida. Colby stirred, pushed at his body, annoyed with his arrogance. You're heavy, Rafael. Move. His fangs had not retracted, and she was becoming nervous again. He kissed her throat and pushed away from her to sit up. It is only because you are so small. You need to eat more. She looked at him from under her lashes. I can't eat anything lately. Do you have anything to do with that? Yes. One did not lie to one's life mate. Take her. Make her yours so we can leave this place and go home. Nicholas was hunting prey. His voice whispered in Rafael's mind. It was obvious he didn't understand why his brother was not simply forcing the woman to do his bidding. It is complicated. Nicholas sighed. You forget who and what you are. Do you want the vampire to kill her? To destroy the people on this ranch? If you allow this rebellion to continue, she will be the death of us all. We will be without honor. Colby managed to find her blouse, although she had no idea where her bra was. Is he talking to you? My brother? Yes. She slipped her arms into the shirt, wincing a little. She was sore from the strength of his fingers. Her body still held the stamp of his possession. What did you say to me? What were those words you said? They sounded suspiciously like a ritual of some kind. She cast him a wary glance as she crawled toward her carelessly discarded jeans. What exactly did you do? The buttons were gone from her blouse, so she knotted the tails together under her breasts. I bound us together in the way of my people. He sounded smug, arrogant even. Colby bunched her panties in her hand and threw them at him. You rip these. You do not need them. His arms wrapped around her, and he pulled her back against his chest as she tried to wiggle into her jeans. Teeth nipped and scraped at her neck. You should never wear clothes. That will go over big with the rest of the world. What ritual? She leaned against him for leverage as she pulled the jeans over her bottom. She was sensually sore everywhere, inside and out. And of course, his hands had gone straight to her breasts, cupping the weight in his palms through the gap in the edges of her blouse. Is it ever enough with you? Apparently not. Maybe you should not get dressed just yet. She turned her face up to his throat and lay against him, savoring being in his arms. In another few hours, she would have to work nonstop, but she had the night with him. All she had to do was convince him not to bite her anymore. As it is, I'm not certain I can walk. She stood up, using his shoulder as an anchor while she tested her legs. It was strange to look at him, to know the things he'd done to her, with her, to know she'd screamed his name, begged him for more, pleaded with him to consume her, and yet not feel in the least embarrassed. Rafael stood up in one smooth motion, clothing himself in the way of his people. She gave a small gasp and stepped back. How did you do that? Even your hair looks clean and combed. She lifted a hand to her own hair with a small frown. I'm afraid I look a bit on the used side. I need a shower and a hairdresser. You look beautiful, Colby. You are always beautiful, especially when you are screaming beneath me. There was a wealth of satisfaction in his voice. He held out his arm in front of her, his gaze on her face. His skin rippled and feathers erupted as a wing developed, a huge expanse of wing much like that of a harpy eagle. Colby sucked in her breath. It was you. I let you into my house. Into your bedroom. The feathers disappeared, leaving behind muscle and sinew. He leaned close to her, his fangs very much in evidence. Into your body. I am stealing your heart. Because he already had her soul. She knew it now with a strange certainty, in the way she knew things. He owned her body and her soul. He wasn't finished or satisfied. He wanted her heart, and he wanted her mind. Colby shook her head. You aren't thinking straight, Rafael. Think with your brain, not overactive portions of your anatomy. Realistically, how do you think this is going to end? She swept her arm to encompass the ranch and the high mountain peaks. You love Brazil and the rainforest. You and your brother want to go back. You need to go back. This is my home. It's all I've ever known. I have to hold it in trust for Paul and Ginny. I've fought a good part of my life to keep this ranch running. Do you really think I'm going to walk away from it and run off with a man I barely know because we have great sex together? I may be a ranch girl, but I have brains in my head. He stepped closer to her, his body posture suddenly aggressive. You think realistically, Colby. Do you really think I am going to walk away from the only thing in this world standing between me and the loss of my soul? Standing between me and utter darkness? The monster roars at me every rising. Whispers to me in the middle of the night, calls to me when I hunt, and when I take blood from my prey. I will never give you up. I am taking you with me when I return to my homeland. You will come with me as my life mate whether you agree or not. She glared at him. You are such an arrogant savage. Is that the way men in Brazil get their women? No, it is the way Carpathian males get their women. The ritual words to bind them are imprinted on them before birth. Once found, he can bind his woman when she refuses to see reason. It is what safeguards our men and keeps our species alive. She tasted fear in her mouth. He was serious. And he was closer. She hadn't seen him move, but he was there a breath away, and there was something terrible in his eyes. She couldn't look away from him, mesmerized by the sheer force of his personality. She swallowed hard and shook her head. Don't, Rafael. Don't try it. I'd fight you and I can be destructive. One of us might get hurt, and I wouldn't want that, not after what we've shared. I don't have the control that you have. His fingers curled around the nape of her neck with exquisite gentleness. With tremendous strength. She knew he could snap her neck if he desired. Then do not fight me, meu amor. A prickle of unease went down her spine. Her mouth felt dry and her heart pounded out of control. She took a step back. He glided with her, almost a dance, matching her every movement. Rafael. She heard her protest through the sudden roaring in her ears. His body jerked. His eyes went wide with surprise. He shoved her away from him with such force that she was literally lifted into the air and flew backward. She saw the blood spraying from his chest. Colby's scream was cut off as she landed so hard it knocked the wind out of her. She lay several feet from him, staring in horror as he turned to face away from her. She saw the gaping hole in his back, the river of blood. She hadn't heard the sound of a gun, and she was certain she hadn't done such a thing. 11. Good evening, Rafael. The silken evil in the crooning voice made Colby's breath catch in her throat. She jerked her head around to stare in horror at the monster standing at the edge of the clearing. Paul. A low cry escaped when she saw Paul held as a shield in front of the creature. Her brother's eyes were wild with fear, his breath coming in gasps of dread. There were bruises on his face and lacerations on his knuckles. His shirt was torn and she could see marks on his chest. A powerful hand, corded with steely tendons, clutched his throat in an unbreakable grip. One long, sharp fingernail pressed against Paul's jugular, and, even from the distance, Colby could see the blood trickling down Paul's neck. Rafael. Oh, God, what is it? She had never seen anything so unmistakably evil in all her life. It resembled a man, or something that had once been a man, but the tight, mottled purple flesh that clung to its skull appeared more dead than alive. Red eyes gleamed like burning coals out of the hideous face, and long, terrible fangs flashed in the lipless slash of the creature's terrible mouth. Dozens of serpents coiled around the monster's limbs, seemingly growing out of his flesh. Rows of sharp, piranha-like teeth filled the snake's gaping jaws, and they hissed and undulated with open menace. One of the serpents, fully extended from the monster's arm, was slowly retracting back toward its master. Bright red blood covered the snake's awful head, and Colby's dazed mind made the connection. The mutated serpent had attacked Rafael, its razored teeth slashing through the flesh of his back, driving straight toward his heart. That is a vampire. Rafael's voice was edged with pain. How badly are you hurt? He ignored her question. Do not draw its attention. Even as he spoke the warning, the vampire's grip on Paul tightened. Her brother cried out and Colby held up her hand, wanting time to stop, wanting her world back the way it had been just moments before. Don't. She made the plea softly as she got to her feet. Her gaze shifted to Rafael. She had no idea how he was still standing with a gaping hole in his back and blood running down his body. I was so centered on you I did not feel his presence, Querida. I have not made such a mistake since I was a youth. His voice was weary but calm. Stay behind me where he cannot get a clear field of vision to you. Colby? Paul sounded young and frightened. The vampire shook him, digging his fingernail deeper so that the boy cried out in terror and pain. More blood trickled. With a small sob, Colby rushed forward. Rafael caught her as she tried to get past him and pushed her behind him. Oh, God, Rafael, what about Ginny? They were at the house alone together while I was with you. There was guilt and fear in her mind. Ginny is safe, fast asleep in her bed with her dog guarding her, Rafael reassured her. You are Kurja Malinov. Rafael gave a small bow. It is long since we met. The creature laughed harshly, the sound grating on Colby's ears. I knew you would remember. You have grown careless, Rafael. You know each other? Colby was incredulous, unable to look away from her brother and the hideous vampire who held him. We were friends once. So you have come for justice, Kurja. Had I known, I would not have been otherwise occupied and would have prepared a fitting welcome. There was complete confidence in Rafael's voice. Colby glanced at the blood running down his back and shuddered with terror. His words, or perhaps his demeanor, seemed to anger the creature. Look at your sister, boy. The vampire shook Paul. She's his whore now. She will do anything for him, even sacrifice your life for him. He pointed to a scrap of cloth on the ground and Colby's ripped panties floated toward Paul's face. Her bra leapt from a bush and wound obscenely around the boy's arm. Paul stared at the silky underwear with a frozen expression on his face. He can make her do anything for him. Look at her, see his marks on her, know what he's done to her. I told you he would make her his slave. There was pain and shock in Paul's eyes, condemnation on his face. Colby gasped at the disgust in his expression. Before the hurt and embarrassment could take her over, she allowed her natural power to flood her body, her brain. She needed to save Paul more than she needed to defend her choice of lovers. The evil one is using his voice to persuade Paul, she heard Rafael tell her. This is an ancient master vampire, nearly impossible to defeat. Wait until I can align my power with yours. Rafael sighed aloud. I tire of your game, foul one. Tell me what to do to help you. Colby was shocked at how she could speak to him mind to mind. It seemed to come naturally, as if they were so connected now they were one person. If Rafael was a killer of vampires, she would let him take the lead, but it had better not take too long. She couldn't always contain the buildup of power when she was angry. Right now she was close to rage. The sight of the evil creature stroking the side of Paul's neck with his sharp talons brought out every protective instinct and more rage than she'd ever known she was capable of feeling. The vampire hissed between his jagged, brown teeth. The great Carpathian hunter defeated by his own carnal pleasures. There is some justice in that, I think. His bloodshot eyes glared at Colby. You can choose which one you want to save. Your lover or your loved one. He cackled as if he'd made a great joke, and the sound was so grating she felt her skin crawl. Gather up handfuls of soil, as rich as you can find, and use your saliva to mix it. My blood flows in your veins, so you will carry the same healing agent. Pack the soil into the wound in my back, but do not allow the vampire to see what you do. Remember, your power is greater than it was, enhanced by stepping partway into my world. There is no question we must save the boy. Think only of that and not of me. Nothing Rafael said made sense. Pack dirt she spit on into an open wound? She shuddered to think of the bacteria she would introduce. Rafael should be falling down, not standing there looking cool and calm and completely in control. His mind was firmly lodged in hers. She felt him there, commanding her to do as he bid. Colby tried not to see Paul, forcing her mind away from the sight of that wicked sharp nail poised to kill. She backed away, shaking her head, stumbling and falling in the deepest of the night's shadows, her hands clawing for fresh soil behind a fallen log. Colby let one sob escape as she bent her head, pretending to be sick while she spit into the dirt she had gathered. Terrified for Rafael, she packed it hastily while the vampire snarled and snapped at her with his ghastly stained teeth. Get up, he yowled. Get up and make your choice before I do it for you. Colby staggered to her feet, but kept Rafael between her and the sight of her brother as she advanced. Closing her eyes, she pushed the soil pack deep into the gaping hole in Rafael's back. He didn't wince. He didn't indicate in any way the pain that must have shot through his body. Instead, he sent her warmth and reassurance. There is no question of a choice, Rafael said quietly. His voice was beautiful, clear and strong and brushed with magic. I would never allow anyone to trade the life of a child for my life. He didn't look at Colby, but she felt him stirring in her mind. I will force Paul from his arms. He will expect the attack to come from me, but I will use you. Keep looking at him. The Chavez brothers and Nicholas are on the way, so do not despair. It was the complete confidence he exuded that allowed Colby to keep panic at bay. She had always thought his voice beautiful, but when he spoke to the vampire, she couldn't help but want to hear him speak again and again. There was enthrallment in his voice, conviction. For all of Rafael's faults, she knew she was looking at the difference between good and evil. It is not your choice to make. Let us see if your woman prefers to keep you alive, the vampire snarled. His talon traced a line around Paul's throat and left behind a thin trail of blood. Colby cried out and stepped toward him again, the power sweeping through her, but Paul was in the way and he would get hurt. She didn't dare retaliate. Paul began to sob, calling out for Colby, begging her to help him. Reading Colby's agitation, Rafael waved his hand toward Paul. Immediately the boy became quiet, his face slack, his eyes glazed. He does not know what is happening, so there can be no fear, Rafael sought to reassure Colby. What are our chances of saving him? It took every ounce of self-control she had not to hurl herself at the vampire. Strangely, she trusted Rafael to save Paul. She was in his mind and saw his resolve, his absolute determination. He would sacrifice his life for her brother. She swung her head to look at him, her hand going to her throat. It was in his mind. Whatever he was planning more than likely would get him killed, but he intended that Paul would live. A protest welled up. Look at him. Do not take your eyes off of him. The command was sharp and imperious, a being dictating and used to absolute obedience. Rafael was far more than human, and she felt his power. Colby kept her gaze fixed on the vampire. What was he waiting for? Why was he prolonging the agony? They feed on terror and the pain of others. He is enjoying his moment of watching the fear in you as you wait to see which one of us he kills. It is the absolute power of life and death, the controlling of others, that feeds him now. Thunder rumbled and lightning dazzled her, forking across the night sky. Clouds spun dark webs overhead. Her skin prickled, and she knew somewhere in the rocks above them were the Chavez brothers. She forced herself to keep from shifting her gaze in inquiry toward Rafael. It was his mind that had provided the information, the knowledge that they had high-powered rifles trained on the vampire. "Choose," the vampire snarled, his claw poised over Paul's throat. The mutated serpents immediately became agitated, lusting to kill, lusting for blood, raising ugly heads and undulating in excitement. Something moved beneath the ground. Colby felt the ripple beneath her feet and knew immediately more of the ghastly creatures guarding the vampire were preparing to attack. She clenched her fists. "What are you waiting for? He has more of those hideous things. I feel them moving beneath us." Rafael ignored her. "Foul one, do you think to take this woman and repair your soul with her? That makes no sense. She would never submit and would cut out your heart someday." The vampire laughed, the sound ugly and harsh after the purity of Rafael's voice. "She is of no use to me. She does not have the talent I seek. Why would I wish to be like you? Serving others when you should be ruling them." Contempt sharpened his features and heightened his evil appearance. "You? Seeking a talent?" There was taunting amusement in Rafael's voice. "Why would an ancient need a human's talent? You are acquiring a certain reputation, and if it becomes known you need a human to succeed in your plans, your reputation would be that of a laughingstock." Colby winced. Rafael was deliberately stirring the vampire to greater heights of agitation. But he was also stalling for time. "I care nothing for what hunters think of me. I have no respect for those of power who subjugate themselves for lesser beings." The vampire waved his hand to encompass the ranch. "I take humans as fodder, cattle such as they use for prey. I use them and reign over them. They do my bidding as I will it. They live or die as I will it. You are so weak you do not even take your life mate, willing to put your life, hers, and your brother's life in danger. You do not deserve to live," he sneered. "What became of you, Rafael? You were always a leader, yet you allowed Vlad to send you scurrying to do his bidding." The sharp-toothed serpents erupted through the ground right at their feet, striking at Rafael and Colby with tremendous force. Simultaneously, thick thorn-covered vines burst through the dirt to wrap around the striking serpents. She could feel Rafael generating the defense through the vines. Colby stumbled back, but Rafael held his ground, still facing the vampire. "No!" He sent her the command, but it wasn't only to Colby. She found she was connected through Rafael to both Chavez brothers and to Nicholas. Vines broke through the surface, hungrily reaching for Paul, dragging him from the vampire and wrapping him up in a thick cocoon. The angry serpents smashed at the plants, eager to get to the boy, but as fast as they broke the fibrous stalks, more replaced them, these covered in thorns that slashed the serpents and embedded deep into the coils. As Paul went down, Colby felt Rafael and Nicholas take hold of her power, tear it ruthlessly from her, hurl it with terrible force at the vampire. Fire burst through the sky, a blowtorch of white heat and raging red-orange flames, generated by Colby, fed by the De La Cruz brothers. Colby heard her own scream and knew the moment Rafael and Nicholas directed the Chavez brothers to shoot with their high-powered rifles. The fire incinerated several of the serpents, but the vampire was already gone, leaving nothing at all, not even a vapor trail or a blank spot to mark where he had gone. Rafael waved his hand toward the sky, turning in a circle as he did so. Colby found she was holding her breath, waiting for something terrible she knew was coming. Lightning forked in a violent display as the clouds spread out, thinning as if a giant veil was stretched across the sky at Rafael's command. Colby blinked several times to try to see what he was so interested in. She thought he should be worried about the snakes slithering across the ground toward him at a rapid speed. Instead, he watched the sky patiently. His hands continued to flow in a graceful rhythm, and she heard his voice whispering words she didn't understand. Something moved at the edge of a cloud, something dark and shapeless. She swore Rafael commanded the lightning, slamming a bolt from ground to sky, streaking like a spear toward the dark spot. A hissing curse signaled a hit, but retaliation was swift. The ground shook. Colby went rigid. Rafael, he's stampeding the cattle. The snakes and vines seemed to be everywhere, an obstacle course between her and Paul. She had thought her brother safe, caged inside the thick, fibrous stalks, but he was helpless in the face of the mindless animals thundering toward them. Rafael turned his attention to the ground, waving his hand so that the vines withered and the creatures blackened, smoking, but still alive, mouths gaping wide, snapping teeth together in frustration as they continued to fight to get to the hunter. Go, Corrida, get him clear. Juan, Julio, help Colby. Colby hesitated for only a moment. Rafael was weak, but determined to save them. She hated to leave him, but Paul stood no chance against the stampeding cattle, locked in the vines the way he was. She ran to him, skirting around the slithering snakes as they tried to obey their master even as the heat seared them from the inside out. She knew the terrain, knew the cattle were heading down the steep gully that led right to where they were all gathered. She could hear them now, bellowing in fright, and she could see, off in the distance, just below the ridge, an ominous red-orange glow. Paul, heedless of the thorns, she began yanking vines away from her brother. The attack came from behind Rafael, a rush of wind and flapping of wings. Great unnatural bats darkened the sky, racing toward Rafael, ferociously beating the air around him with outstretched wings, claws extended as they reached for him. Colby couldn't watch, terrified he was going to go down under the weight of so many creatures. She held on to Rafael's calm reassurance and concentrated on freeing Paul. Rafael had allowed her brother to wake from his enthrallment, and he was already trying to dig his way out from the prison made of plants. She focused on the vines, blocking out her fears and thinking only of moving the thick stalks. The vines opened, stretching apart to allow enough space for Paul to crawl out. He staggered to his feet and caught Colby's hand as she tried to drag him quickly out of the path of the oncoming cattle. As they ran, she screamed for Rafael to get out of the way. The ground trembled under the heavy hooves, and she could see the terrified cattle as they thundered over the slope and raced down the gully toward them. Gasping at the sight of the herd maddened with fear as great orange-red flames leapt in between each animal as they ran, she pushed Paul up onto a rocky ledge and turned back for Rafael. Rafael! Her cry was in her mind, not aloud. He was holding his ground, the hordes of sharp-clawed bats inches from his body, unable to get through some invisible barrier to tear apart his skin and bones. She could feel the terrible strain on him as he held off the creatures, called down rain to put out the fires springing up around the cattle, and battled with the vampire hidden somewhere close by. She took a step toward him, frantically trying to figure out how to help. Do not distract him. Nicholas was just as calm, just as confident, and just as imperious as Rafael. His voice was in her mind, a reminder of the closeness of the brothers. There was something very chilling about Nicholas, and, rather than intimacy, he only added to the threat she felt was all around her. Colby. Paul caught at her, dragging her up onto the ledge as the cattle swept down the valley. She couldn't take her eyes from Rafael. He exuded power and confidence even in the face of a stampede. His expression never changed as he controlled the elements, his body ravaged by the loss of blood. He never yielded for a moment to pain or fear. She was in his mind, sharing the battle. And she knew Nicholas shared both of their minds. She could feel him there, coiled, waiting to strike. She knew, through Rafael, that Nicholas was moving toward them at a fast speed and that he was flying through the air. Flashes of light streamed from the cloud cover toward Rafael. He deflected the white-hot spears and launched an attack of his own, sending a hail of silver slivers of lightning rocketing back toward the vampire. A tree uprooted behind Rafael, falling toward him with huge, outstretched branches. Colby tried to scream a warning, but Paul clapped his hand over her mouth roughly and nearly slammed her into a boulder. She had no time to reprimand him as she caught sight of a flaming spear spinning through the air aimed directly at her heart. She kicked back, struggling against Paul's unusual strength as he held her immobile. She felt the sudden shift in Rafael's attention as he realized she was in danger. He immediately sent the hidden barrier that protected him from the vampire's bat-like creatures in between her and the oncoming spear. The spear bounced off the barrier, but he was instantly swarmed with bats, clawing and digging at his skin and face. Colby drove her elbow into her brother's ribs with the intention of leaping off the ledge to go to Rafael's aid. The first of the cattle rushed through the gully, others following so that the narrow strip was filled with the large, heavy bodies. She tried to shield her brother from the mass of huge bodies as they rushed past, pressing close to him as the ground shook. The rain poured down, extinguishing the fires and sending billows of smoke into the air. She felt Paul grip her shoulders hard, his fingers squeezing viciously. Before she could cry out in protest, he picked her up off her feet and flung her into the center of the stampeding herd. Instinctively, Colby curled up in a tight ball, hands over her head to protect herself from the flying hooves. Shockingly, nothing touched her. The ground shook, but not a single animal kicked her as they thundered past. She heard the sound of voices and knew the Chavez brothers were turning the herd, trying to calm them before they reached the steep cliffs rising to the east. Colby cautiously lifted her head. Nicholas stood beside her, his face a grim mask. He reached down and hauled her to her feet with casual strength. At first her legs were shaky, refusing to hold her, but he paid no attention, dragging her with him almost at a run to his brother. Rafael stood upright, although she couldn't see his body for the hundreds of creatures clinging to him, clawing at his flesh, digging into the wounds on his body. With a cry she tore herself away from Nicholas, reaching for one of the furry animals ripping at his face. Before she could touch it, Nicholas clapped his hands and issued a command. The bats fell to the ground and were incinerated. The noxious odor made Colby gag, but she ran to Rafael. Rafael staggered. Colby wrapped her arm around his waist. "I'll get you to a doctor." She didn't see how it was possible for a doctor to help him. Most of his skin was scraped from his body. She'd never seen such injuries. She looked around frantically for the vampire, expecting an attack immediately. "Where'd he go? Can you see him?" "He is long gone," Nicholas said. "He will not fight all of us." His hands were gentle as he reached for Rafael. Paul ran up to them, swinging a tree branch toward Rafael's head. "Don Nicholas." Julio Chavez called out in warning. Nicholas caught the club and twisted it easily from the boy's hands, sending him sprawling to the ground. "The boy is tainted, Rafael. He reeks of the vampire. He is no more than a human puppet. I will dispatch him quickly and convert the woman for you. You will go to ground and heal properly." There was absolute resolve in Nicholas. Colby could see he had already dismissed Paul and would kill him without a single thought of remorse. She flung herself in front of Paul. "Don't you dare. Don't you come near him." Paul was taller than she was, but she spread out her arms and called up every ounce of power she had in her. She didn't want to protect Paul. She wanted to go to Rafael, to save him, do anything it took. She hated standing there, shielding her brother, when Rafael was so broken. She felt her heart was shattering into a million pieces as she looked at his ravaged face. "Mewa more, I would not allow Paul to be harmed by my kin. You should know better." The stirring in her mind was weak, as if Rafael was fading, leaving her. She was frightened, not knowing who to run to, who to protect. "Rafael's dying, Nicholas," she said. "Is that what you want, to have him try to fight you with his last dying breath? What kind of a person are you?" Rafael's tall, muscular frame crumpled. He went to the ground on his knees, held there swaying a moment, his eyes glazing before falling forward face down. Colby had no memory of leaping to catch him, but she was under him, cushioning his fall, his large frame taking her down with him. Surprisingly, she didn't slam into the dirt as she expected. Nicholas floated Rafael gently to the ground, turning him just before his body hit hers, his head pillowed in her lap. She couldn't prevent the shudder of fear when Nicholas loomed over her. Juan and Julio stepped up on either side of Paul. "Don Nicholas, please do not force us to make such a choice. This boy is familiar. He is under Don Rafael's protection, as is Colby. This protection should be yours as well. There was a small silence. Even the night seemed to hold its breath. Insects ceased their wild calls, and the cattle stopped their restless motion. The poison can perhaps be driven from his system, but I will have to take his blood. Nicholas made it a threat, staring straight at Colby. She didn't trust him and wished Rafael was fully awake to tell her what to do. Rafael says he can't lie to me, can you? Say yes or no, Nicholas replied harshly. He will suffer with the acid of the vampire's blood, and he will crave the taste of human flesh. He will rot from the inside out, and the vampire will be able to use him to defeat us all. Paul burst into tears, his hands pressed to his stomach. I do burn inside, Colby. And there's a buzzing in my head that makes me feel crazy. Is he saying I'm going to be a cannibal? Then do whatever you have to do, but don't you harm him or I'll hunt you down and drive a stake right through your ice-cold heart, Colby warned. Nicholas ignored her threat and knelt beside Rafael. She watched in disbelief as he tore open his own wrist with his teeth and shoved the wound against Rafael's mouth. He looked at her with empty black eyes as he forced his brother to swallow the ancient blood. He should have taken you immediately instead of catering to you the way he did. His voice was a harsh whip, lashing her when she was holding Rafael's head in her lap, her fingers tangled in the long silk of his hair and his blood soaking into her jeans. I don't like you very much either, she snapped. How are you different from that monster? My brother is innocent. He didn't ask to have that horrible creature kidnap him and infect him with poison. I didn't ask to be your brother's life mate. I have my own life here, my own responsibilities. Why should your rights be more important than mine? Nicholas leaned close to her, his eyes flat and diamond hard. Because if you don't find your life mate, you will not turn into a monster that will be absolutely evil and live for the death and pain of others. I will. I am not human. Rafael is not human. We have fought centuries against the darkness. You could relieve his pain so easily. You could ensure that he would never face that moment in time when he might succumb to darkness, yet you are too stubborn, too selfish to give him what he needs. And because of that, you foolishly risk the lives of your brother and sister and your neighbors and others you don't even know. Worse, you risk my brother's very soul and the souls of my familia and myself. In the end, he will have you, so taking this risk is senseless. I would take you if you were mine and get it done. There was a distinct snap to his teeth, as if he might lean over and bite her neck right there. Colby's heart pounded harder in her chest, but she faced him squarely, trying to be honest with him. Struggling to understand. She wanted to understand when she saw him giving his own blood to his fallen brother. More, the thought of Rafael turning into such a hideous monster as the creature who had attacked them was inconceivable. I can see from your point of view. Can you see from mine? I'm not Carpathian. I didn't even know you existed until a short time ago. I don't know Rafael. I don't know much at all about him other than he's different, with tremendous powers, and that he can control me in ways that scare me to death. I have a brother and a sister I love, and a ranch that I swore to my father on his deathbed I would keep for them. I didn't have any concept of the consequences you're describing. I haven't lived centuries, and I haven't known of vampires other than in movies. Now you have seen one. Now you know the consequences to Rafael, and you know the things I say are true. What are you going to do about it? I don't even know what you want me to do, Nicholas, she answered honestly. How do I protect Rafael? He talked of bringing me wholly into his world. What does that mean? Could you not tell the evil one was striking at you? If he succeeds in killing you, he has destroyed Rafael. He used the boy to try to kill you, Nicholas pointed out. I didn't try to kill her, Paul denied, his face very pale. Yes, you did, Nicholas said calmly. And if the poison is not removed from your system, you will try again and again until you succeed. Colby, as long as you are human, the vampire knows you are vulnerable and he has a chance to kill Rafael through you. How would my death be killing Rafael? She asked it, but she already knew the answer through her own fears and grief. She struggled to contain it, but she couldn't entertain the idea of losing Rafael. Her mind refused the possibility because her heart knew she wouldn't survive. You know, Nicholas said softly. Don't even think about it, Colby, Paul snapped. He doubled over in pain, holding his stomach. Don't let them do anything to you. Can't you see what they are? Julio slipped his arm around the boy's shoulders. They are great men and have protected us from the vampire, Paul. Nicholas is the only one who can save you from the acid inside of you. No doctor could cure the effects. Nicholas stopped Rafael from feeding, closing the wound in his wrist with a swipe of his tongue. Colby couldn't help the shudder that ran through her body at the matter-of-fact gesture. I must take Rafael to a place where he will be safe, and I can heal him, Nicholas said. He has bound you to him, and you will suffer greatly for the separation. I can stop that by converting you, but then you would have to rest in the earth with him. Choose now. He needs care immediately. If I have to make an immediate choice, then I have to stay with my brother and sister and see to their safety, Colby said. There was challenge in her voice. You will grieve for him. You will believe he is dead, and you will feel a strong call to join him. You cannot harm your elf, no matter how desperate you feel. Reach for me, and I will aid you should it become necessary. Nicholas reached down and easily gathered his brother into his arms. Wait, Colby said frantically. What about Paul? Her brother could no longer stand, but had to be supported between his two uncles. Doubled over, he sagged helplessly, groaning in pain. I will return to take the poison from him. Know this, sisterkin, in doing so, he will be tied to me for all time. It sounded like a warning to Colby, maybe even a threat. Her hand went to her throat in self-defense. Should I wait for Rafael? She kept her gaze fixed on his, refusing to be intimidated, wanting the truth. That is up to you. He cradled Rafael in his arms, almost as if his brother were a small child instead of a very large and dangerous man. Colby reached out to touch Rafael's face. He felt cold, lifeless. A scream welled up in her mind, but she forced it back down. He's alive. I will not allow him to die. Do I return this night? Colby looked at her brother's face, saw the twisted hatred in his eyes, and shuddered. Please, she whispered, looking away from Paul. Hurry. Traitor. Whore. Paul threw himself at her, his fist raised, his expression demonic. Julio caught him and dragged him away from her. Shall we take him to the house, señorita? Paul fought his uncles, growling and snapping his teeth at them. Then he suddenly subsided, looking around him, blinking his eyes to clear his vision. Colby? He sounded young and confused. What's happening to me? You're ill, honey. She tried to comfort him, but tears were clogging her throat and burning behind her eyes. She could no longer touch Rafael's mind. She felt the loss deeply, as if someone had ripped out her heart. She could barely breathe, let alone think. She wanted to scream and claw at the earth, dig her way down to where his body would rest. Instead, she lifted her head to find the Chavez brothers watching her with compassion. Let's get him home, she said wearily. Juan will see to the cattle, Julio said. I'll watch over you and Paul and Ginny. Colby stumbled after him. She could see better in the darkness than she'd ever been able to see, yet she was off-center, feeling blind and deaf. Does this kind of thing happen often? What were those terrible creatures, and how badly was he hurt, Nicholas? He was so torn up, lost so much blood. She hadn't kissed him, hadn't tried to hold him to her. What if Nicholas was more monster than man? I am more monster than man, Nicholas confirmed. His voice was soft in her mind, distracted. She could hear a chant repeated, old ancient words with a soothing rhythm of power. I am healing him, giving him more blood, and then I will put him in the arms of the earth to heal. Julio glanced back at her as he propelled Paul forward. Do you need my help, Colby? When she shook her head, he continued, Yes, I've witnessed many battles between the vampire and the hunters. This vampire is not like the others. He is much more powerful and cunning. Colby wrapped her arms around her waist as she walked along the trail back toward the ranch house. Rafael had walked this path with her, holding her hand, making her feel the most beautiful and desired woman in the world. When he focused on her, nothing else seemed to matter. She tried to replay what Nicholas had said about conversion, but her mind was too scattered. Do they often get hurt? Colby asked. Julio shook his head. Vampires are all different. The hunters are very powerful, very experienced. Rafael is a great fighter. Together with Nicholas or any of his brothers, they rarely sustain injuries. This 1 inch, he shook his head, this is one they call a master vampire, an ancient who has escaped justice many years. Zacharias, the eldest of the De La Cruz brothers, thinks a master vampire is an ancient of their kind. One long in the world and experienced in battle who finally succumbs to the dark call. The master will not stand in battle, but he'll use human puppets to do his bidding. He'll call lesser vampires to him and use them as pawns. And he mutates other species into evil incarnate. You saw a sample of his work. You're very nervous. What aren't you telling me? Julio looked at her with dark, worried eyes. Nicholas can take the blood and help with the pain, but until the vampire is dead, Paul will be connected to him. He can still try to use Paul. Nicholas will be the only one standing between Paul and what the vampire wants from him. Nicholas is powerful and ancient, but he is very close to the end of his time. He also must rest during the daylight hours. It is dangerous for him to do this thing you ask. If he does not, Paul will eventually die and you will be thankful. Colby pressed her fingers to her pounding head. She needed Rafael's reassuring touch. He is safe beneath the soil. I have fed and will meet you in the barn. I do not want the child to see what we must do to aid her brother. You must be certain. He can and will harm you if the vampire reaches him and programs him. I can run interference, and I can remove the pain, but I cannot break the tie between them. He was offering to kill her brother. It was his voice, so flat and empty, that made her ill. Made her feel Rafael's barren existence starkly. She could almost see the darkness creeping inside of him, staining his soul, taking him over. She closed her eyes, but she couldn't block out what was in her mind. I will watch him until you have a chance to kill the vampire. She made her decision. Rafael has much to answer for. There was a bite to Nicholas's voice. Rafael has tried to give me time. Is that truly such a terrible thing? Tears burned in her heart. Had she caused all of this? Was it her fault Rafael lay as the dead beneath the earth? I feel his love for you. It has sustained me, yet it cannot soften me. He has given me hope by sharing his feelings for you. His emotions are intense and difficult to manage. He is uncomfortable with the presence of other males near you, myself included, yet he tries to ignore those dangerous emotions and allow you the space you need to come to him. Is it my fault? She persisted. Silence answered her question as she pulled open the door to the barn and faced Nicholas and his black, merciless gaze. 12. Paul sat silently in the corner, his uncle very close to him. Colby couldn't help but note the protective posture. In that moment, Julio looked heartbreakingly like her stepfather. She glanced anxiously toward the house. I want to check on Ginny. The girl is fine, sleeping peacefully, Nicholas said. If you want this done, we do it now. She tried not to bristle at his abrasive attitude. I wasn't stalling. I happen to be genuinely worried. This hasn't been the best night of my life so far. You might deal with vampires on an everyday basis, but their existence is news to us. She sent a reassuring smile toward her brother. He tried a grin, looked down and caught sight of her peach-colored bra still wrapped around his arm. At once his expression changed, became dark and ugly. Paul unwound the lacy garment, holding it away from him with 2 fingers, up, so everyone could see. It made Colby acutely aware of the fact that she wore nothing at all beneath her thin shirt and that the buttons were missing. Even so, even in the midst of her utter humiliation, her mind tried to reach for Rafael. The moment she realized she couldn't touch him, there was only emptiness and grief. Fear shook her heart. She followed the movement of her bra as Paul tossed it away from him, as if it were something so disgusting he couldn't stand to look at. He suddenly lurched away from Julio and caught up a pitchfork, lunging at Colby in one motion. Colby never saw Nicholas move, but he was there in front of her, taking the weapon from Paul and dragging him into his terrible embrace. The air rushed out of Colby's lungs as she saw his fangs lengthen, and without preamble he sank the teeth into Paul's neck, her brother going still, under the influence of his mind. She shuddered, feeling as if those sharp fangs were going into her neck. At that moment she hated Nicholas. Hated herself. Hated Rafael. How could she just stand there while some creature she barely knew took her brother's blood so coldly? What is he doing? Rafael was weak, too weak. She could feel the low pulse of his lifeblood as he stirred in her mind. His alarm wasn't for Paul. It was for his own brother, for Nicholas. She felt it as if it were her own alarm. She felt the surge of love and warmth that spanned centuries. It flooded her body, took over her heart and soul so that she wanted to reach out to Nicholas, to stop him. What he was doing was dangerous to Nicholas, not to Paul. Nicholas was deliberately ingesting vampire blood when he fought every minute of every day against the beast that already stained his soul and fought for supremacy. Wait. Colby couldn't choose between the two brothers, her own or Rafael's. They were intertwined, both bound together now in her mind. Paul's life versus Nicholas's soul. It was a terrible choice. Do not waste your worry on me, either of you. Nicholas's voice brushed at the walls of her mind. I will hold on and return to our brothers for your sake, Rafael. You share with me the emotions you feel for this woman and this boy. It is enough for me to continue until I reach our home. Go to sleep, Rafael, and allow the earth to heal you. She actually felt Nicholas's love for his brother through her tie with Rafael. It was a strange shared path. For the first time, she could see him as something other than the cold-hearted monster trying to rip her brother and sister from her arms. Nicholas was real to her. She could see him through the heart of Rafael. Memories of Nicholas welled up, and she knew it was deliberate on Rafael's part. How many times had he stepped between humans and death, at risk to his life and soul? How many times had he tried to protect Rafael and their younger brother from the terrible battles? He had been wounded countless times. He had killed countless times, each time tearing pieces from his soul. Colby closed her eyes. She didn't want to see it, didn't want to view him as anything other than the emotionless predator she'd first thought him. She was already confused enough. And there was Paul, standing in his embrace while Nicholas took more and more blood, until Paul's face went pale and he sagged in the hunter's arms, dizzy and weak, but still so unnaturally willing to do as Nicholas required him. She felt the exact moment when Rafael succumbed to his need for rest and healing. He pulled from her mind and left her bereft. She sank down onto a bale of hay and pressed both hands to her churning stomach as she once again watched Nicholas with her brother. He swept his tongue across Paul's neck, closing the pinpricks as if they'd never been. There was no mark. None at all. Her hand crept up to the mark on her neck that never seemed to fade, never went away. We can leave a mark if we desire, yet not leave evidence if we choose. Nicholas read her thoughts as easily as Rafael, but where, with Rafael, it was an intimacy, with Nicholas it seemed invasive. The cold black eyes swept over her, so different from Rafael. So utterly alone and separated from everything going on around him. Rafael chooses to leave his mark both as his warning and audacious commitment. He will protect you even when he should be resting beneath the earth. She recognized the mild censure, but for the first time was able to look past that to the terrible burden Nicholas carried. What do you have to do now, Nicholas? She asked. Push the poison through my pores and rid my body of the vampire's taint. Her brother was still under his enthrallment. Nicholas helped him to sit on the floor of the barn. Vampire blood burns like acid. The boy would not have lasted very long. There is something here I have never come across before. Nicholas's eyes drifted closed, and he sought inside his own body to break down the compound that had infected Paul and now lived within his own veins. There is something else here, some small parasite that should not be. It is mutated, much like the serpent the vampire used to attack Rafael. Where did the vampire come from? Colby asked, sickened as beads of blood began to push through the pores of Nicholas's skin. It was a sight she would never forget, never get out of her mind. She tried to distract her thoughts, anything to keep from screaming as the blood seeped onto the floor of the barn and stained the hay dark red. She wasn't squeamish, she'd grown up on a ranch, but her stomach lurched all the same. Do not look, Nicholas said harshly. You are going to draw Rafael from his slumber again and his wound is deep. He must be given time to heal. I'm sorry. I've never seen such a thing. She needed to touch Rafael. It wasn't just something she wanted. Everything in her reached for him, yet there was only emptiness. She wasn't altogether certain she could stand being away from him, and that was alarming, especially with Nicholas telling her his injury was grave and needed time to heal. She wasn't a selfish person, yet it seemed so imperative to disturb him, to call to him so she could feel the brush of his mind in hers. Nicholas sighed. He should have converted you and spared you the hell you will have to endure. You must not harm yourself. I'm not the type, Colby said, but she was beginning to wonder if that was true. Is it hurting you? She couldn't imagine Paul having to go through such a thing. Yes. His voice was without inflection. He gestured toward the blood-soaked hay, and Julio immediately brushed back everything that hadn't been touched, leaving a circle of bare wood exposed with the bloody hay in the center. Nicholas shoved open the door to the barn and stared up at the sky. At once the lightning forked. To Colby's horror, an orange-red ball streaked toward them, drawn by Nicholas. It incinerated the vampire blood, burning hot for an instant and then simply disappearing as if it had never been. She blinked several times to make certain she wasn't hallucinating. This is too bizarre for me. She backed away from Nicholas. Is Paul going to be okay now? Can I put him to bed? I want to attempt to heal him. The vampire infected him with his blood and his insides are going to feel like someone took a blowtorch to him, Nicholas replied. Colby could see how pale and weary he was. The lines were deeper than ever in his face and his eyes as cold as ice. She shivered. You need to feed. Yes. Colby glanced helplessly at Julio. After what Nicholas had done for Paul, she felt she had no choice but to make the offer, and it was the last thing she wanted to do. Julio shook his head. I will give Don Nicholas blood while you put young Paul to bed. Then I'll help Juan tend to any injuries the cattle sustained. Julio, you and Juan must stay here, Nicholas decreed. Watch the boy, particularly during daylight hours. I have to rest and I will not be able to monitor him. Colby paused as she reached for Paul. What does that mean? Didn't you just remove the vampire's blood from him? Until the vampire is dead, Paul will always be tied to him. Colby wanted to ask more questions, but Nicholas freed Paul from the enthrallment. Her brother got unsteadily to his feet, forcing her to wrap her arm around him and help him out of the barn. Paul leaned on her heavily. I feel terrible, Colby. I know, honey, you need to sleep. He clung to her as she led him to the house and into his room. I'm really scared, Colby. I've never seen anything like that. Me either. But we have Rafael and Nicholas and Juan and Julio to help us. We'll be safe. I'll get your boots off, Paul. Just lie down on the bed and sleep. He closed his eyes the moment his head hit the pillow, not stirring even when she removed his boots and socks. He looked pale, his dark hair standing out starkly against his skin. She brushed the stray strands from his forehead with gentle fingers and bent to press a brief kiss on the top of his head. Paul stirred, touched her wrist. I love you, Colby. She hadn't heard him say that in years. I love you, too, Paolo, she murmured, aching inside for him. Colby returned to the barn and found Nicholas gently propping Julio against the wall. Is he all right? Nicholas turned to look at her, his gaze sweeping over her so that she had to struggle to keep from shuddering. Yes, of course. Julio is my familia, under my protection. Ordinarily, we do not take the blood of our human companions. He was generous to offer when the need was great. Nicholas, Rafael knew the vampire. And the vampire called him by name. I felt sadness in Rafael, more than sadness when they were fighting. For the first time Nicholas regarded her with more than his cold expression. There was a faint expression reminiscent of Rafael in his eyes, as if by struggling to understand their world, she had gained a greater degree of acceptance from him. We knew one another as boys back in the Carpathian mountains. Nicholas sat down beside Julio, the first really human gesture she'd ever seen him make. It was odd, she couldn't stop thinking of Rafael as human, yet she never thought of Nicholas in human terms. She watched as he took Julio's wrist and checked his pulse. I am fine, Don Nicholas, Julio protested. You must drink plenty of water and sleep. I have work to do, Julio protested. I must watch the boy. Juan can watch the boy, Nicholas said. You go to bed. Don't worry, Julio, Colby agreed. I can help watch Paul. I know he might become dangerous and I'll be careful. You must do as Juan tells you, Julio instructed. Juan entered the barn as Julio spoke, and he immediately helped his brother up. I'll take him to the house. The guest room is the middle bedroom, Colby said. She wanted to learn more. She needed to learn more, and somehow Nicholas's presence helped to ease the grief that overwhelmed her at times. She watched the Chavez brothers make their way out of the barn. They're good men. Yes, they are, and that is no small compliment, Nicholas said. I can read their thoughts and know the honor and integrity that lives in these men. Tell me about the vampire. Who is he? Who is he is a better question. The first thing you learn as a hunter is to separate the man you knew and loved as a friend from the monster who battles you with every intention of killing you. Kurja is such a man. His brothers and mine were the best of friends. It is unusual in our society to have brothers so close, yet our two families did. Our parents were friends, and we were raised very similar. He gave a soft sigh. We were very competitive, a little rougher and more defiant of the rules of our society, so we stuck together. Kurja and Rafael were particularly good friends. They were always in and out of scrapes and always competing to see who could do something first. It was a good time, although my memories fade. Rafael and Reardon kept those memories alive for the rest of us. Nicholas dropped his head into his hands, rubbing at his temples. Nicholas. Rafael's voice once again brushed in their shared minds. You have grown weary. You must rest. He sounds so faint, so gone from us. Colby's heart pounded in alarm. Nicholas lifted his head, leaned back against the wall. You are not resting properly. Shall I command you to sleep, Rafael? Why do you persist in sleeping so lightly when you know you are mortally wounded? The bite was back in Nicholas's voice, making Colby wince. Those I love are vulnerable above ground, and I want to hear should they have need of me. I begin to see why my lifemate is reluctant to commit her life to mine. It is a form of hell to lie helpless beneath the earth when those you love are in danger. Rafael's voice was a thread of sound, but he was calm, almost peaceful. Go to rest, Rafael, or I will do the one thing you asked me not to do and break my promise to you. Colby looked at the lines etched so deeply into Nicholas's face. She had seen him through Rafael's eyes, and now she saw those lines as badges. A man bound by honor, a man ravaged by his destiny, but determined to continue to protect the people he loved through memories. You ease his burden, Querida. For that alone I will always love you. Colby closed her eyes to savor his voice, the caress in her mind that slipped through her body and wound around her heart. She ached to touch him, to make certain he was all right. Even now, even with his terrible wounds, he was stroking her mind and body, reaching out to soothe her, reaching out to his brother. She blinked back tears. She was beginning to fall in love with him. She didn't know how it was happening. He wasn't the kind of man she would have ever allowed herself to look at. I am the only man for you. You are too dominating. You like your women to say yes to everything you dictate. Only when it comes to sex. And when I am right. Nicholas's breath came out in a slow hiss. Merge your mind fully with his. It was more than an order, it was a dare. Without giving herself time to think it through and back out, Colby merged her mind fully with Rafael's. Instantly she was flooded with pain, a great tearing pain that clawed at her insides, her skin, even her mind. She saw more than that. She saw his childhood memories of a small boy running with a friend in the hills, trying to shapeshift, and falling from the tree branches, laughing together. She felt the terrible burden of knowing she would have to kill that friend, rip his heart from his chest, with the memory of that boyhood smile and kinship of centuries weighing on her. With a small cry, she pulled out of Rafael's mind, staggering back, reaching behind her for support. Nicholas was there, although she hadn't seen him move, easing her down to a bale of hay. Colby. Rafael's cry echoed hers. I had no idea you were in such pain. Go to sleep at once, and I mean it, Rafael. How could anyone live through such a wound? She pressed her hand to her heart. The vampire had tried to jerk the organ backward through Rafael's body, using the serpent's strong jaws and razor teeth. I should not have told you to do that, Nicholas said. I regret few things, but that was not worthy of me. My brother will retaliate. What does that mean? A faint smile touched Nicholas's mouth and was gone. He just severely reprimanded me, and it was not fit for your ears. He sank down beside her. In truth, I have not thought of the Carpathian mountains in years. South America has become our home. I do not even remember what the current prince of our people looks like. He was young when we were sent out to hunt the vampire. Was Kurgis sent out as well? Nicholas nodded. Vlad Dobrinsky was prince at the time. He was a great ruler and we all looked up to him. He sent all 5 of us to South America and sent the Malinov family to Asia. 5 of them. Nicholas nodded his confirmation. Have all 5 of them turned vampire? Colby asked. Why would the de la Cruz brothers hold out so many centuries against the whisper of dark power, yet the Malinov brothers succumb? I thought them long dead. I have heard nothing of them for centuries. Most of the hunters hear rumors of those who have turned vampire, and the Malinov family has never been mentioned. My brothers and I have been so cut off from our people it did not seem unusual. Brazil, our ranch, the rainforest became our world. And none of you have wives? Lifemates, he corrected. We have lifemates and we must find them. You are a lifemate to Rafael. My youngest brother, Reardon, has found his lifemate in the rainforest, which shocked us all, but gave us a small hope to continue. How do you know for certain? I'm not certain. I feel drawn to Rafael, in fact, obsessed with him. That's frightening for me. I just don't respond to men that way. It is not obsession, although I have heard it feels that way. When I touch your mind, I feel your confusion and fear of him. We are all the things you think we are, powerful and dangerous and capable of great destruction, but we are not capable of harming our lifemates. Only ruling them? You are not used to being submissive to a male. I'm not submissive, it isn't in my character. How can we possibly be compatible? Is it possible there's a mistake? There cannot be a mistake. You restored colors to him, and, through him, to me. I have not seen colors in hundreds of years. You gave him his emotions and through him, you gave them to me. I could feel what he felt for you, the tremendous love in his heart and his need to protect and watch over you. I want to feel those emotions for myself. How can I possibly be his? She hesitated and then tested he word life mate when I was born human? I only know that women who are psychic can be successfully converted to Carpathian, and these women can also be life mates to the males. I have not yet met Riordan's life mate, but he tells me she is a descendant of the jaguar race. Colby smiled. My brother says I can be catty, but I doubt if I have any jaguar in me. I couldn't jump very high when I was playing sports in high school. We had school of sorts. Nicholas folded his arms across his chest. We had to learn to shapeshift first. It was not nearly as easy as we thought it would be. That might be kind of cool, Colby admitted. I like the idea of flying. I used to wish I could fly. Believe me, when you've been on a horse for 8 hours, it gets old. I remember the first time Rafael attempted to turn into a wolf. It was the very first thing he tried, and he was not successful. Part of him was covered in fur, and part of him had legs where there should not be legs. We were all there, of course. We all ran together, the de la Cruz brothers and the Malinov brothers. We were all howling and falling on the ground, rolling around like idiots, but then when Ruslan, the eldest of the Malinovs, began laughing and pointing, my oldest brother, Zacharias, went after Ruslan for making fun of Rafael. We ended up in a huge brawl. Mind you, the entire time, Rafael was still caught between man and beast. Colby couldn't help but laugh as Nicholas related the story to her. He provided very vivid pictures of the incident for her. Rafael looked so young and uncertain, not at all like the dominant man she was tied to. What about you? What was the first thing you tried to shapeshift into? There was a small silence. The mask slipped back over Nicholas's face. He shrugged his shoulders carelessly, but she didn't think it was a careless gesture. I do not remember. You recalled Rafael's first time so vividly. Even to the colors of the trees, the individual leaves, the smells and sounds. She'd heard the hum of insects in his mind. He stood up. It was Rafael's memory, not mine. You gave him back those things and he shares with me. Colby studied his mouth. There was a cruel edge to it, a remoteness in his eyes. You're very close to turning into one of those monsters, aren't you? She asked. Her heart ached for him. Ached for Rafael. Yes. Without the memories my brother shares with me, I would lose this battle. And yet you came to his aid even though you knew if you battled the vampire you would go a step closer. And you took the vampire blood from Paul when it could have pushed you over the edge. Why did you do that, Nicholas? I wasn't even nice to you. You are familiar. You are a Carpathian lifemate and must be protected by all Carpathians. And I love my brother. I may not feel it anymore, but I know it is there, buried deep, and I will not allow anything to happen to you. I will never forget the risk you took on our behalf, Nicholas, and if it becomes too difficult and you need to see colors and feel emotions, I don't mind so much the sharing of our minds. There was a small silence. It is no small thing you offer, Sister Kin, he said softly. Carpathian men do not share with others, not even kin. My brothers and I are unusual because we had no choice but to bind together to overcome the call of the beast. I know you fear Rafael's hold on you, and you have yet to commit your life to his. Why do you offer this to me? It was complicated. She didn't know if it was watching him push the poisonous blood through his pores after taking it from Paul, or watching him give his brother blood, but she was very conflicted. She certainly wasn't going to make a commitment to a life of living underground and sucking blood from living human beings. The very idea made her shudder. But she couldn't leave him so starkly alone any more than she could stop herself from thinking of Rafael. You stayed here talking to me because you knew I would never make it through the night without him, didn't you? Yes. That's your answer. Nicholas. Maybe I feel the need to protect you for him, just the way you feel it for me. They were silent a moment. Then he spoke again. I have a vampire to catch. How can you find him? Now that I know who he is, he will be easier to track. I know his ways. It has been hundreds of years, but he had certain patterns, all of us do, and he will keep to some of his. Rafael wants you to wait. She had sensed Rafael's concern, and it hadn't just been because he was afraid Nicholas would make another kill and be that much closer to succumbing to the insidious whisper for power. I cannot take a chance that he will strike against you. He will be locked in the ground during the daylight hours, longer than I will be, but he can use his human puppets to try to kill you. You mean Paul? I am guessing he has more than one. This vampire is ancient and cunning. He is a skilled fighter and knows all the tricks. A master vampire has no pride to guard, unlike a fledgling or even a slightly experienced vampire. He is willing to run away, to sacrifice pawns so that he might live, and he is called Master because he reigns supreme in battle and the magic of our kind. Why would he want to live such a terrible existence? The pain and terror he derives from the suffering of others, from killing, gives him a rush. A high, like a human drug. It is addicting. He lives for that one moment. How do you kill a vampire? She was trying to stall him. It was getting close to dawn. Surprisingly, she wasn't tired. She had plenty of time, before the sun became too high, to do the morning chores. You don't. His voice was very stern. Your women never fight the vampire? In any species there are always exceptions, but our women hold the light to our darkness. They will fight to defend their lives and the lives of our people, but they do not hunt. We have too few women and our hunters are solitary. If we divide our attention to keep a woman safe, it is an additional risk to ourselves. I could feel Rafael's resolve. He was willing to die to keep me alive, to keep Paul alive. He knew if he fought the vampire, he might be defeated. Kurja is a very powerful fighter. He had a reputation for hunting. He has grown in strength since that time. His blood was different and I would very much like to know why. Something is not right here, Colby. I still want to know how to kill one. I'd feel better if I knew it could be done. Not with a rifle. Juan and Julio could have slowed it down by shooting it in the heart, but it would not kill it. The heart has to be completely removed and incinerated or it will find its way back to its evil host. The body is then incinerated so there is no hope of regeneration. The blood of a vampire burns like acid, Colby, and they can command with their voices just as Rafael and I can. Leave them alone. Did Rafael use his voice to seduce me? She looked him straight in the eyes, needing an honest answer. I do not know what Rafael chose to do to bind you to him, but if I had a life mate, Colby, I would use my voice, my gaze, and everything else at my disposal to make her mine. I would not take any chances. My woman will do as she is supposed to do. I hope your woman is an Amazon, she muttered under her breath. She could see she had kept him as long as she was able to. He walked out into the cool of the night and she followed him. I already feel the need to touch him again, she confessed, rubbing her hands over her arms. Is it going to be like this all the time? She hated weakness in herself and grieving over Rafael as if he were dead just because he wasn't touching her mind was a terrible weakness. Yes, I will help during the nights, but stay close to Julio and Juan during the day. They will help you as much as possible. Remember everything I said to you. You must survive. I don't plan on anything else, she assured him. Colby watched in wonder as Nicholas simply dissolved. At first his human form shimmered, became transparent so that she could see right through him. Tiny droplets of mist formed, and he was nothing but vapor, streaking through the air away from her toward the hills. She blinked several times, trying to make her mind accept what she'd just seen. The moment Nicholas was gone, she let out a sigh of relief. She hadn't realized how tense she was. She needed to be alone, to be with the familiar chores that might make her feel normal again, even if just for a few moments. She went to the makeshift stable, surprised at all the work the Chavez brothers had accomplished while she slept that afternoon. Sean Everett must have sent both materials and additional men over to get a shelter up so quickly. She sighed again, this time for her pride. It seemed to be going right out the window. She didn't even know what was happening on her ranch anymore. Colby spent the next couple of hours attending to the horses and treating burns. Most of the burns were nearly healed, and the horses already seemed stable again, a remarkable achievement when they'd been so traumatized. She became aware then that she heard a slight noise, the door to the kitchen open and close. She caught a glimpse of the dog running up the slope and took a deep breath. The day was already starting. Juan and Julio would be up soon, in spite of their need for sleep. And in a few hours she would be going to bed and leaving Paul and Ginny in their hands. She rubbed her hand over her eyes. Rafael had no right to bring her partially into his world when she had such responsibilities. She was trapped between the two worlds now, with no clear way out of either one and no idea what to do about it. She forked hay to the horses and filled the water basins with fresh water. The shelter constructed to keep the horses out of the heat was solid and, as the sun came up, it protected her skin as well. All the while she thought of Rafael. Her body ached for him, and her mind refused to think of anything or anyone else. Colby had no chance to solve problems when all she could think of was wanting to touch Rafael, to see him, to know he was alive and well. She was disgusted with herself, but it didn't stop the tears tracking down her face or the terrible grief welling up unexpectedly and often shaking her to her very core. She worked steadily, trying to use normal chores to make her feel normal again. It was the only thing she could think to do. She was just finishing and about to go to the hay field when she heard the kitchen door again. This time Paul's steady footsteps could be heard walking across the yard toward her. Colby shook off the sudden dread. She needed a few hours alone without worrying about whether or not her brother was suddenly going to turn into a monster in front of her eyes. She didn't want to watch him every minute. She turned to greet him with a determined smile, grateful for her acute hearing. "You've been crying," he said immediately. "Feeling sorry for myself, nothing bad," she explained. "What about you? You should still be in bed. Can't you sleep? You aren't hurting, are you?" Colby pushed back her hair. Paul looked fine, but it made her nervous to know that the vampire could still use him. It was difficult to forget the memory of his young face twisted with hatred as he threw her into the herd of stampeding cattle. What did you say to a boy who'd been bitten by a vampire and tried to kill his own sister? How did you comfort him? She was out of her depth. "I'm fine, I just had too many nightmares. I don't want to sleep, even though I'm exhausted." He handed her a piece of paper. "Ginny already went out for a walk this morning. She took King with her. She said she'd water the garden and make breakfast when she gets back. It's hard to think about things as mundane as breakfast and chores. I saw King taking off and thought she'd just let him out and had gone back to bed. She likes to pick berries for breakfast, but I don't like her going off too far with all this going on." "I could go after her," Paul offered. "I don't like it either." Colby didn't want Paul out of her sight. "We'll just let her have a short walk, and if she isn't back in a half hour, we'll casually walk after her so she doesn't think anything is wrong." "What about the vampire?" he asked uneasily. "He can't be up this time of day. The early morning light is too much for him. We should all be safe." And Paul was with her, so he couldn't be used unknowingly. The sun was barely out, but her skin felt it. She rubbed her arms. There was an awkwardness between them that had never existed before. Paul patted several of the horses as they moved restlessly. I helped put this shelter up yesterday with Sean's men and Juan and Julio. There was pride in his voice. It's wonderful. She didn't mention money. Paul needed to feel good about something. How are the horses doing? They seem to be recovering fast. I like to see Juan and Julio working with them, whispering in their ears the way Dad used to do. Colby exchanged a smile with her brother. I love watching them do that. Me too, he admitted. Did they go back to the Everett Ranch to get some sleep? No, they're both in the house. I put Juan in Dad's room and Julio in the guest room. She smiled at him. I can't believe the horses are so much better already. How do they do that? I think it was Rafael, Colby said. Every time he's visited with them, they're improved. I think he uses some kind of healing technique on them. An awkward silence fell over them. Paul pressed his hand to his throat. I can still feel him, Colby. I know, Paul. I'm trying to figure out what we're dealing with here. We can't exactly go to Ben and tell him there's a vampire on the loose. He'd lock us both in a mental ward. Paul shrugged, attempting a smile. He's been wanting to do that for years. It wouldn't be anything new. Colby turned her head, movement catching her eye along the slope just above their ranch. Her eyes were already burning, and it was early morning. The sun wasn't even high, yet she could feel the light poised to stab at her. She squinted, shading her eyes. What is that, Paul? An animal dragging itself. Paul swung around, his eyes tracking the slope. Immediately he stiffened. That's King, Colby. He's hurt. He took off running, streaking across the yard toward the injured dog. 13. The dog crawled toward them, dragging its body along the ground. When King saw them approaching, he flopped into the dirt and whined, his dark eyes looking at them with trust. Paul knelt beside him and ran gentle hands through his fur. He doesn't have any wounds that I can find. A chill went down Colby's spine. She leaned closer to stare into the dog's eyes. He's drugged, Paul. There was a small silence. Paul shook his head adamantly. It wasn't me. I swear. I woke up remembering everything this morning, Colby. I don't remember the things Nicholas showed me I did when he was removing the vampire blood, but I knew I lost little parts of time. I haven't this time. I didn't drug the dog. I didn't. Colby put a hand on his shoulder. That's not even important right now, Paul. What's important is that King was with Ginny. Take King into the house and leave him on her bed and wake up both of your uncles. Tell them to saddle a couple of horses and follow us, then get out here fast. I won't wait long. Paul scooped up the dog and raced for the house. Colby pushed down fear. Ginny was probably picking berries near the pond. Ignoring her heightened senses and the alarm skittering down her spine, Colby tore at the tack, hastily bridling the mare. Without bothering with the saddle, she flung herself on its hack and rode up to the house. Paul was already waiting for her. One stood behind him, his shirt unbuttoned and concern stamped on his face. What is wrong? Where's the child? I'm going to go looking for her now. Colby reached herself down and Paul took it, swinging up behind her. The dog's been drugged and I'm really worried. Get Julio and bring a couple of rifles. I can use all the help I can get. Not wanting to wait any longer, she dug her heels into the horse's sides, whirling it around and urging it into a dead run toward the spring. As they topped the rise, Colby slowed the horse while she scanned the area. There was no sign of life. It was quiet, too quiet. Colby's heart slammed against her ribs. Fear choked her. Not Ginny. Colby would not allow any harm to come to Ginny. If anything happened to her, Colby didn't know what she would do. Fighting back a sob, she reined in, practically shoving Paul off the horse. You look for a sign. If you see anything, anyone, you shout, but stay to cover. Understand, Paul? Stay covered. If anything happens to me, go to the sheriff. Go to Ben. Don't trust anyone else. But, Colby? White-faced, he stared up at her. I couldn't have done this. I couldn't have hurt her, could I? You didn't do this, she said. You're in as much danger as Ginny. Be careful, Paul, and don't trust anyone. I wish to hell I knew what was going on. What if something awful has happened to her? I don't think. He trailed off. He couldn't face a vampire again. Not for Colby. Not for Ginny. Not for anything. Do what I say. She kicked at the mare again, riding across the meadow to the far hillside, where she began casting about for a sign. Mewa Moore, why are you so afraid? Your terror awakens me from even the deepest of sleeps. Rafael's voice was a soothing caress in her mind. She nearly went to pieces the moment he touched her mind with his. She actually felt his hand brush her face and realized she was crying. It's Ginny. The dog was drugged and she went alone for a walk. It should have been safe. The vampire is locked in the ground, isn't he? She needed the reassurance. He is in the ground, but he can use puppets. Where is Paul? He asked it carefully, knowing how she would react. It wasn't Paul. If it had been Paul, the first wouldn't be so worried. I know he'd fight against it. But I can feel that something is wrong, Rafael. I will come to you. No. Colby's gaze was riveted to the ground, looking for signs. You're badly wounded, and I can't take care of anyone else right now. Stay where you are and let me find her. I'm coming to you and the little one. His tone was implacable. Paul checked the spring first. If Ginny had come this far, she would have been thirsty. The first thing they always did when they were out walking was go to the spring for a drink. There was no print of Ginny's small boot in the wet ground, but his heart nearly stopped when he saw the clear outline of a man's boot. A good 2 sizes larger than his own foot. Paul knew neither Colby nor he had made that track. It might be from one of his uncles, but they wore a distinctive boot with a different tread, and neither had such a big foot. Alarmed, he scanned the ground for anything that would give him a clue as to which way the man had gone. A few minutes of scouting around, and he found a faint trail. Not much, a partial track, a twisted leaf, a snapped twig. Once he found a cigarette butt. Suddenly he dropped to his knees beside the imprints in the dirt, a low cry of alarm escaping. His hand reached of its own accord to touch the small boot print. It was definitely Ginny's track. He would recognize it anywhere. The larger boot had covered hers. For just a minute indecision warred in him. He wanted to yell for Colby, but feared whoever had taken Ginny would hear him and hurt her. The tracks were fresh. He began to follow the tracks, staying low, keeping to cover, careful not to disturb the dirt and send dust into the air. He hoped his uncles or Colby would come after him soon. Rafael burst from the ground. He gave a guttural cry as shafts of sunlight raked across his skin like knives. He shapeshifted immediately to protect his sensitive eyes and body from the burning sun. The wrenching of muscles and bones opened his wounds so that droplets of blood sprayed across the sky and settled on the ground. He chose the form of vapor so he wouldn't have to continue to protect his eyes. Holding form in his weakened state was precarious and left him with little energy to provide cloud cover. Nicholas had found healing soil deep in the mountains, but far from the ranch, and put Rafael to ground there, in the hopes that the rich minerals would heal him faster. It had been a perfect healing ground, but it meant traveling a distance with his body already drained of strength. Using his tremendous iron will, Rafael shed aside the clawing pain and streaked across the sky toward Colby, leaving behind a trail of red mist. Colby dismounted, dropping the reins so the mare wouldn't move far while she studied the ground with a puzzled gaze. There was something wrong, but she couldn't put her finger on it. Squatting down, she ran her hand over the dry earth as if that would give her a clue. She made herself take several deep, calming breaths. Hysteria would not help at this point. She had to believe Ginny was off playing somewhere completely oblivious to their concern. She quartered the ground carefully, frowning as she discovered a clean break in a tiny twig of a small bush. She touched it with her fingertip. Ginny's height. She would have brushed it running by. But where were the tracks? A bruised leaf a few feet away convinced her Ginny had come this way. She shook her head. This was crazy, there should have been more. Where was the trail? It was too elusive, as if Ginny had flown and only touched down lightly in obscure spots, like a small wraith. She shuddered, clamping down on her imagination and the error that threatened to consume her any moment. I am on my way. I do not see why your fear is growing when you see that she has passed that way. Rafael was calm and rock-steady. She latched on to his strength as an anchor. Tracks aren't made like this, Rafael. I see her boot tracks in the dirt and farther on, a rock kicked over. There would be more obvious signs of her passing. She tried to convey to him what she meant, showing him memories of tracking animals. Where are Juan and Julio? All of you should be armed and you should stay together. His voice hadn't changed, but she sensed his uneasiness. They're on the way. She hoped it was true. Colby. It was a cry, a plea, a small child seeking adult reassurance. She hadn't heard Paul use that voice since he was about 6 years old. She leapt to her feet and spun around to spot Paul. He staggered toward her, his face a pale, twisted mask of anguish. He dropped to one knee, burying his face in his hands. Colby's mind went mercifully blank as she covered the distance between them in a flat run, flinging herself down beside him, drawing the lean, trembling body against her protectively. Tell me, Paolo. Incredibly gentle, her voice still held a wealth of authority. She felt Rafael go still, felt him wrap his arms around her to give her strength. The tracks, hers and his. I followed them. There's a, he broke off, sobbing wildly, tears coursing down his cheeks. He buried his face again in his hands, refusing to look at her. Colby gripped his shoulders, shook him hard twice. Tell me. Fear was choking her, making it impossible to breathe. Paul, for God's sake, did you find Ginny? Paul lifted his face, staring at her with haunted eyes. Colby held her breath. Rafael held his breath. Paul. Colby touched the tears on his face. What is it? A grave. Paul shouted. I found a grave. There was a sudden silence. Shocked, Colby was completely still for a minute, the thudding of her heart slamming in her ears and a scream tearing up from her heart. I won't believe it, she said, shoving him away, stumbling to her feet. Wait for me. Rafael redoubled his efforts for speed in spite his injuries. She was nearly hysterical. He should have taken the children's blood so he could know where they were at any given time. The thought of that small child hurt, perhaps dead, struck at his heart and soul until he wanted to echo Colby's silent scream. Colby took off running in the direction Paul had come from. She saw the large boot prints where a heavy man had overtaken Ginny, the broken, bruised bushes where she'd struggled, the deeper imprint of the man's tracks as he'd carried her. The tracks twisted back into the shelter of a dead-end canyon. Off to the left, in between two large boulders, was a small mound, fresh earth piled up and more scattered around, small rocks placed carefully on top to prevent animals from digging it up. Rafael. Rafael. Oh, God, I think she's dead. Colby ran forward, screaming a denial, hurling the rocks away in a terrible fury, tearing at the earth with bare hands. Do not do this yourself. I am so close, Maywa more. Let me do it for you. She didn't stop, couldn't stop until her fingers touched something solid. She stopped breathing, stopped thinking, her mind nearly numb. She became aware of everything then, the tears on her face, the dirt on her clothes, the material in her hands. Burlap. Reluctantly, she pushed the remainder of the dirt away to uncover the sack. I can't breathe, Rafael, I can't breathe. She was going to be sick. No, you're not. She hadn't even heard Rafael arrive. He was simply there beside her, a hand on her shoulder, his breath warm and reassuring against the nape of her neck. Look closely at the bag, Colby. She could barely see through her tears. Then she was sobbing aloud, wildly, uncontrollably, gratefully, joyously. It's a 100-pound sack of oats. Not Ginny. Oats. She turned around into the haven of his arms, buried her face against his chest, and cried with sheer relief. She's alive, Rafael said. I scan the area and there is something evil here, but she is alive. I feel her presence. Not Paul, she whispered, clutching at his shirt. Not Paul, Querida, he confirmed, his hands gentle as he helped her to her feet. Colby turned to look at Paul. He was several yards away, clutching a tree for support, his face buried on his arm. It's not Ginny, she called. It isn't her, Paul. It's a hoax. Thank God, it's a hoax. Paul lifted his head, staring at her as if she was crazy, then he ran forward on trembling legs, stumbling over the uneven ground to see for himself. They clung together, laughing hysterically, their relief so great they were a little crazy for a few moments. Colby sobered first, reaching again for Rafael. It was only then that she really looked at him. His face was ravaged and raw from the deep claws of the vampire's mutated creatures. His shirt hung about him in dirty shreds, the skin of his chest angry and lacerated. Blood stained his shirt and seeped from his wounds. His eyes were red and swollen, even in the early morning light, a testimony to his loss of strength. He stood tall and straight, and so torn up her tears began all over again. "Rafael, you shouldn't have come." He was so wounded, his great strength utterly diminished, yet still he had come to her aid. She bit her lip, wanting to touch him, wanting to hold him close and soothe the worst of his pain. "You don't even have dark glasses." "And where are yours?" He took her hand, his thumb moving over her skin as if checking for burns or blisters. "I don't know, I forgot them. I still have to find Ginny. I should have known. It was right there in front of me, but I was so frightened." That's what they were counting on. "I'd be so scared I'd believe the obvious." She touched his face gently. "Rafael, you have to go back. There's Julio and Juan. I'm not alone now." She couldn't help herself. She wrapped her arms around him and leaned into him, careful of his wounds. "Thank you for wanting to be here for me." "You must go to rest, Don Rafael," Juan said, dismounting. He took in the tracks, the opened grave and sack of oats. Rafael stood very close to Colby, a purely protective gesture. "Have you found young Ginny?" Paul flung himself into Juan's arms. "I didn't do this. I know I didn't do this." Rafael quieted him with a touch. "No, Paul, you didn't do this. There is a puppet at work here, a very evil being. I will not leave until the child is found. She is somewhere in that direction." He pointed back toward the area where Colby had been looking around for sign. "Juan, you and Julio get to higher ground and use the scopes. Make it look as if you're heading of the area to check the cattle." "You think someone is watching us," Paul said. "I don't understand this." "Ginny's still missing. He must have her with him." Rafael nodded. "I do not think they are together. Ginny would fight to give his position away. I think the two of you are lured out here deliberately." Paul met the red-rimmed eyes. "You think they want to hurt Colby? Can the vampire use me to hurt either of my sisters?" "Paul," Colby objected. Rafael put a restraining hand on the small of her back. "During daylight hours the vampire cannot give you any orders. He can program you ahead of time, but cannot continue to do so during the day. Nicholas is watching over you. I will not allow anything to happen to any of you." Paul squared his shoulders. "What do you want me to do? This man has Ginny, we have to get her back." Colby shook her head firmly. "No, she went off in the other direction. Somehow he lured her over there, I'm not sure, but we'll find her over that way. He erased her tracks and did a darned good job of it too." "How?" Paul asked. Colby shrugged. All he had to do was wait for her to start for the spring and somehow get her to switch directions. Once she was out of sight, he got rid of her tracks on that side and any evidence that she'd passed that way. He left her tracks leading in this direction, covered them with his own, and smashed bushes to make it look like she struggled. "And he used the sack of oats to make his prints deeper in the dirt, so we'd think he was carrying Ginny," Paul said. She nodded. "I should have figured it out right then. It would have saved us a lot of grief." "Why, Colby?" Paul asked plaintively. "Why is the vampire doing this to us? Where did he come from, and what does he want?" Colby looked up at Rafael. "That's a good question, Paul, and I don't have the answer. It makes no sense." Rafael sighed. "The vampire has effectively destroyed the man's brain. He's rotting from the inside out. To him, what he is doing may make perfect sense, although to us it is elaborate and vile. He cannot think clearly anymore. He tries to obey his master's bidding. More than likely his master did not say to kill the child, so he is concentrating on drawing out his target." As much as she wanted Rafael there, he was swaying with weariness, and she could see blisters rising on his skin. She touched his mind, as soft and delicate a probe as she could make it. Instantly she was driven to her knees, the pain so excruciating her heart stuttered. Rafael's hands were gentle as he lifted her to him, but his eyes were stern. "Do not do that again." She blinked back tears. Tears wouldn't find Ginny, and they wouldn't stop the pain for Rafael. Paul, I need my rifle. Take the mare and go back to the house and bring me my gun and extra ammo and a canteen. You'll find Ginny? Absolutely. I'll find Ginny. Paul hesitated. But what are you going to do with the rifle? I don't know yet, Colby replied honestly, but this is going to stop. Now go. He turned away, took 2 steps, and turned back. What if you're both wrong, Colby? What if he has her? I'm not wrong, Paolo, she told him. Colby had been reading tracks most of her life. She was certain she could find her sister. You know what we are through your link to Nicholas, Rafael pointed out. I am telling you, Ginny is not with the vampire's servant, and for that we can all be grateful. I sense his presence in one direction and hers in another. Colby hopes to send me away because I am not at full strength, but I won't leave her until everyone is safe. You have my word of honor. Paul hugged Colby, needing her strength, deriving comfort and reassurance from her the way he'd done most of his life. Colby watched Paul scramble out of the canyon and begin to make his way back toward the ranch house before she turned back to Rafael. You look like you're going to fall over. I'm a good shot, Rafael. If it isn't the vampire, I can take care of it. They eat human flesh, Colby, he said, gesturing toward the direction they thought Ginny had taken. You find your sister and I will destroy the vampire's evil creation. What are you going to do? Let him think you are alone. He will come after you. I do not like using you as bait, but it is the only way when I am so weak, meu amor. I don't mind being bait to get Ginny back. Are you certain Ginny's alive? He took a deep breath, scenting the air. She's alive. Raphael's large frame shimmered. It will be easier for me to endure the light in the form of mist. I will be close, Colby. She knew he would be. Raphael was in excruciating pain, yet he had still come to her when she needed him. He is taking a terrible risk. Nicholas's voice was harsh in her mind. Soon the lethargy will overtake him, and he will be unable to move, and without cover, he will die. I won't let him. She couldn't change Raphael's mind once it was made up. She could only try to locate Ginny quickly and get them all out of the climbing sun. Colby began a slow, methodical search of the ground. She kept her eyes glued to the dirt, moving in an ever-widening circle. In a shallow depression behind the boulders, she discovered a partial print, the worn left heel, an old rusty shovel. It was one she recognized. She and Paul had discarded it months earlier after the handle had broken. It took 20 precious minutes to find where the man had lain in wait, his elbows making twin impressions in the grass on the knoll. He had watched the trail long enough to smoke 3 cigarettes. Conscious of the sun's position, she carefully examined the ground, sure that the vampire's puppet had some method of transportation. Again she used up precious time she knew Rafael didn't have unraveling the trail as she backtracked him. A few hundred yards from his vantage point she found where he had left his horse. Rafael. I've seen these tracks before. They belong to a man working for Clinton Daniels. His name is Ernie Carter. I ran into him near where I found Pete's body. His eyes were red and swollen, and he felt evil. Could he have killed Pete? The idea that this man had been anywhere near Ginny terrified her. It is likely. Colby examined the trampled grass, found where the horse had grazed and its droppings, and knew that Ernie had been there for some time. She could see a clear impression where the heavy grain sack had rested against rocks, the weight crushing the grass beneath it. She bit her lip reading the story easily, the short strides taken away from the horse, obviously burdened. Ernie had laid out the scene and had gone back to the knoll to observe his handiwork. She found the telltale tracks, his distinctive heel mark where he'd spotted her tracking him and he'd whirled around, the longer strides indicating he had run to his horse. He's somewhere close by. He definitely spotted me and could be stalking me now. For a moment her shoulder blades itched, expecting an impact any moment. He is to your north, on foot now, moving through the brush. Neither Juan nor Julio has a clear shot at him. Colby flung up her head, an unfamiliar coldness sweeping through her, an iron resolve. The vampire had not only done this to her, he had put Paul through something no one, let alone a child, should have to go through. I can't think about him, Rafael. I have to find Ginny. Please don't let anything happen to Paul. Promise me. Querida, Paul will not be harmed by this evil creature. I have him now, and I will destroy him. Paul comes now with your rifle." At once her heart stilled. Rafael was determined to go into battle. He was mortally injured. By all rights he should be dead, not running around hunting for a servant of the undead. She held out her hand for the rifle and Paul tossed it to her. He dropped the mare's reins and swung down, handing her the box of ammunition. "Have you picked up her trail yet?" he asked. Colby shook her head. "This man's a skilled tracker. He's brushed out her tracks for a good quarter-mile through the brush. I want you to work out the trail, Paul, but it will be dangerous. You'll have to pretend you're me and you'll be the bait. I'll work my way through the brush to get a beat on him. Rafael's hunting him, but he's badly injured and the sun is already up. I can feel how tired he is and how difficult moving is becoming for him." "What if she's—" Paul trailed off. Colby shook her head as she thumbed shells into the rifle. "She isn't, Paul. Rafael says he's certain she's alive. What about you?" She paused, her gaze meeting his solidly. "Can you resist anything the vampire might have programmed into you?" "I am with him." It was all Nicholas said, but it was enough to reassure her. Paul nodded. "I won't hurt Ginny. Nothing could make me hurt her." He put the canteen strap around his neck. "And Nicholas de la Cruz is in my mind. He's awake, so I guess it will be all right. Take my hat and my long-sleeved shirt. Stay in the brush so he thinks you're me." "He has to believe that, Paul. Can you do that?" Paul took the hat and shirt, frowning as he did so. "You're already burned." Colby ignored his comment. "I'm counting on you then." She took off running, her body low to the ground, using as much available ground cover as she could, working her way north. She knew Ernie was working his way toward her in the hopes of killing or capturing her. He was good, but he made mistakes, and one of them was his continual need for nicotine. She could smell the cigarette burning as he smoked it somewhere ahead of her. Without long sleeves to protect her arms, branches scratched her skin and, even with the cloud cover overhead, she could feel blisters forming. Her eyes burned, tearing continuously, and she knew Rafael was suffering even worse. She flattened her body in the midst of brush, crawling along an animal trail through the branches. "What do you think you are doing?" There was a distinct snap to Rafael's voice, as if he had bared his teeth. "I'm protecting you. Paul is playing me, and he's nearly as good a tracker as I am. This man isn't going to get close to either one of you. I forbid this." "Forbid away," she muttered aloud. He was weak, nearly the walking dead, his body so ravaged and torn, but he was too stubborn to admit it. He needed help whether he knew it or not. She crawled closer to where her quarry had settled into the rocks, waiting for her. Waiting to kill her. A chill went down her spine as she realized that was the man's single goal, to get to her. "Colby," there was a warning note in Rafael's voice, a promise of retaliation. "Just do your thing and let me do mine. This is who I am, Rafael, so if you're thinking about hooking up with me for any length of time, get used to it. This is who I am, Colby. You put yourself in danger at any time, and I will wrap you up in an impenetrable barrier where nothing can touch you. It will take a great deal of my strength when I need it elsewhere." She muttered an imprecation under her breath, calling him several names, none of which were complimentary. The man was impossible, even when he was on the verge of death. She had pushed through the bushes a little farther and saw the vampire's puppet. It was definitely the same man who had been with Tony Harris on her property near the mines. Her stomach lurched as the thought came unbidden that he had tried to feed on Pete's body, that he must have been the one to kill him. Ernie Carter looked enormously strong, but disheveled, his clothes torn and rumpled. He was drooling and one eyelid drooped over his eye. He watched Paul through a pair of binoculars, but continually wiped at his streaming eyes. Colby felt sick that she had to do the same. She was somehow related to the man. Once, he'd been just like Paul, innocent, until the vampire had taken a hold of him. "Not so innocent," Rafael denied. "His mind and memories are rotten. Stay still, he is suspicious. Paul does not move as you do, and he is noticing something is not right." Ernie suddenly cursed aloud, tossed the cigarette to one side, and lifted the rifle to his shoulder, aiming at Paul. Colby tucked her rifle into position, finger on the trigger. She was an excellent shot, but she'd never killed anyone before. With a sinking feeling, her finger began to tighten. She knew she didn't have a choice. The sun blinded her, coming out from behind the cloud and striking her in the face. It was all she could do not to cry out in pain as thousands of needles seemed to penetrate her eyes. She blinked rapidly to clear her vision, desperate to get off a shot before the stalker could hurt Paul. "Paul, get down!" She screamed the warning, knowing she was giving away her position, but uncaring. Ernie immediately turned toward the sound of her voice and fired off several shots. The bullets whined through the air, thudding into the dirt feet from her. Colby squeezed the trigger, half blinded by the sun but determined to lay down covering fire for her brother. Simultaneously, she heard the rifle fire from 2 other guns and knew Julio and Juan were doing the same. The vampire servant slipped back into the trees, crawling on his belly through the brush toward his horse. Colby caught glimpses of him, but couldn't get a clear shot. Her heart nearly stopped when Rafael stepped into her line of fire, his back to her. Fresh blood was a giant pool on the back of his shirt. No, Rafael. He was too weak. She could feel the terrible drain of energy. Nicholas. Oh, please tell me what to do. She screamed for his brother in her mind. Colby got her feet under her and ran, clutching her weapon, determined to help Rafael. She could see Juan and Julio sprinting down the slope, converging from 2 directions, trying to get to him. She hit something solid and fell backward, finding herself seated on the ground, a barrier blocking her. She could touch it, but she couldn't see it. Ernie lumbered to his feet, his red-rimmed eyes swollen nearly shut, but his head snapped around as he located his target. He brought the gun to his shoulder, although Rafael was only an arm's distance from him. Rafael caught the barrel and twisted the weapon from the man's grasp, tossing it away. The vampire's puppet screamed, a ghastly sound of rage and hatred, and rushed Rafael like a linebacker. He managed to wrap his arms around Rafael, sinking his teeth into the hunter's chest and his fists into the wound in his back. He tore a chunk of flesh from over Rafael's heart and spit it out. Colby tried the rifle, shooting at the barrier, hoping to shatter it, but it remained in place. She could only watch in horror as the mutated human tore at Rafael a second time. Rafael didn't flinch away, but rather caught the man's head in his hands and wrenched hard. The sound of Ernie's neck snapping was loud in the early morning air. Colby drew air into her lungs in relief, but to her horror, Ernie didn't fall. Rafael shoved him backward. The zombie-like creature lurched forward, his head twisted at a peculiar angle. He roared, spewing spittle as he attacked. Colby's heart pounded in her chest. Her fists gripped the rifle so hard her hands went numb. She'd never felt so helpless in her life. Surprisingly, the vampire servant was fast, but Rafael sidestepped, slamming his fist deep into the man's chest. He stood there, eye to eye with the puppet, his hand buried deep, then he withdrew it. The sound was loud in the still morning air, a sucking sound that made Colby sick. Rafael stood there with Ernie's heart in his hand, blood running down his arm. The body swayed and folded in on itself in slow motion. Colby turned her head away from the sight, her heart slamming in her chest. She didn't belong in a world where men tore the hearts out of chests and bit each other in the neck and turned human beings into cannibals and puppets. She felt faint and dizzy, pressing her hand to her forehead, wiping the beads of sweat away. "I am sorry you had to witness such a destruction of life, Maywa Moore." Raphael's voice brushed along her nerve endings, a sensuous touch of velvet over her skin, in her mind, seducing her senses. She shook her head, wanting to think clearly. Needing to think clearly. Part of her felt she might be going insane. A flash of lightning drew her attention. Raphael drew from the sky the same orange-red ball of energy that Nicholas had manipulated, incinerating the man who had once been a human being. He tossed the heart to the ground and did the same to it, also bathing his hands and arms in the energy. He took a step toward Colby and staggered. Gasping, she slammed at the barrier with the rifle butt. "Get it down now." Her third swing met with no resistance and she ran to him. "Damn you. Don't you ever do that again. Don't you ever take away my choices like that. I could shoot you myself." Juan and Julio were nearly to them. Find Ginny, she yelled and caught at Rafael. You take my blood right now. This second. He shook his head. It is too dangerous, meu amor. I need too much. Hunger claws at me. I could hurt you. I will not take the chance. Colby was so angry adrenaline surged through her bloodstream. She yanked the knife from her belt and slashed her wrist. Damn you, don't say no to me, it hurt like hell, and turned her stomach over so she had to fight against the waves of nausea. She thrust her arm to his mouth. Take the blood before I pass out or get so mad I stab you and finish the job. The smell of blood hit him hard, and before he could stop himself, Rafael grasped her wrist and latched on. The adrenaline-laced blood hit him like a fireball, rushing through his system, giving him a false high instantly. He gulped at the liquid, his cells crying out for sustenance. The red haze spread through his mind and the beast rose up, roaring for more. His ravaged body demanded the means of regeneration and the blood poured into him, hot and sweet and addicting. She felt the drain, actually felt the blood rushing from her body into his. Her wrist burned and throbbed, and she could feel the puncture of his teeth. She couldn't prevent the involuntary tug as she tried to get her hand back. His grip tightened painfully, fingers digging into her skin with bruising force. Colby closed her eyes and tried not to look or feel anything at all. Stop him. Nicholas's voice was so distant and faint Colby could barely catch it. Force him to stop before it is too late. Rafael. She yanked at her wrist hard, trying to break loose from his grip. Let go of me. You're hurting me. Her legs went out from under her, and she sank down. Don Rafael. Juan Chavez shoved the barrel of his rifle beneath Rafael's jaw. Let her go, or I will shoot. There was a moment of silence. Colby's heart pounded. Inside, she could hear herself screaming a denial. She'd rather be dead herself than lose him, but fear lived in her as Rafael stoked his tongue across her wrist and lifted his head to look at Juan. There was death in the black eyes and little else. Colby's arm fell free of his grip. Before she could think, she leapt to her feet and shoved the rifle away from Rafael. No, Juan. He doesn't know what he's doing. She tried to touch Rafael's mind, but she could only hear a strange roaring and, very distantly, a wrenching cry of sorrow. Rafael's fingers wrapped around her throat. Time stopped. Her heart beat too fast and the air rushed from her lungs. Without warning, Rafael collapsed, going down hard and taking her with him. He was gone from her mind. Colby frantically took his pulse. Is he dead? Juan, there's no pulse. He can't be dead. She tried to roll him over to give him CPR. Juan stayed her with a hand on her shoulder. It is the sun. He is too weak and he must be protected, put in the ground. We have to attend his wounds as best we can and cover him with earth. When Don Nicholas rises this evening, he will take him somewhere safe. She lifted Rafael's head and to her shock, his black eyes stared at her, filled with intelligence and remorse. He seemed paralyzed, unable to move. His heart and lungs appeared not to be working, but he was alert. Should I pack his wounds like I did last night? She didn't want to look into Rafael's eyes, and she didn't want to touch his mind. While Juan dug a place in the cool earth near the pond, she packed the wounds with soil and her own saliva. He never spoke, and she felt numb. His wounds were terrible. It didn't seem possible for anyone to recover from such a thing. She hated helping Juan roll him into the shallow grave and had to look away when his body was covered. Colby staggered to her feet and began to run through the brush, uncaring that the jagged branches and prickly thorns tore at her skin and clothes. She needed to find Paul and Ginny. She needed to be with someone sane, someone normal. Her mind couldn't accept what Rafael could do. He should be dead, yet he had ripped out a heart with his bare hands. He had nearly killed her and might have killed Juan. Instead of taking him to a doctor, she had packed the gaping holes with dirt and saliva and buried him on her ranch. Paul and Ginny sat in the small grove of pine trees, Julio standing guard. Both looked tired and dirty and so familiar she burst into tears. Rafael couldn't comfort her, locked beneath the earth, his body already leaden and his heart ceasing to beat. He could hear her crying, knew he had nearly killed her, and that she knew it as well. Juan had obeyed him, putting her protection above all else, and for that he would always be grateful. He was so close, the monster growing in him when the ritual words should have made him safe. Had he waited too long? He wanted to reach out to her, hold her, kiss the tears from her face, and reassure her he would never harm her, but he no longer knew if that was true. Lying beneath the earth, he found his anguish over Colby hurt far worse than any of his physical wounds. Above ground, Colby clung to Paul and Ginny, desperate to get them away from a world she didn't understand. Ginny began to tell her all about her frightening experience, following the sound of a hurt animal and being trapped in a deadfall. The sound of her voice did nothing to help the terrible dread that invaded Colby's heart. 14. "We've got work to do," Paul shouted, hitting the flat of his hand on Colby's bedroom door. "Are you going to lie in bed forever? Half the day is gone." Julio drove Ginny to visit the Everetts, and Juan's already bringing in the hay. "Let's go." Colby threw back the covers, her hands shading her eyes. With each passing day, her sensitivity to the sunlight seemed to get worse. She showered quickly in cool water, trying to make the terrible heaviness that invaded her body disappear. 3 nights had gone by since Rafael had been left to heal in the ground, 3 days and nights of sheer hell. She tried to sleep during the day, from 10 in the morning until about 4 in the afternoon. It should have been a relief, but she was plagued with endless nightmares. She had even visited the area where she and Juan had buried him, but he was gone, taken somewhere else by his brother to heal. Colby had dream after dream of Nicholas drawing the vampire's blood from Paul's body. It was a ghoulish nightmare that left her shaky and frightened. The moment she closed her eyes, she could see blood pressing through Paul's pores, and some sort of parasite in his bloodstream, wiggling like worms over his body. When she wasn't dreaming of Paul, she dreamed of Ginny lying in a shallow grave, her eyes wide open and accusing. Sometimes she had dreams of Rafael smiling at her as he ripped her throat open with his teeth. Most of the daylight hours she lay in her bed, waiting for the lethargy to pass, trying not to think of Rafael and how terribly hurt he was. She prayed for undisturbed sleep, her mind always racing to find a way to keep her sister and brother safe. She often woke up crying, her heart a painful ache in her chest, her mind numb with grief. She was sick to death of grieving and being afraid. And she hated the way everyone watched her, as if she might do herself harm at any moment. "Come on, Colby, you've got to wake up. You told me to get you up no matter what, so haul it out here." The kitchen door banged hard and Colby winced. With Ginny visiting at the Everett Ranch with her new friend, Paul's dishes from breakfast and lunch were in the sink. Just the sight of the partially eaten food as she made her way slowly through the kitchen made her nauseous. Her body hated to work this time of day, no matter how much she willed it to be normal. Colby could barely cope with the separation from Rafael. Half the time she felt as if she were going crazy. Nicholas reassured her through the long nights, and the Chavez brothers reassured her during the day. She was certain Nicholas was sharing her mind, helping her through the waking hours, and it felt like an invasion whenever she thought about it too much. She silently screamed for Rafael, thought of him, needed him, and having another person know just how obsessed she was with him was humiliating. She could barely function, she was so grief-stricken. Rafael had a lot to answer for. How the hell did he expect her to run a ranch and take care of 2 children when she was such a mess? She might need to see him, but she dreaded the moment she would have to face up to him and tell him it was over. It had to be over. She couldn't live in his world. It was far too dangerous and violent. She stumbled across the yard to the corral where Paul held the bridle of a mean-looking bay. She was so sensitive to light now, she wore sunglasses to protect her eyes even in the evening. It took courage to face the light, and she found herself wondering how Rafael had managed to stay with her when the stable had burned, and worse, when Ginny had gone missing. He must have been in agony. She was only partway into his world, and it felt as if 1,000 needles were poised to stab her eyes. She watched the horse dance nervously, its eyes red-rimmed and suspicious. Paul already had the saddle on him. Colby had always believed in going for the meanest horse first, and Paul was obviously following her philosophy to the letter. "You have him." Colby looked at the animal, at the way it was throwing its head, the way the eyes were regarding her with wicked intent. She tried a soft whisper, her mind seeking to soothe the animal, but it shook off her usual calming effect. "I've got him," Paul reassured her. Taking a deep breath, she swung into the saddle. The moment her weight eased into the leather, the animal exploded wildly, violently, head plunging, rear rising, shrieking angrily. It went stiff-legged, rising high and slamming to the ground with bone-jarring strength, whirling like a demon possessed. Without being fully set, Colby had no chance to keep her seat. She was launched like a missile, her slender body slamming into the hitching post. She crumpled and landed in the dirt face down. "Colby, look out!" Paul's hoarse cry sent her instinctively rolling toward the safety of the fence, hands up to protect her head. The ground shook under the pounding hooves as the animal reared and struck at her repeatedly. One slashing hoof struck her right thigh as she made her escape. Instantly, there was the echo of two cries in her mind. Rafael. His voice was a soothing balm and worth any price. He was alive. And Nicholas, reprimanding her yet again. Her entire leg was numb. She lay still, staring up at the dusky sky, trying to get control of her racing heart and rapid breathing. Although it was late afternoon, she could feel the last of the sun's rays burning on her skin, and her body still felt sluggish and drained. She should have waited another half-hour or so before attempting her work. God, Colby. Actual tears were in Paul's eyes as he flung himself down beside her. "You're bleeding bad. Tell me what to do." "I don't know what to do." Colby pushed herself very gingerly up on one elbow to stare at the ugly gash soaking her leg with blood. She swore softly, fighting off nausea. "I'm going to live, Paolo, but it's going to need stitches." She clamped the edges of the wound together, forced herself to press hard. "Go get a couple of towels and a tray of ice. You'll have to drive the truck into town. Call ahead and tell Doc Kennedy to wait in his office. I don't want to go to the hospital and run up another bill." She bit the words out between her teeth. Her leg had gone from numb to a burning torture. Paul ran for the house. Colby's face was so pale she looked like a ghost. He would never forget, as long as he lived, the sight of her small, slender body so fragile in the dust under the huge, maddened animal, the sickening sound of a hoof meeting flesh. He tore open the refrigerator, caught up the towels and the truck keys, made the hurried, breathless call, and was back at Colby's side in minutes. "Does it hurt much?" he asked anxiously as he watched her apply the ice to the wound. In all her injuries, Paul had never seen so much blood on his sister. It was bright red, and Colby was pressing very hard, her teeth biting deep into her lower lip. She managed a lopsided grin, pushing at the hair tumbling around her dirt-streaked face. The action left a smear of blood on her temple. "You'll need to help me, Paolo. My leg's kind of numb from the shock of the blow." She was gritting her teeth, wishing it had stayed numb, but it was better than telling him she was going to pass out from the pain and blood loss. "Bring the truck close and I'll be able to get in." Colby. Her name came out of nowhere, soft and beautiful, wrapping her up in safe arms. Tears burned in her eyes at the caress of Rafael's voice in her mind. She ached for him. Missed him so much. Just hearing his voice made her feel complete. "I'm okay. You still sound tired. Are you supposed to be waking yet?" Rafael sounded far away, and it was an obvious effort to reach her. It made Colby feel treasured that he would try. She knew his wounds weren't fully healed and that his hunger raged in him, but he reached for her anyway. She hated the melting sensation when she was so angry with him for causing her problems. She didn't want to need to hear his voice or feel his touch. And she didn't want to think of the violence he was capable of. "I cannot come to you for another hour. Show me what you have done." "I feel the pain in you. It is severe enough that you woke me from my slumber." She took a deep breath and made herself look at the horrendous gash in her thigh, lifting her hand and the towel of ice away from her skin. She heard his gasp of alarm and immediately covered the wound. "Paul is taking me to the doctor in town. No big deal. A couple of stitches. I will come to you as soon as I am able." She lay back because it took too much energy to do anything else, turning her head to observe the horse. He was trembling, pawing the powdery earth, still fighting the saddle, his body dark with sweat. As soon as the truck pulled up next to her and Paul jumped out, Colby indicated the animal. "Look at him, Paul. Something's wrong with him. He just isn't acting normal." "He's a killer," Paul snapped, glaring at the horse, totally out of character for Paul with animals. "Someone ought to put him down." "He's drugged, Paul. Look at him again. He doesn't know what's going on." "Who cares, Colby? Forget the damn horse. Let's get you to the doctor." "Not yet. Go call Dr. Wesley, tell him we're leaving and to bring some help with him. He'll need it. I want the horse taken care of." "You've got to be kidding me. I'm supposed to call the vet while you lie there bleeding all over the place." Paul protested, concern in his eyes. "Paul," there was infinite weariness in Colby's voice. Reluctantly, Paul obeyed, relating the details hurriedly to the astonished veterinarian. It seemed an eternity before Paul was able to half-lift Colby into the truck. Shaking and rattling, the old pickup truck sped toward town. Colby yelped more than once while the doctor cleaned, stitched, and bandaged the gash in her thigh. She endured lectures from her doctor and a nurse wielding a syringe and felt she could recite the dangers of tetanus by the time they were finished. The cut was deep and the wound had swollen considerably. She would be uncomfortable, but she'd had worse injuries. With Paul's support, she limped back to the truck, ruefully looking down at her dirty, blood-stained, and torn jeans. She knew her face was streaked with dirt, her hair falling in a jumbled mess down her back. She glanced at her brother. "Have you ever noticed how wonderful I always manage to look?" she asked him with a poor attempt at a smile. She nodded toward the sleek Porsche parked down the street. Paul followed her gaze, recognized the woman disappearing into a small, pricey boutique. He looked from the perfection of Louise to his sister, staring for a moment. Beneath the dirt and blood, there was something extraordinary, something he had never really seen before. "You're so much prettier than her, Colby. There's no comparison." "Really, there's not." Colby found herself smiling in spite of the ragged way she was feeling. "You're some brother, you know that? I'm going to lie here and rest while you go get my prescriptions for me, and I'll contemplate how perfectly wonderful you are." "I'll move us a little closer," he said, reaching for the keys. "You're not moving me anywhere near that shop. The pharmacy is next door to her perfect little Porsche. You could use the exercise." "The ultimate sacrifice," Paul groaned. "Cowboys aren't supposed to walk anywhere." He pocketed the little slips of paper and helped ease her into a more comfortable position. "You're looking a little green around the gills under all that dirt, Colby. Are you sure you're all right and I can leave you?" "I'm fine, Paolo," she reassured him. "Just leave the door open so I don't panic and try to climb out the window." "I'll be right back." Hastily, he started down the street. She watched him go, weariness washing over her. The worst part was that endless work was still waiting for her. With Juan and Julio helping, they were finally beginning to catch up with the work. An injury like this one would interfere with the ability to do the necessary riding and training of horses, as well as the day-to-day upkeep on the ranch. What had been wrong with the bay? Could he have been drugged the way King had been? Ernie was dead. He couldn't have done it. She didn't want to think that Paul might have done it. She tried to remember exactly how the horse had looked before she had climbed into the saddle. It was inexcusable. She hadn't noticed the animal's distress. She'd been too upset over Rafael. It always came back to that. Rafael and his hold on her. "Hello again." A soft voice pulled her out of her reverie. Colby looked up to see the woman with startling green eyes who had offered to help her when Rafael had been so possessive. She flashed a quick smile. "I always seem to be in trouble, don't I? I'm Colby Jansen. Natalia Shonsky." The woman smiled, her face lighting up. She indicated Colby's leg. "Looks painful." "Trust me, it is. I wanted to thank you for what you did the other night. Most people would have just walked on by." "You were afraid of him," Natalia said. "I could feel it." Colby pushed her hair from her eyes and gave the woman a wan smile. "I'm still afraid of him." Natalia leaned in the door to examine Colby's neck. "He's one of the hunters, isn't he? Do you have any idea how dangerous they are?" Colby's palm instantly pressed against the bite mark, holding Rafael to her. "How do you know about them?" Natalia hesitated, choosing her words carefully. "I had the bad luck to run across their counterparts on more than one occasion." Natalia watched her closely to see if Colby understood. I just had my first encounter a few nights ago. Colby shuddered. It's nice to know I'm not losing my mind. I thought maybe I was making the whole thing up. Relief flooded her, an eagerness to talk to this woman who knew what she was going through, who didn't think she needed to be locked up. How did you find out about them? Half the time I still don't believe the whole thing. What does the hunter want with you? Colby's fingers pressed deeper against Rafael's mark on her. It was always there, as fresh as the day he made it, never fading and always throbbing as if calling to her. What did he want from her? Sex? If only it was just great sex. She could handle that. She remembered the sound of his laughter moving through her mind. Low. Sensual. A temptation. Her lashes swept down. He ruled her sexually, it was true. She couldn't overcome her need for him. I'm not completely sure. She tried to be truthful. To her utter surprise, Colby found herself blinking hack tears. I'm a mess, Natalia. He's bound me to him somehow, and I can't stand being apart from him. I hate feeling this way. Natalia glanced around and kept her voice low. I wish I could help you, Colby. Here's my cell phone number. I'm leaving soon. If you want to come with me, give me a call. I can't stay in one place too long. I have a brother and a sister to protect. If there's a hunter in the area, there's a vampire close by. You can't protect them from a vampire. How did you know Rafael was a hunter? Natalia lowered her voice even further. I have a birthmark on me right over my ovary on my left side. It looks like a dragon breathing fire, and when a vampire is close, or a hunter, or even one of the human puppets, it burns. Colby inhaled sharply and touched her left side. Where did it come from? Natalia shrugged. I was born with it. It saved my life on many occasions. Colby rubbed her thigh, just below the laceration, in hopes of easing the pain. There's a vampire in the area and Rafael says he's different than others, more powerful. Natalia frowned. Can they kill him? I don't know. Rafael was injured and the vampire got away. I think Rafael heard it though. Natalia sighed. I kind of liked it here. I didn't really want to leave yet. I haven't learned to kill a vampire yet. They keep coming back. Watching Dracula movies all the time isn't all that helpful. Rafael and his brother, Nicholas, are originally from the Carpathian mountains. You might find help there, Colby suggested. Nicholas told me they have to be incinerated. It was pretty gross. He said they rip the heart from the chest and incinerate that as well. Natalia straightened up slowly. I wish I hadn't asked. She looked at Colby. Are you sure you're all right? Can you handle this? It's been hard for me, and I don't want you to feel as alone as I've been. I honestly don't know. He talks about conversion. Natalia scowled. Bringing you over? Can they do that? I know the vampires usually kill. They often keep women around for a while, enjoying their fear, but they always kill them. I've tried a couple of times to rescue them, but they're insane. They want to bite me and they try to drink blood, and I've even seen them try to eat human flesh. I don't know, Colby, it sounds dangerous. It feels dangerous. I'm having trouble with the sunlight, and without the Chavez brothers, they came from Brazil with Rafael, I wouldn't be able to keep up with the ranch work. I have to sleep during the day now. Do you want to get away from him? Natalia asked. Colby sighed, feeling close to tears. I don't think I can. I don't honestly know what I want. I'm very afraid, but I'm so obsessed with him. If I'm away from him, he's in my mind until I think I'm going insane. She looked at Natalia. I don't have a craving for any kind of food, let alone human flesh. He isn't a vampire, Natalia assured her, but these hunters are dangerous. He isn't human, Colby, and no matter how much he relates to you as a human, he is still different, with an entirely different set of rules. I'm afraid, Colby admitted in a low voice, astonished at just how afraid she really was. Rafael had deliberately seduced her. He had brought her partway into a world she knew nothing about, and he'd taken her partway out of the world she was familiar with. It was terrifying, and yet she couldn't imagine her life without him. And that in itself was what was so frightening. You can come with me, all of you, Natalia offered. It isn't much fun running alone. And we might all be safer together. And I would find you. There is nowhere to go that I cannot find you. There was a bite to Rafael's voice, a warning. Colby felt a shiver run down her spine. He can hear me. Natalia pulled away instantly, looking warily around. I have to go. I don't dare stay here. Good luck. She backed away from the truck. Colby fought down the urge to grab her hand and keep her there. Be careful, Natalia, she called, shoving the small piece of paper with Natalia's cell phone number on it into her pocket. She wanted to run away too. There was fear in Natalia's eyes and an absolute resolve to get away. Whatever the vampires wanted from her, she wasn't going to give them. Colby just wished everything would magically return to normal. She closed her eyes again and counted to 10, knowing Paul had run into one of his friends and was talking instead of rushing the pain medication back to her. So much for his concern. Don't tell me Annie Oakley fell off of her horse. Tony Harris leaned into the truck, his handsome features mocking. You're just what I needed to make my day complete, Tony, Colby told him tiredly. What happened? He moved closer to stand in the open doorway, his weight across her body as he bent to examine the thick, rather bloody bandage. He was pinning her against the seat, his arm pressed tightly and very deliberately into her waist. He whistled, glancing up at her, his dark gloating eyes revealing his enjoyment of her predicament. Maybe I should take a look at this. It seems to be bleeding. His hand was on her thigh, fingers pressing into swollen flesh. If I scream, Tony, half this town will come running. No one can see with me blocking the view, he said. Scream away. I'll just say your leg hurt and I was trying to help. As if they'd believe your word against mine. Go to hell, Tony. And get your hands off me. Colby swung at him, but her movements were hampered by the lack of space. He dodged the blow and laughed at her. You leave your rifle at home, Colby? What's wrong? Where's all that cold, haughty disdain you love to dish out? His hand was back at the bandage, hovering there while he watched her closely, enjoying her helplessness. Shut up, Tony, and get out of here. His fingers inched closer to the wound on her leg, pressing that little bit harder. This isn't funny, Tony. Colby tried to not to look at his hand. Oh, yeah, I think it's really funny. You always thought you were better than me, haven't you, Colby? So now you've got your rich man and you think that proves you're too good for someone like me, but you know what I think? I think you're nothing but his paid whore. I'm going to show you what a real man makes you feel like. Before she could elude him, Tony bent down, clamping his mouth to hers, deliberately grinding her teeth against her soft inner lip. One hand remained on her leg, right beside the swollen laceration in warning. Colby forgot everything, her weariness, the pain in her leg, the fact that she was parked on the main street of town. It was one thing to put up with Tony's sick innuendos and bullying. It was an altogether different proposition for him to physically touch her. Their feud had started in the schoolyard when Tony, 2 grades ahead of her, had been unmercifully teasing a boy in her class. She had hit him right in front of everyone. When he had retaliated, Joe Vargas, Ben, and Larry Jeffries had all instantly jumped to her defense. Over the years, Harris had threatened and harassed her, but he had never laid a finger on her. Her right elbow slammed into his solar plexus and her left hand caught the back of his curly black hair in a wicked grip, in an attempt to jerk his head away from her. To her horror, he was suddenly catapulted from the truck as if unseen hands had lifted him bodily and thrown him down. Then she was staring into Rafael's black eyes. She caught her breath at the stark menace concentrated there. Tiny red flames were glowing, fierce, and unnatural. He looked a demon, a predator, vicious, cunning, more animal than man. Nothing in her life had ever frightened her like the grim emptiness revealed in his eyes. She was looking at death, and she knew he could very easily kill Tony Harris. No, Rafael, you can't. Deliberately, she used the more intimate means of communication to call the man back into his body, his brain. She was looking at a natural predator. He was already turning away from her, back to Harris, who lay sprawled in the street. Rafael, let it go, she called aloud, struggling to slide off the seat, her heart pounding in a kind of terror. She swore softly under her breath as her leg took her weight, jarring her entire body. Tony leapt up, doubling his fists as he spat in the street. Rafael coolly and quite brutally slapped Tony Harris open-handed, a hard, powerful blow that staggered the man as he rushed forward. Rafael continued to slap him, delivering blow after powerful blow, walking the cowboy backward down the street. Each blow had Tony stumbling off balance, a jarring, humiliating punishment. Colby had witnessed 1,000 brawls, but this was completely different. It was a savage, yet cold-blooded attack, a brutal display of power that held everyone motionless, standing on the sidewalks simply gaping at the drama. Colby went hobbling after them, anger beginning to smolder as her heart accelerated at the realization that Rafael could have dropped Tony Harris with one blow. This was a public punishment. Rafael would have killed Tony, cruelly and without remorse. He preferred to kill him, but refrained because Colby would never have condoned murder. It didn't help that she was drinking him in, her body flaring to life. She could feel every cell, every fiber of her being reaching for him, needing him, craving him like a drug. She detested the control he had over her body and mind. Did it show? Natalia had looked at her with pity, and she felt scorn for herself every time she thought of the way she had been so grief-stricken, almost to the point of harming herself. She had been forced to reach out to Nicholas, someone she didn't altogether trust, in order to get through each night. "Let them go," Paul yelled, grabbing at her arm, out of breath from his headlong dash through the street. She was limping and didn't seem to notice her teeth were clamped together in pain. Colby shook off her brother. "Shut up," she snapped. Paul halted immediately. Colby's hair was red for a reason. She could go up in flames if someone pushed her too far. He regarded De La Cruz with intense satisfaction. He was about to be publicly put in his place. The crowd was certainly big enough. Colby caught at Rafael's arm, momentarily taken aback by the sheer hardness of it. It was like clutching a piece of iron. "Stop it, Rafael, right now." She attempted to place herself between the two men, but Rafael glided around her easily, keeping his body squarely in between her and Harris. It only made Colby angrier. "I don't want you handling my problems. You understand me, not ever again. This is my business." She understood power, understood, better than most people, the need to stay continually in control, but she was so angry with both men she attempted to drag Rafael away from Tony by his arm without much success. Harris took the opportunity to stumble away, clutching at his smashed face with both hands. Over the top of Colby's head, Rafael watched him go, red flames still flickering in the depths of his eyes. Damn it, Rafael. He was making Colby feel like a fly buzzing around him. She slugged him in the chest, all her pent-up anger behind her well-thrown punch. He stood towering over her, blinking down at her as if seeing her for the first time. Slowly amusement crept across his sensual features, warmed the bitter ice in his eyes. "Did you hit me, Querida?" His voice was soft, sexy, intimate there in the middle of the street, making her blood heat and body clench, and that made her angry enough to want to strike him again. "Don't be funny." She would not be charmed by him. She would not feel her body melting and pooling with hot heat. "You stay out of my business. If I don't want Tony Harris mauling me, I'll handle it myself. You've made the situation 10 times worse. The entire town knows something happened, thanks to you. In case you've forgotten, you're in the United States, not Brazil, and here we call the sheriff." He picked her up easily, casually, right there in front of everyone, cradling her against his chest, moving back up the street toward her truck with effortless long strides. "You know I would not stay away when you were injured, Colby." His voice whispered over her, velvet soft, irresistible. Magic. There was possession in his burning gaze, and something else, something wild and primitive, as if he wasn't yet finished with Tony Harris. "And I am not about to allow another man to put his hands on you." Colby reached up to touch his mouth. Her fingers trailed over the lines etched so deeply, lines of strain and weariness that had not been there before, reminding her he had awakened before Nicholas said he should. There were faint marks on his face, slowly receding, but evidence of the claws that tore at him. He had suffered terribly to provide a barrier for her. She smoothed her hand over his heart, wondering if the bite marks were still there. Something softened inside of her when she didn't want it to. "I can handle Tony Harris," she said more gently than she intended. Our laws don't allow people to just go out and kill someone because you don't like what they do. Our laws are very clear. There was no emotion in his voice, just a dead calm and a merciless slash to his mouth. Tony's a bully. Tony is going to learn a lesson he should have learned a long time ago, or he will not be around to bother women anymore. Don't, Rafael. I know you could really hurt him, even from a distance, but it isn't right. Just don't. Her temper was rising in direct proportion to the pain in her leg and the implacable set of his jaw. If you want me to say I will not touch this man, I cannot lie to you, and I refuse to make such a promise. If this man ever attempts to lay his hands on you, he will not get another chance. Ever. He said it with complete finality. How very macho. I'm really impressed. So is Louise. For God's sake, put me down, I feel like a fool. I'm quite capable of walking, to her horror tears welled up out of nowhere. Damn the man. The entire town was looking on, smirking at her, right under Louise's gloating gaze. Stop struggling, Colby, or I will command you to do so, he bit out. What did you expect me to do, Querida? I could not allow that poor excuse of a man to touch you. You are bleeding and in pain. I am your life mate, and it is my duty and my right to see to your care. I intend to do just that. She felt it then, deep inside him, the volcanic rage that had not been allowed near the surface when he faced Harris. Barely leashed, barely controlled. Her large eyes were swimming with tears, and it added to the fury burning in his gaze as it roamed over her face. I just want to go home, Rafael. Away from here, away from you. It slipped into her thoughts before she could prevent it. A muscle jerked in his jaw. I will never, ever, give you up. Not now, not ever. We should be past this. There was a lash to the quiet whip of his voice. Past this? Are you crazy? I have a few issues, you know. Like you pulling a man's heart right out of his chest. That isn't done, Rafael. He deposited her very gently on the seat of the pickup truck, ignoring Paul's black scowl. Move, kid, I'm driving. He said it softly, but there was something in his voice, a warning note that had Paul shrugging helplessly at his sister before jumping into the back of the truck. Nothing dared defy Rafael's power, and the truck started up immediately. Do you know how to drive? Colby asked. His black eyes flicked over her, and then he stared at the road, driving straight through town, narrowly missing Tony Harris as the man stood by his car. You were thinking of leaving me. And you defend that poor excuse of a man. Of course I was thinking of leaving you. She glared at him. Do you think I'm nuts? And damn Tony Harris. Do you think this is about him? It isn't about Tony, Rafael. It's about you nearly killing me. Do you think I'm going to fall into your arms and trust you not only with my life, but with Paul and Ginny's lives? There was a small silence. I can explain about that, Colby. For the first time, Rafael seemed hesitant. Her eyebrows shot up. I don't want to take a chance that Paul might hear. Let's wait until we're at the house. But you are going to explain. All I'm thinking about right now is the way my leg is hurting, she added and knocked on the window. Paul slid it aside. Hand over the pain pills. I'm taking all of them. Paul put the bottle in her hand and Rafael took it out. You do not need those. How do you know? It hurts like hell. She glared at him. You're making me crazy. You really are. You did something to tie us together, and then you got yourself nearly killed and left me to go sleep in the ground. Give me the pills. No. And you do not need to chastise me. I have done so enough for both of us. Maybe enough for you, but it will never be enough for me. She let her breath out slowly and lay back against the seat. My leg really hurts, Rafael. I am aware of it. I feel what you feel, remember? It is not good to use such medications. You are partially in my world and your body will reject such things. Like the way it's rejecting food, she asked, glaring at him. He glanced down at the bandage. The doctor sewed your leg. Very barbaric. Should he have packed it with dirt and spit in it? Maybe shoved me in a grave and left me there for a few days. Just be quiet. He knew she had a mad desire to leap out of the truck. She was confused and agitated and the pain was making her feel sick. I'm pulling over so I can relieve the pain in your leg. Colby didn't argue. If he could take it away, she'd be more than grateful. He found a small sheltered area on the winding road and pulled off so he could focus his attention completely on Colby. Rafael sent himself seeking outside his body, allowing it to fall away and leave behind a light, pure energy, traveling into her body to heal her from the inside out. He took his time to repair her leg carefully, ensuring the swelling was gone, the ragged edges would become seamless, and the injuries to the muscle and tissue inside were healed. When he pulled back into his own body, he leaned over her, touching her leg with gentle fingers. Does that feel better? Colby could only stare up into his dark eyes, drowning there like an idiot when she wanted to be strong. Her leg felt perfectly fine, but the lines in his face were etched deeper than ever. You shouldn't have done that. I had no choice. He bent to kiss the corner of her mouth, her eyelids, the tip of her nose. You scared me. Do not ever do that again. He reached for her wrist, the one she had slashed open to save his life. He brought it to his mouth, his tongue moving over the faint scar. The intimacy of it sent heat curling through her body. Rafael, you need to heal more yourself. She could feel hunger beating at him, a living, breathing monster that roared for attention. You should take care of your own needs. I am taking care of my needs. His voice was low and husky, a seduction on all of her senses. The shadow was the only warning, dark and ominous and filled with a black kind of evil as it loomed over the two of them. The door jerked open behind her, nearly spilling Colby out of the truck. She screamed in shock and horror as her brother, his face twisted into a mask of hatred, lunged at her with a knife. 15. Rafael moved too fast to be seen, placing himself between Colby and Paul. Savage growls emerged from Paul's throat, and he slashed wildly with the weapon. Rafael clamped down hard on his wrist, easily removing the knife, and at once, Paul's expression changed. He blinked rapidly, his eyes clearing, becoming aware, and he gave a startled cry of recrimination that tore at Colby's heart. Colby. He sounded like a lost child, the little boy she had loved so much, had cared for all of her life. What am I doing? What have I done? He didn't struggle in Rafael's grasp. Tears filled his eyes and tracked down his face. His entire body shuddered. Honey. Colby reached out to him, wanting to comfort him. Paul jerked backward out of her reach. It is me. The vampire did something to me when he bit me, didn't he? That's why Nicholas wanted me dead. He knew I was going to hurt you. He turned to look Rafael straight in the eye. Could I hurt Ginny? Was I the one who did something to the horse to hurt Colby? Rafael probed the boy's memories and saw him finding his sister's bra in the barn where it had been forgotten. The undergarment had triggered the hidden compulsion buried deep in Paul to kill Colby. He saw the boy prepare a syringe and shoot the horse full of drugs before saddling it and waking Colby. He pulled out of the boy's mind and let out his breath slowly. Paul, he spoke gently, this is the kind of thing vampires thrive on. It is not you. They take someone good and try to get them to perform acts that the person would never conceive of doing. You cannot remember because it is so against your nature to harm either of your sisters. He couldn't twist you into something evil. He can only use you when you are vulnerable. Paul backed away from the truck. He didn't remember jumping out of the back or tearing open the door behind his sister. He didn't even know where the knife came from. I love my sisters. I'd rather be dead than hurt either of them. Colby made a single sound of distress that tore at Rafael's heart. She tried to slide out of the truck and go after Paul, but Rafael caught her hand and held it to him, never taking his eyes from the boy. Querida, allow me to try. He is ashamed of what he's done and terrified he might succeed. Paul, we know you love your family and that you would never do anything to harm them. I did, though. I did. Paul turned as if to run, but Rafael was faster, holding him there, his arms locking around the boy. Listen to me. Colby recognized the compulsion in Rafael's voice. Now that we know what he has done and who he is, we can better stop him. He cannot have you. You belong with us. You are familia, family to us. You will be the one to bring about his downfall if he continues to try to use you. Paul burst into tears, sobbing wildly, burying his face against the Carpathian. Rafael found himself comforting a teenager, a human boy, his heart reacting right along with Colby's to Paul's unrestrained crying. I saw what the vampire did to you. He was hideous. And his teeth going into my skin. Paul shook with revulsion. I have nightmares. I have hunted the vampire a long time. I know you think he is invincible, but I have destroyed more than you can imagine over the years. I was careless, feeling too many emotions, and was not as wary as a hunter should be. The vampire took you with the intention of using you against us, but found you much stronger than he expected. You could have killed Colby in her sleep, any time during the afternoons. That was not strictly the truth. Paul could have attempted, but Nicholas had provided safeguards to her room while she slept, and the Chavez brothers had watched Paul closely. Paul had never made the attempt in spite of the vampire's compulsion. Your character proved too strong for him. All these days and nights have gone by, yet only now, when I was close to rising, did you succumb to the demands. But I hurt her. You had to obey him. Paul, look at me. Gently, Rafael held him at arm's length until the boy's shattered gaze met his. You know I am far stronger than you and far faster, yet you attacked when I was here to stop you. He did not defeat you, and yet you are a boy, a human thwarting his plans. Paul bristled a little at being called a boy, his pride surging forth. I'm 16, he said, and stepped back, wiping at his eyes. Yes, you are, and I am counting on the fact that you have been shouldering a man's responsibilities. You are definitely mature enough to understand the stakes and what we have to do. Paul glanced at Colby, a quick, nervous shift of his eyes. He straightened his shoulders. Tell me how to stop this. We have to kill the vampire in order for his hold on you to be completely gone, Paul, Rafael explained. In the meantime, I can aid you in the same way Nicholas can. Nicholas hasn't been much help so far, Colby was compelled to point out. Nicholas prevented him from outright killing. Rafael was gentle, but firm. Without his interference, Paul would be in bad shape. He is in bad shape. I'm in bad shape. My ranch is in bad shape. My life is a mess ever since all of you came here. Did that vampire follow you here? Colby trailed off, her mind racing. The accidents on her ranch had started long before the Chavez brothers had come to make their claim on Ginny and Paul. She couldn't blame them for that. Whatever it takes, Paul said. Whatever you want me to do. It may mean leaving here, Paul, Rafael said. Colby stiffened. We're not leaving, Rafael. We have no choice, Colby, he said. Until the vampire is destroyed, all of you are in danger. Paul, most of all. We need to put distance between them. Colby suddenly felt trapped. She turned her face away from Rafael and looked up at the craggy peaks of her beloved mountains. You're talking about sending Paul to Brazil, to the Chavez family, aren't you? There was absolutely no expression in her voice, but Rafael felt the surge of adrenaline, of resolve. There are 5 of us in South America to protect Paul and his sanity. Across such a distance, the vampire could not so easily direct him when he is vulnerable. He will have his uncles and cousins to look after him during the sunlight hours, and all of us when the sun is down. Paul, get in the truck, Colby said. The boy hesitated, but she was giving him her fiery gaze, so he climbed into the back, still unsure and confused and very upset. Rafael started the truck. Colby, you cannot run away from your feelings for me. Vampires are utterly evil. This is a dangerous situation. I'm well aware we're all in danger, she replied stiffly. His black eyes flicked over her, just once, but sent a shiver down her spine. She was afraid of him, afraid of his control over her. She slid the window back in place to give them a semblance of privacy. I don't know what my feelings for you are. We have sex. Great sex, but still, I don't really know you. You deliberately seduced me, Rafael. Don't deny it. You did. I'm lonely and I was easy prey. I have no intention of denying I seduced you. Why should I? But you would not have responded to me the way you did if I were not your life mate. Rafael, any woman would be seduced by you. You're very sexy and an incredible lover. It has nothing to do with being life mates. I could not be seduced by any other woman, he said quietly. You belong with me. The rest will have to come later. What rest? The part where I do everything you say. No, that needs to come now. She glanced at him to see if he was attempting a joke. She didn't feel any amusement on his part, and she had the sinking feeling he was very serious. Here's the thing, Rafael. Vampires and Carpathians aside, I believe in compatibility. I speak my mind, make my own decisions, and go my own way. I also think things all the way through. You want to make up my mind for me? Why would you think we're even remotely compatible? His black eyes slid over her a second time. Hot. Possessive. He robbed her of breath with that single seductive look. Colby had to look away, out the window, her fingers twisting together hard. He could look right through her and own her. Once he kissed her, she seemed to lose her own will. Colby pushed at her throbbing temples. She tentatively touched his mind with hers. Emotions swirled, violent and turbulent, and unlike anything she was prepared for. Rafael intended to have her at any cost. He was every bit as ruthless as she first thought, maybe more so. He would have his way and do what he thought best to protect her in spite of her fears and misgivings. Colby pulled out of his head, more afraid than ever. Rafael didn't like anyone telling him no, and he believed he had a right to her. How could she survive with him? He lived so differently, thought so differently. He was a mixture of animal instinct, Latin male, and dangerous Carpathian hunter. She was the epitome of an independent woman, yet she could no longer trust her own judgment around him. She wanted to be with him more than she wanted anything, but she was losing herself. She needed to be with him, and yet she knew he would rule her. She wasn't the type of woman to be ruled. She closed her eyes, trying to keep her mind blank, not wanting him to read her confusion. Rafael thought of 100 arguments, 100 explanations, but none of them would matter. Colby feared what he was, and she feared his hold over her. After she had witnessed his nearly losing control, she had every right to fear him. She didn't even trust his purpose with her brother and sister, and he couldn't really blame her. He and his brother had come with the sole intention of removing Armando Chavez's family to the ranch in Brazil, and that purpose remained the same. Colby had clearly read that resolve in his mind. She was trying to keep from thinking, not wanting him to read her thoughts, but she planned on calling the sheriff as soon as she was home and talking things out with him. She trusted Ben like no other. He felt the rising of something dark and deadly. The beast roared and his fangs exploded in his mouth. He kept his gaze fixed on the road, opening the gate with a wave of his hand and closing it behind them with a clang of steel and a rattle of chain as it slipped back into place. They rode in absolute silence up to the ranch house. Colby slid out of the truck and made her way up to the house, annoyed that her leg felt completely better. She couldn't ignore that Rafael could heal her, that he had nearly died to save her and Paul from the vampire, that he had come to her when he was in terrible pain, near death, to help find Ginny. But could he be manipulating her mind in some way to believe all those things had happened when they hadn't really? Was it possible everything was an illusion? Standing alone in the living room, she touched the throbbing mark on her neck with her fingertips, stroking a caress over the pinpricks. Both Rafael and Nicholas were capable of powerful mind exploitation. She'd seen them use compulsion and enthrallment on others. Their eyes, their voices, everything about them shouted power. The nape of her neck tingled. Her breasts began to ache and heat pooled in secret places. She closed her eyes briefly before turning around, knowing he was there in her living room. Rafael leaned one hip lazily against the wall, his black eyes watching her. "Where's Paul?" Was that her voice? She could barely speak, her mouth was so dry. She couldn't look at him and not want him. It had to be compulsion. She had never been a woman to be obsessed with a man. She kept her hand over the bite mark that never seemed to fade on her neck. The Chavez brothers are taking him over to the Everetts. He can visit with Ginny and calm down. Sean's good for him, a very steady man, and his uncles will watch over him. It will give him a few hours of relief. The vet left a note for you. He's taken the horse back to his clinic. I made certain the chores were done for the evening. He held out the veterinarian's note. Wary, Colby stayed where she was. It was the way he looked at her. He was so handsome, so tough and hard yet completely sensual, and his gaze was hot and possessive when it rested on her. And so hungry for her. It made her feel as if he saw only her. That only she existed for him. Her body responded to the dark intensity of his look no matter what her brain said. I still have some things to get done. I need to make a few calls and go over the bills, she said. Her voice didn't even sound like her own. She felt behind her for the wall and gripped it as tight as she could. I am not going to go away. If you were just asking for my body, Rafael, I'd give it to you. But you're trying to take all of me, and I don't want that. She spread her hands out in front of her and stared down at the small white scars from repairing too many fences and handling too much barbed wire. I am not going to go away. I have to have room. You aren't letting me think or breathe. I have to try to figure out what we've gotten into. I'm sorry it isn't what you want to hear, but I'm asking you to leave. He raised an eyebrow. Why do you persist in thinking I would ever leave you? She tried a careless shrug and just managed to pull it off. She didn't want him to go, but he couldn't stay. He devoured her, ate up her personality until she didn't recognize the woman who would do anything for him, be anything for him. Maybe because you look human and you seem to be a fairly reasonable person. If a woman asks you to leave, I would imagine you would comply. I cannot leave you and you do not really want me to go. I can smell your scent calling to me. I am like the great cats in the forest or the wolf running free. I claim what is mine and I hold it to me. Your fear is of little consequence. Does that type of line endear you to women you go out with? I only go out with you, so you will have to answer that. He suddenly straightened, a show of muscle and fluid strength. No, it doesn't endear you to me at all. I want you to leave. Because if he didn't, if he stood there looking the way he was looking, she was going to go up in flames. She was all too aware of her body's reaction to him. She had to figure out whether she believed in him or even trusted him before they went any further. He shook his head. You think to be rid of me. You have no idea of the power I possess or the lengths I would go to keep you. And you have no idea what a stalking law is, she said. But you're right, I don't have any idea of your power. How can I trust that any of this is real? You believe this is all an illusion? I don't know what to believe. You came here to get Paul and Ginny. Suddenly they're in danger and my entire world is upside down. Surprise, the big solution is to take them to Brazil with you. How very convenient is that? I'm not going to just accept it all without really thinking it through. That's who I am. Live with that. Her eyes challenged him, dared him even. She needed Ben, needed to talk to him desperately. She was out of her mind, baiting Rafael the way she was. I suggest you stop thinking of this other man. His voice was very low, almost a purr, but fear blossomed deep in her stomach and spread. Ben is my friend. If you stayed out of my head, you wouldn't know I was thinking about him, she pointed out. His eyes hadn't blinked once, they were totally focused on her. He was mesmerizing her as efficiently as a cobra mesmerized prey. She stood her ground because she had no other choice. She would not allow him to take her over. What do you think would happen to you if I disappeared? You have gone through hell without me these last few risings, yet now you are so willing to do so again. Could you have managed without my brother's aid? She winced visibly. There you go, Rafael. No, I wouldn't have managed, and that tells me something important. It isn't normal not to be able to go a few days without seeing someone. Or feeling them inside your head. That's where you are, inside my head, and I can't get you out. It isn't right. How do you know what is right? You purposely keep our relationship physical. You do not touch my mind to find out who and what I am. You do not want to know. His tone was mild, but her stomach tightened at the way he kept watching her. She suddenly realized she was completely alone in the ranch house, and he had arranged it that way. You keep it physical, Rafael. The way you look at me and touch me. You're a very physical man, and you don't take no for an answer, not when you want me. Well, at least we understand one another, he said. No, we don't, she burst out. She paced the length of the room and then swung back to confront him. You act so calm, like everything is normal, Rafael. You tried to kill me. Okay, let's just say for the moment we put aside you ripping the heart out of a man's chest and the fireball you pulled from the sky. We'll just shelve that for the moment and go right to the fact that you nearly killed me. I saw it in your eyes. You might have killed one as well. Rafael's dark gaze met hers. That is true. You told me you could never harm your life mate. If I'm that person, how is it possible? Your own words make you a liar or very much mistaken about this entire thing. He had scared her to death. Even now, just thinking about it made her go cold with fear. In order for you to understand how such a thing is possible, I have to tell you about myself and my brothers. Even when we were young, not yet 200 years, we knew we were different from most other Carpathian males. We challenged every rule, pushed every limit. We reveled in our power and strength, and when the prince gave us orders, we obeyed, but we questioned. Zacharias was our acknowledged leader, first and always before our prince. So you were the bad boys of the community. More than bad boys. We chafed at the restraints placed on our kind. Our closest friends were the Malinov brothers. They played rough the way we did, reveled in battle, in challenge, and we had long discussions on why our species should be dominant over mankind. We knew we had power, and it seemed wrong to us to allow our prince to keep our strength secret. As we grew in strength, fighting the vampires and learning our craft as warriors, we grew closer together and questioned the authority of our leadership. We even discussed overthrowing the Dobrinsky family and taking over leadership. Colby sank back into a chair, her legs rubbery. Nothing he had said so far was giving her confidence in him and their relationship. You actually plotted to overthrow your ruler? In an interesting discussion kind of way. It happened over a long period of time before any of us thought about it seriously. Eventually, the night our prince sent us away from our homeland with no chance of ever finding a life mate, at least that was what we thought then. We did discuss turning vampire and whether we would be strong enough as a unit to keep from turning on one another as vampires do. We could separate and scatter to recruit others of our kind, using one code name. That way, it would appear as if the same person was in several places at once. Colby thought of the horrific monster holding Paul in front of him, sinking his teeth deep into her brother, the mutated creatures undulating all around him. She pressed her hands to her stomach. Where does the part where I understand come in? I am trying to tell you our natures were darker, more animalistic, even more predatory than many Carpathians. It has only been the fact that my brothers and I have remained close, that we had a pact with one another and have kept to it. We did discuss these things, but in the end, it came down to one thing. Honor. We refused to live without honor. The Malinov brothers felt the same way. Our decision did not make it easier for us to conform to the rules. I have a predatory nature. You have not committed your life to mine. I need you as an anchor. I need that commitment from you so that our souls can fully merge. She jumped up. Now you're blaming me for what happened. Your predatory nature might just rear its ugly head again, and next time you'll kill me, or Paul, or my sister. A slow hiss of impatience accompanied his exhale. I have told you things I have never told any other person, and yet you do not see that in sharing this shameful part of myself, I was giving you a gift. You would never have found it buried deep inside of me. I chose to be honest. Nicholas is right, there is no other way than force with you. She moistened her dry lips with the tip of her tongue. He was seething beneath his deceptively lazy demeanor, a swirling cauldron of heat and fire. He made her burn just looking at him. His eyes smoldered one moment, were icy cold the next. Colby let her breath out slowly. What are you going to do? She hated that her voice came out a whisper. Fortunately for you, your good friend the sheriff has arrived without you calling him. You have gained another reprieve. Relief swept through her instantly. She sank back down into the chair. She had no idea the tension in her had coiled so tightly. She blinked, and he was no longer at the wall near the doorway, but crouched at her feet, looking up at her. Be very careful with this man, Colby. I am angry beyond your imagining, and I need you in more ways than you think. I would not want an innocent man to suffer because you pushed me too far. She twisted her fingers together. Perversely, a part of her was disappointed, and she was honest enough to recognize the fact. She was drowning in her body's need for him. Her mind wanted to touch his. She ached for him and wanted his arms around her. Holding herself apart from him was difficult and wearing. Don't hurt Ben, she whispered. His fingers caught her chin in a firm grip. Then do not do anything to set me off. Admit I am not human. Let yourself admit that much, and it will become easier to accept that I do not have entirely human characteristics. I was born and bred a hunter, a seeker of prey. It is what I do and what I live to do. Every instinct I have is that of a predator. Okay. Her gaze shifted away from him. You aren't helping your cause. Why do you deliberately try to scare me? I'm already afraid. Because you should be afraid. You are not facing a civilized man who understands the laws and abides by them. Our own laws, based on our predatory makeup, rule us. If I do not do what my instincts tell me I must, I endanger too many people. Weighing that against your reluctance, when I know in the end the outcome will be the same. You don't know that, she interrupted, attempting to jerk away from his tight grip. She was always astonished at his strength, yet he never seemed to hurt her, even when he was rough. His touch sent butterflies winging in her stomach. I do know it. The only way it will change will be if I am dead. His words took her breath, sent a dark dread creeping through her body. She blinked away tears, hating that just the thought of his death tore at her emotions. The knock on the kitchen door was loud but brief. Ben's voice called out to her. Colby? You home? Doc said you had a bad cut on your leg, and the vet said the horse was drugged. He was walking through the house. Rafael scowled his distaste at the easy familiarity of the other man. He reluctantly allowed Colby to pull her chin away from his hand and stood up, looking more a jungle cat than ever. I'm in the living room, Ben, Colby answered, her gaze on Rafael. She couldn't look away if she tried. He was too overpowering, filling the room with his presence, breathing all the air and taking up all the space. How bad is it this time, honey? Ben asked as he entered the room. He paused for a moment when he saw Rafael lounging against the desk with his arms crossed and his legs stretched out in front of him lazily. Immediately the tension in the room went up several degrees. Colby rubbed her hand over her face. I'm fine, Ben. Thanks for worrying about me. Paul and Ginny are at Sean Everett's ranch at the moment, and I'm just resting. Why not just say something? Have Rafael arrested for stalking her? She pressed her fingers to her throbbing temple and shook her head at her own foolishness. She didn't have the kind of strength it took to get Rafael out of her life. Maybe she could do it for her brother and sister, but not for herself. She was beginning to despise herself. Querida. His voice was soft, compelling, terribly intimate whispering in her mind. You are beginning to understand, to accept. You face so much for others without fear, and yet you cannot accept anything for yourself. When he did that, when he spoke in that voice in her mind, she turned inside out and wanted to burrow inside of him and be everything he wanted and needed. We got trouble around here, Colby. I should have listened to you when you were talking about all the accidents happening on your ranch and old Pete's disappearance. Ben removed his hat and sank into her one good rocker. I've had 3 people disappear from town and another 2 from a couple of ranches. Colby glanced at Rafael. The news obviously didn't surprise him. Vampires have to feed, and when they feed, they kill their prey. A chill went down her spine. He was so calm about it, so accepting and matter-of-fact. So removed. As if his feelings weren't involved. I have not had emotions for centuries. I do not feel when I hunt the vampire. I would not be able to kill that which was my friend over and over. Was there evidence of foul play? Colby asked, watching Rafael. Did he even feel for the victims? For their families? She couldn't see evidence of it. What did you feel when you tore out that poor unfortunate man's heart? Because it could have been Paul's heart. He could have been hunting her brother. The vampire had bitten him, tried to use him in the same way as a puppet. I felt nothing at all. He would not lie to her. She insisted on scaring herself and making her life so much more difficult than it needed to be. Would you have been so dispassionate had it been Paul? It was not Paul. Colby, are you listening to a word I'm saying? Ben demanded. I'm sorry, yes, it's just so awful. We've never had murders and disappearances here before. I talked to Tony Harris. Ben's hard-edged gaze fell on Rafael. Colby had to admit Rafael didn't look impressed or in the least bit remorseful. I have no idea what got into Tony. He was far worse than usual. Luckily for Mr. de la Cruz, he admitted he had assaulted you, Ben said. I felt like giving him a good beating myself. Tony admitted it? Colby was shocked. She glanced suspiciously at Rafael. Had he planted a compulsion in the man to tell the truth? Rafael's dark features remained expressionless. Ben nodded. I had a long talk with him about all the things going on here. I've been suspicious that his boss wanted your ranch and that he was the cause of some of your accidents here. I thought of that, Ben, Colby said, but as much of a bully as Tony is, he's rancher. He's one of us. I couldn't see him doing that to the kids and me. I've known him my entire life. And you've always looked down on him. Colby spread her fingers out in front of her. Maybe that's true. He's always been such a bully. I hate the way he talks to me. He's had a crush on you for years, Colby, Ben said. She glanced at Rafael. She couldn't help herself, although she didn't want to look at him. She could feel his gaze, hot and possessive, on her body. Stop looking at me like that. The plea burst out of her before she could stop it. He made her want him without touching her. Standing across the room, looking cool and nearly bored, he could look at her and reduce her to raging hormones. I hate it. I hate what you do to me. I don't believe that, Ben. He was always nasty to me. Nasty and sarcastic. He always calls me the Ice Princess. Everyone knows he's had a thing for you, Colby. And he is nasty and sarcastic. I'm not saying Tony Harris is a great guy. He's meaner than a snake, but he seems to think you should be with him, and he's damned angry that you're not. It was fine when he didn't feel he had a rival, but everyone knows you're carrying on with De La Cruz. Ben jerked his thumb toward Rafael, and Tony's nose is out of joint. That doesn't give him the right to put his hands on me. No, it doesn't, and I would have arrested him if you'd made a complaint. And if I'd seen what he did to you, I would have done what De La Cruz did. He looked at Rafael. You've made an enemy for life. Tony doesn't hold too much with the law. Rafael shrugged, uncaring. Did he have anything to do with the accidents happening on Colby's ranch? I think so, Ben said. He skirted the issue, but he didn't altogether deny it either. I think his worm of a boss tried to get her place cheap and Tony went along with it. Twice, in the course of the conversation, he said maybe Colby wouldn't be so high and mighty when she realized she needed a man to help her. I think in his twisted way, Tony thought he could force Colby to ask him for help. As if. Colby all but snorted. I'd never ask that rat for help. You should have seen him when he thought I was alone out by the mines. He and that she trailed off, biting down hard on her lip. She didn't want to talk about Ernie Carter or think about Rafael standing, covered in wounds, his fist buried in the man's chest. She closed her eyes, feeling sick. Ben shrugged. Tony has delusions, Colby, but I think he had opportunity and, in his own twisted way, motive. She sat up straight. You don't suspect him of killing Pete, do you? Tony was many things, but he wasn't a murderer. She didn't want to try to tell Ben there were vampires and puppets in his county. He would lock her up in a padded cell, but she couldn't have Tony arrested for murder. Tony isn't smart enough to commit murder and get away with it. He drinks too much and he talks when he's drinking. No one would help him cover up a murder. Colby let her breath out slowly. If it's that worm Clinton Daniels causing all the accidents to my ranch, how are we going to catch him? He'd send Tony or one of his other men. He'd never dirty his own hands. Whatever you're thinking about doing, Colby, Ben warned, don't. Well, someone has to stop him. I'm not going to be happy putting Tony in jail if Daniels put him up to it. Rafael, always a shadow in her mind, touched on her plans, irritated that Ben could read her so easily. He caught her thoughts, meeting Daniels casually for a drink, flirting with him, trying to get information on tape from him. Could she kiss him? She wasn't certain she could go that far. I do not think so. I would have to kill him. Rafael was matter-of-fact about it. And then you would have to deal with my wrath. Spare me the male drama. This is serious. Clinton Daniels is a snake. I've struggled for months trying to hold things together. You stay away from Daniels, Colby, Ben said. I'm not putting up with your shenanigans in the middle of dead bodies and disappearances. Colby grinned at him. Ben had used his sternest voice on her. Ben, darling, no one says shenanigans anymore. She felt the darkness then, heard the roar of a beast. Rafael turned his face away from her, staring out the window, his back to them, but she knew fangs exploded in his mouth. He was fighting a dark instinct that seemed to be riding him hard. What? She pushed a hand through her hair, irritated all over again. You call this man by an endearment when you will not even contemplate the possibility of caring for me. How do you expect your lifemate to react? It was almost a snarl. Her heart thudded hard against her chest. Ben? You're jealous of Ben? Are you nuts? Ben thinks I'm loony. He loves me like a sister or something. And I love him back the same way. Do not speak to me about loving another man when you refuse to love me. Rafael, Ben does not try to take over my mind and rule me like I'm some brainless sex toy. Maybe you should try to learn a little something from him. Ben does not try because you do not belong to him. Oh, for God's sake. Exasperated, Colby jumped up. Men are idiots. I can't take this. I really can't. Then, go away and take Rafael with you. Ben looked completely confused. You never make any sense, Colby. I make perfect sense, Ben. Men don't make sense. I need rest. I'm upset and I'm cranky, and frankly, if you don't get out of my house, I'm setting the dog on the both of you. She glared at Rafael, her hands on her hips. He straightened slowly. It was a lazy movement, but cat-like and sensual. Or predatory and sensual. Colby couldn't decide which. Whatever it was, she could hardly breathe with him staring at her. Devouring her. Stripping off her clothes and claiming her with his black, hungry eyes. He took one step toward her and stopped abruptly, the smoldering intensity riding from his gaze, replaced by ice-cold calculation. She instantly felt the darkness creeping through the sky, invading her lands. What is it? But she already knew. It was out there, maybe watching, maybe after Paul again. The vampire had risen. He knows I am not yet at full strength and he wishes to test me in battle. The vampire will always take the advantage. Then don't go. Stay here with me. Colby crossed the small distance between them, catching his arm. Wait until you're stronger. It was perverse and totally an about-face, her motions swinging wildly out of control at the thought of Rafael in danger. She couldn't stop herself from clinging to him even though she'd wanted him gone only moments before. Ben threw his hands into the air in exasperation. 2 minutes ago you were throwing us out and setting the dog on us, now you want us to stay. Colby, get a handle on your emotions. Rafael bent his head toward Colby. He framed her face with his hands. You know I have to go, Maywa more. Paul is in too much danger to let this pass. Then call Nicholas. He pressed his forehead against hers, blocking out Ben, the vampire, everyone, until there was only them. Colby and Rafael. You know I cannot. He is too weary, too far gone. He fights the darkness every moment. He'll fight it more if anything happens to you, she whispered. Rafael, don't go alone. That's what he wants. Do you know something about these disappearances, De La Cruz? Ben demanded. If you're meeting someone dangerous, I'll go with you. Rafael didn't turn his head, but kept his gaze fixed on Colby's. I thank you for your concern, but I must handle this problem alone. Perhaps you could drive to the Everett Ranch and take Colby with you. Tell Juan and Julio to watch the boy. He kissed her. Took possession of her mouth the way he did, with no coaxing, no light foreplay, instead claiming her, branding her, his mouth hot and hungry and demanding a response. Colby wrapped her arms around his neck, her body melting into his, completely oblivious to Ben's presence. Rafael put her from him and turned and walked out. Colby went to the window to watch him go. He simply dissolved, was no longer there, but she caught sight of a harpy eagle winging across the sky. I hope to hell you know what you're doing, Colby, Ben snapped. I hope so too, she said absently. Come on, I'll take you to the Everett Ranch. I can't go, Ben, but will you make certain Paul and Ginny are safe? Are you sure? He shoved his hat on his head. Very. She didn't turn her head, just watched out the window until the giant bird had disappeared behind the foliage of the trees. Her heart sank. I have too much to do. Be careful, Colby, and take care of that leg. She'd all but forgotten about her leg. Rafael had healed the cut. Long after Ben had driven away, Colby continued to stare out the window into the night, blinking back tears. She finally put her hand into her pocket and pulled out the crumpled piece of paper with Natalia's cell phone number. 16. Rafael. Come out and play with me. Harsh laughter echoed across the valley and rang in the mountains. Clouds spun dark webs in the sky overhead as the harpy eagle winged away from the ranch toward the higher reaches. Always a pleasure, Kurja, Rafael answered. He pitched his voice low, a soft melody of purity he knew would grate on the ears of a vampire. I miss the old days when I had a challenge occasionally. Most vampires are so easy to defeat for one with my skills. Deliberately, he taunted Kurja, playing on their old friendship, the days of boyhood dares and one-upmanship. You will not find me so easy. There was arrogance in the tone. Rafael caught a faint scent and switched directions, using a slow, steady circle. I would hope not. You were a great fighter, Kurja, always one of the best. There would be no joy in an effortless victory. Rafael flattered him, knowing vampires were very vain. Kurja had always been especially competitive. Join us. Your brother Zacharias was wrong to say we should live with so-called honor. He was brainwashed by a ridiculous code. The prince sent us away because he feared our power. Why do you think he kept Lucian and Gabriel? He knew he would never defeat our combined strength. He cowered behind their protection, knowing already, even then, we were stronger. Join us, Rafael. You can have any woman you choose. You do not have to hide from our prey, but you can use them the way they should be used, as servants to do our bidding. And you would welcome me after all this time? After I have hunted and destroyed so many of your pawns? Kurja was much closer now, somewhere just ahead, in the thick grove of trees. His presence was a foul stench in the crisp air. Rafael could see where the grass had shriveled, retreating from the presence of evil. Kurja had always favored surprise simultaneous attacks from both above and below. He couldn't stage his preferred ambush in the thicker groves. The trees would hinder his efforts, yet perversely, the groves were exactly the place Kurja's presence seemed the strongest. Rafael didn't trust the evidence Kurja left for him to find. From his position in the sky, Rafael studied the ground below him with a keen eye. The groves of pine trees formed a large, loose ring around a small cleared area. Kurja's scent was strong in the trees. Rafael knew he would expect the hunter to approach through the clearing in the form of an animal or reptile. It was unlike Kurja to give away his presence as he was apparently doing in the trees, and Rafael mentally shook his head at his old friend. He must have fought unwary hunters, those without much skills in such things, to believe Rafael would fall for such a trick. Rafael would not go out in the open in any form where he would be vulnerable to the style of attack Kurja favored. Still in the form of the harpy eagle, Rafael made a wide circle around the area and in mid-flight shifted into a much smaller bird, one native to the mountains. He landed in the tree with the thickest foliage and the most interwoven branches. Hidden among the branches and other resting birds, he listened to the whisper of the leaves and the quake of fear running through the tree trunks. Insects, frogs, and other small creatures rustled in the twigs on the ground as they tried to creep away from the clearing. He watched several lizards transverse the wide open space, skittering in stops and starts through the grass, freezing often and testing the air and feel of the earth before they rushed forward, only to stop again. Rafael took in the signs of distress. The lizards felt the threat, but couldn't identify it. Safe within the flock of birds, he waited. I await you, Rafael. Have you decided you cannot dispose of me without your big brother to protect you? There was a sneer, a challenge in Kurja's tone. Rafael sent his voice to the south, careful not to give away his presence in the grove. There is no honor in defeating the vampire. It is merely a job, Kurja. Well, you know the truth of that. Whether it takes 1 hunter or 10 makes no difference. We mete out justice according to the law. Above the clearing, where the clouds spun dark threads, the sharp eyes of the bird picked up a glinting flame at the edge of the turbulent mass. Kurja was up to his old tricks and the battlefield was already prepared. I tire of waiting for you, Rafael. Rafael duplicated the grove of trees, a difficult and extreme feat that only the oldest and most powerful Carpathians could execute. Trees sprang up in the clearing, long spear-like roots stabbing deep into the ground, winding to form a barricade beneath the earth, while the branches spread out, lifting arms to the sky, forming a nearly impenetrable barrier. Shrieks of pain and anger rose from the ground as Kurja's serpents burst through the surface, an ugly mass of scales and teeth, writhing and coiling as they tried to escape the relentless roots. They thumped against the ground, striking repeatedly at empty air, sinking their razor-sharp teeth into each other in a mindless need to kill anything close. Insects swarmed up from the ground, millions of them, large scorpions and a river of ants, a poisonous army determined to kill everything in its path. Rafael countered the move with nature, setting the sap running from the trees and spreading into a lake of liquid amber, trapping the lethal little bugs and containing them within the battle zone before they could spread out and cause harm. That was not nice, Rafael. How unkind to all those living creatures. Have your memories of me faded so much that you make them up? I was never nice, Kurja, nor have I ever learned how to be. Join us. The voice whispered the temptation. Fulfill your destiny. You were always greater than Prince Vlad, and now his sniveling son, Mikhail, has taken his place. He has no one who can adequately protect him. Grigory is too young and not experienced with ancients. He hones his skills on the young, never realizing we exist. He is complacent in his battle skills, thinking he knows all, yet he has only managed to defeat lesser vampires. Those he thought were true masters are our puppets to be used for fodder to gain our goal. You and I both know Grigory is nowhere near our skill and could never defeat us. Join us, Rafael. Accept your true destiny. The vampire attacked from the sky, raining fire on the clone trees, slamming bolt after bolt of lightning into the large tree trunks so that they burst into flames and blackened under the heavy assault. The trunks split apart, some falling under the blasts from the sky. Rafael nodded the bird's head toward the spinning clouds, releasing the rain to put out the fire. The droplets fell, dark and ugly with acid, hissing as they burned through the trees and foliage on the ground, withering every plant in their path and burrowing deep into the earth, infecting the very soil with poison. Very nice. Rafael kept his admiring tone coming from the south, wanting Kurja to believe he was orchestrating the battle from a distance. I thought you would like that. Kurja gave the impression of taking a bow. Rafael stared up at the sky from the refuge of the bird's body within the grove of real trees. The rain ceased abruptly as a wind came from the south, ferocious as it hurtled with hurricane force through the acid clouds, scattering them across the sky, bringing with it a churning storm. Lightning forked in the clouds and crystal-clear rain fell once again, pouring down onto the fires and leaving a crisp, fresh scent behind. Lucian and Gabriel have risen. They will battle for their prince. Falcon is alive, as is Trajan. They will fight. They have gone soft. They have women to protect. Hunters lose their edge when they worry over the loss of a lifemate. We hunt and worry about no one, so we have the advantage. Join us, Rafael. Our ranks grow strong while the hunters allow their numbers to dwindle and their skills to weaken. Most are artisans, forced into service by the prince, not true hunters. I have destroyed thousands of them. Call to your brother and join us. We will not be defeated. The rain turned from water to ice, a storm of spearing icicles dropping from the sky, piercing the trees from every direction, driving through bark to the very heart of the trees with the intention of killing them. Slivers drove through the bushes and foliage, seeking targets, hoping to find Rafael should he be hidden there. Inside the body of the bird, a safe distance away from the ice storm, Rafael smiled. Kurja was in rare form, on the run, but fighting back, turning each weapon to his advantage as he tried to score against Rafael. Seems like old times. I live to hear the shriek of the trees when the ice pierces their hearts. You always enjoyed feeling the power of holding life or death over living things, Kurja. As did you, Rafael. Do not fool yourself. Your nature demands domination over others. You know you are a powerful being, and forcing yourself to submit to lesser beings chafes at you every moment of your existence. Join us. They cannot hold against our growing ranks. Rafael knew there was an underground labyrinth here. He had spent time in the caverns and beneath the surface in the rich soil. He had listened to the whispered songs of the earth, so he knew there was an abundance of water flowing from various sources. He called them together, a whisper of command. Certain Kurja directed the battle from beneath the surface, where most of his traps might protect him. First the trickle began. As tuned as he was to the earth, he could feel the slightest vibration as the underground river began to form, water pouring in from all directions until it was a powerful, moving force. He directed the current so water pounded through the ground to the area he was certain Kurja occupied. In the churning waves he sent jagged roots pistoning, deadly spears hidden in the depths of the frothy waves. The water would saturate the soil, diluting the poisons Kurja had injected, allowing plant life to grow once again after the vampire was gone. The underground river swelled to a monstrous rapid, roaring through the ground, sweeping aside everything in its path. A scream of rage and pain shook the ground and several trees exploded, raining sharpened stakes throughout the cloned grove of trees. Blood bubbled up through the dirt, pooling into a smoking, noxious puddle, a sure sign the vampire was injured. From his vantage point in the tree just to the east of the cloned trees, Rafael waited for Kerja to surface. There was no way he could withstand the power of the water rushing underground or the sharp roots shooting through the river with deadly intent. He would have to emerge. Water burst through the earth, geysers spewing high into the air, boiling hot as if fed by a simmering volcano. Great globs of mud spat from the holes, still bubbling with heat as they flew through the air in all directions. In the midst of the steam, a darker column rose, shooting toward the clouds. The edges of the shadowed vapor trail gleamed a deep red. At once Rafael attacked, slamming a barrier across the sky so that the vapor hit it hard and clung to the transparent surface, much like droplets of condensation. He sent heat pulsing through the barrier, drying the condensation, forcing the vampire into another form. Immediately the sky blackened, with a huge swarm of killer bees that began attacking every living creature, whether insect or mammal, massing over the bodies in clumps and flying at the trees and shrubbery in a frenzy of hate and rage. Rafael sent a voracious backlash, sucking all the oxygen from the air over the grove of cloned trees. The bees fell to the ground, inches deep, covering the soil, a carpet of bodies, dead and dying. From the ground rose a transparent dark shadow. It streaked to the nearest tree, sliding inside the blackened trunk. At once the remaining leaves withered and shriveled into brownish-black curls. The branches gnarled and knotted, great tumors bursting through bark, the wood splitting in places as the evil swelled. Rafael slammed a lightning bolt from sky to tree, going for a direct hit and quick incineration, but even as the tree split in two, the shadow within leapt to a neighboring tree. Kerja, this is so unlike you. I am on your heels. Do you feel my breath on your neck? Does it itch between your shoulder blades? As he spoke, Rafael slammed another bolt, a jagged whip that blew the tree into pieces. Once again the shadow slipped into the next tree. Why do you run? I thought you wanted to play old friend. Hot lava poured through the vents the geysers had opened, spewing up from beneath the earth, ejecting ash and fire high into the air. Molten rock exploded and slammed to earth as fiery meteors. Trees burst into flames, and beneath the earth the river turned to a stream of lava. I can play. Gnashing teeth accompanied the words. You will not like how I play this game, Rafael. You should have taken the chance I gave you to join our ranks. You will die a horrible death, but before you do, I will destroy everything and everyone you care about. That is my promise to you. Rafael kept his sharp gaze fixed on the trees as the vampire's shadow raced from one trunk to another in an attempt to make it out of the cloned forest to safe ground. Wounded, he fled, staying to cover so Rafael had no chance of getting a clear space to deliver a mortal blow. Kerja couldn't hide in the trees. The twisted, gnarled branches gave him away each time, bursting open to reveal the venom so that it oozed like sap through the splits. To combat the fires and hot destructive lava streams, Rafael called on the clouds to darken, and at once snow poured from the sky. Great volumes, a swirling blizzard that only added to the steam obscuring his vision. He cooled the lava rapidly, taking to the air, wary of traps, but knowing Kerja had no choice but to run. He shapeshifted, using the sharper eyes of the harpy eagle as he circled above the cloned forest, now horned and damaged. The snow and rising steam made a nearly impenetrable veil, but he caught sight of a dark shadow at the very edge of the grove emerging from a twisted tree. Droplets of blood stained the snow as the vampire disappeared into what could only be a lava tube, a tunnel formed by the stream, leading deep into the caverns. Gases normally flowed through such tubes once the lava began to cool, but obviously Kerja still had enough power and energy left to blow a forceful wind in front of him and clear his path. Cursing softly, Rafael followed. It was dangerous to follow a wounded vampire, especially such a master at battle as Kerja. Rafael pressed him hard, unwilling to give him the time to throw up a defense. He was not going to risk losing Colby, and he knew Kerja, knew he would never forget that bitter promise of retaliation. Kerja would one day, even if it took 1,000 years, find a way to revenge this battle. Even as a boy, he had always evened the score against perceived slights. Rafael had wounded him, and that would never be forgiven. "You betrayed our friendship." Kerja spat the words, a venomous poison in his voice. He was moving fast. Rafael caught the impression of the sloping tube, the blackened ropey surface as the vampire rushed toward the safety of the mountain interior. "Just as you betrayed it so many years ago by allowing that fool Vlad to send you to your doom. He isolated us on purpose. You know he did. He literally sent us into exile while his chosen ones took the women and lived the life meant for us." Rafael remained silent as he flew into the tunnel, shifting into the smaller form of a bat. Whatever trap Kerja managed on the run would be flimsy, and in the smaller body Rafael would have a greater chance to avoid an ambush. The lava flow had twisted and turned as it formed the tube, making it difficult to see ahead. Rafael relied on all of his acute senses to warn him of impending danger. Rounding a turn, the surface of the tube abruptly went from the non-threatening roped pahoe surface to the A-shell, a loose rubble with knife-like protrusions and sharpened spikes. Kerja had ensured that the surface was honed to a razor edge to cut anything moving through it. The tube narrowed as it descended beneath the earth and forged deeper into the caverns beneath the mountain. Rafael, even in the form of the small bat, was forced to slow down. He tried something he had not done in centuries. As small boys, Kerja and he had tried to see through each other's eyes. They had essentially done so without using a blood exchange. Instead, they had followed the mental path and tried touching other senses. It had been successful with practice. Although rusty, Rafael was far more powerful than he had been as a child. He reached out to touch the vampire's brain. The connection was almost instantaneous, and Rafael wasn't prepared for the mass of churning hatred and cunning. Kerja was stumbling over the uneven surface, attempting to close the tube behind him. He was far weaker from his wounds than Rafael would have guessed, or he would have been using more power. The undead was conserving for a fight if needed. Taking a breath, careful to keep his touch light, Rafael shed through the icy rage and rotten core to try to find sight needed to be able to see ahead of Kerja, to set up an ambush of his own. It took only seconds to see the long expanse blackened lava he needed. At once he weakened the surface several yards ahead, keeping the outer layer looking smooth even, but paper-thin. Beneath the surface, he pulled the makeshift dam that wouldn't hold long, but might give an edge. Rafael pulled out of Kerja's mind as gently as possible, not wanting to give away the fact that he'd made the contact. He saw the exact moment the vampire stepped on the thin surface, cracking it and falling through. A hideous scream shook walls of the precarious tunnel, and the noxious smell of burning flesh permeated the air. Rafael rounded two corners and found himself staring at the vampire only a scant few yards away. Kerja was pulling himself from the hole. Most of his legs burned to bloody stumps, the skin falling off in ashes, raised his hate-filled gaze to Rafael. "Your woman will suffer as no other woman has ever suffered." He made the promise in harsh, hissing voice, all pretense at friendship long gone. Rafael rushed him, going for a kill, determined to separate heart from body. Halfway to the vampire, the entire tube caved in, and above it, the underground cavern itself. Tons of earth and rock rained down between them, driving Rafael back. He was forced to use his power to keep from being buried under the debris, forming a protective cave around him and waiting for the earth to settle. Kerja was in no shape to attack Colby or the children. They were safe while the vampire healed, but he had to get to her. He had run out of time. Colby had to be brought fully into his world, where Rafael could protect her from revenge. Even digging through the debris would not get him a vampire. He knew Kerja, knew he would find a hole and crawl into it, maybe waiting years to rise before attempting to exact his vengeance, but he would eventually make his move. Now or later, it would happen. Rafael reached to touch Colby, to assure himself she was waiting at the Everett Ranch where he had sent her. To his shock, she was in the bar. For a moment he simply stood there in outrage, buried under the mountain, the earth above him ravaged by the battle between two ancients. Colby hadn't listened to him, hadn't paid any attention when he tried to warn her. She hadn't wanted to hear him. He made his way through the dirt and rock until he found where he had last seen Kurja. There was no blind spot. No trail of blood. Not even a scent. In the closed-in cave he should have smelled the taint of vampire, but Kurja was an ancient master, and he could conceal what he was when he desired. There would be no following him and taking advantage of his wounds. Back above ground, Rafael cleared the evidence of the storms. He incinerated the damaged trees and sent the underground streams back where they belonged. The lava was gone as quickly as it had been wrought, back in the small pool beneath the sleeping mountain. When it was done and he had cleaned himself up, he turned his attention to his most important task: seducing Colby and taking what was rightfully his. Natalia sat in the darkest corner of the bar, with her back to the wall, her gaze moving constantly over the crowd. She nodded when Colby sat down. "You know everyone, don't you?" There was a wistful note in her voice. "Pretty much, yes. Must be nice. I can never stay anywhere for very long." Natalia leaned close. "I can't take a chance on one of the hunters finding me." "Why? What do they want with you?" Colby asked, rubbing at her suddenly throbbing temples. "I have to have some answers or I'm going to go out of my mind. I'm honestly at the point where I can't tell reality from illusion." "Are there really vampires?" "I encountered a horrible creature, but I swear I might just be going insane and I'm being fed illusions." Mass hysteria. Briefly, she covered her face with her hands before looking again at the other woman. "I wanted to talk to Ben about this. He's the sheriff, a friend I've relied on all my life, but do you know how insane this all sounds? He'd lock me up and throw the key away." Natalia regarded her with compassion. "I'm sorry, I know how difficult this must be for you. I wish I could help you. You said if I wanted to come with you." Colby trailed call as Natalia shook her head. "He can follow you. You said he talks to you." She indicated Colby's neck. "He took your blood. You're having problems because he must have given you his. He won't let you go." "I know little about the hunters, other than that they have tremendous powers and can become the very thing they hunt." She tapped her fingernail on the tabletop. "I don't honestly know how to help you. I thought about it a lot after we spoke, but I can't come up with any answers." Colby pressed her hand to her neck, holding the bite to her and hating the gesture. "I don't honestly know if I could leave him. I'm so worried about Paul and Ginny. Paul was bitten by the vampire and the vampire tries to use him to hurt me." She couldn't touch Rafael with her mind. She tried over and over, but he was closed off to her. She didn't know if he was injured or dead or simply protecting her. Her skin crawled. "It's like some terrible addiction. I think about him all the time. I'm a strong person, but I can't get over him." She looked up at Natalia pleadingly. "I've got to either trust him or find a way so I know the children are safe. I think it's too late for me." "Where is he?" Natalia looked around again. "I can't imagine him giving you too much room when you aren't giving him what he wants. Right now he's gone off to battle the vampire. He says if he doesn't destroy it, the creature will always have a hold over Paul." Natalia nodded. "I'm afraid he's right." The music in the bar blared, reverberating through her head. Colby pressed her glass of ice water to her forehead. "I hate being so indecisive. I've lived my entire life knowing what I was supposed to do and doing it. All of a sudden I don't have any idea which direction to turn. Suddenly the ranch doesn't seem very important next to Paul's life. I just want Paul and Ginny to be happy and to live normal lives." Natalia studied Colby's face. "What is it? Why did you come here?" Colby sighed. "I wanted to run away with you. Take the kids and go. And I want answers. I need them and I think you can give them to me." She tapped the tabletop with her fingernail, beating out a rhythm of nervous energy. "You know that mark on you? The dragon? You said it was a birthmark? I have a mark like that. It's very faint and unless you're looking for it, you'd never know it was there. It doesn't get hot like you said yours does, but I have one." There was a long pregnant silence. Natalia shifted closer, staring at her incredulously. "Are you certain? You should have told me when we last spoke." "It means something, doesn't it?" Colby asked. "Has the hunter seen it?" Natalia's voice was nearly inaudible, in spite of Colby's enhanced hearing. "His name is Rafael. I don't want to say his name. I don't want him to turn his attention to me." "Has he seen the mark on you?" It's very faint and it fades at times, so even I have a difficult time finding it. Why would saying his name turn his attention to you? Colby asked. Where is the mark located? Natalia asked, ignoring Colby's question. The same place you said yours was, over my left ovary. Is that how the vampires identify us? Does that mark call them to us? I know you know things. I need to know them. I'm not asking for myself, Natalia, but for my brother. Have you allowed the hunter to make love to you? You know I have. Then you have a fading mark of protection, or he would have spotted it. It hides itself from him. Colby had the desire to stand up in the middle of the bar and scream. You aren't making this any easier for me. Just tell me what's going on. If you have the birthmark on you, you're related to me in some way. We have an old, ancient lineage. There are very few of us. Natalia obviously was choosing her words carefully. The hunter cannot see that mark, so it must be hiding from him. Why can't he see it? Colby nearly hissed the words from between clenched teeth. Why won't you tell me? Can't you see I'm desperate? I can't be away from him. I don't know how to reverse whatever he did to me, and to be honest, I've gone past the point of wanting him out of my life. I have a terrible feeling I'm halfway in love with him. He does things so wonderful, so heroic, it's heartbreaking. Please tell me what you know. Unfortunately, I know only what my father told me, and it isn't much. I've lived a long time, Colby, and I don't age much. You think I'm about your age, but I'm much older. I have rare talents. I can touch something after you, or anyone else, and I can see where you've been. I can read the history of objects, and I'm telepathic. Can you shapeshift? Colby asked bluntly. You're describing this same species. Why would you have to hide from them? The birthmark. Anyone born with the birthmark must stay far from the hunters and vampires, or they will kill us. It is some ancient rule. Colby dropped her head into her hands, remembering the feel of Rafael's tongue tracing her birthmark, a seductive, erotic exploration that made her shiver with need. I don't think so, Natalia. I think you're wrong. Rafael had to have felt the faint outlines of the mark. It was raised slightly. Even if the birthmark could try to hide itself, he had lapped at it several times, his lips moving over it until she wanted to scream for him to give her release. But later, he had tried to kill her. She rubbed her throbbing temples. I don't know anything anymore. Has a hunter ever attacked you? No, I avoid them, just as I avoid the vampires. There was some kind of feud between my family and the hunters in ancient times, and it has carried over into this time. Natalia leaned back in her seat. My understanding is, one of the hunter's women, Rhiannon, left her husband to be with a very powerful man. There was a rift between the two factions and war broke out. Rhiannon had triplets, 2 girls and a boy. She died when the children were young, but their father taught them to avoid the hunters and vampires. Her son is my grandfather. And the 2 girls? They disappeared. No one knows where they are. My father thought it possible the hunters found them and killed them. Where do I fit into all of this? Colby asked. My guess is, you're my niece. My brother took up with a woman briefly, but then left her. You have his look, and maybe that's why I was drawn to this part of the country. The woman owned a ranch around here. Your brother is my father? Colby felt more agitated than ever. She couldn't imagine Rafael killing her because a woman left her husband however many years earlier. Where is he now? He's dead. Natalia's tone made it clear she wouldn't give out any more information. Colby couldn't feel anything for a man she'd never met. Armando was her father, and she would always love him. Just how old are you, Natalia? Does it matter? You aren't going to leave him. You already know that. You just aren't willing to trust him with your brother and sister. I can't take them with me, not without you. They wouldn't be happy and we'd all be in danger. I can shield myself and get in and out of places without the hunters or vampires detecting me, but unless the vampire that bit Paul is killed, they will always be tied together. Natalia's head suddenly went up alertly. He's close. Either him or the other one. I have to go, Colby. I'm leaving town immediately. Good luck to you. Thanks for giving me someone to talk to. Colby knew Rafael was near. Every cell in her body had gone on alert. The nape of her neck prickled as if, already, she felt the warmth of his breath. Be safe. Good luck, Colby. I'll be thinking of you. Natalia reached out and touched her, just the lightest brush of her fingers, but warmth sprang from Natalia to Colby. There was recognition in the touch. Natalia drew back and nodded. "We're definitely related. Please be very, very careful." Colby nodded. "You too." She watched Natalia make her way quickly through the tables toward an exit, her heart beating with anticipation. She knew the exact moment Rafael entered the bar. He was alive, and that was all, in that moment, that mattered to her. He didn't look around, his gaze found her immediately. He stood across the room from her, exuding sheer sexy male confidence. Her stomach muscles tightened. Her breath stopped. Tiny flames of arousal licked through her as she felt the weight of his eyes from across the bar. He was alive. He seemed unhurt. And when he looked at her, there was stark hunger, a potent desire that rocked her to her core. He began to walk toward her, never taking his gaze from her. He moved with a sensuous grace that started her heart pounding in time to the music. He walked right through the crowd as if no one existed but her, watching her the entire time. No one bumped him, and no one got in his way. He simply held out his hand for hers. "Dance with me." She watched fleeting emotions flicker across his face and dark shadows shift in his eyes. Before she could stop herself, she reached slowly out to him, mesmerized as always by him. He pulled her up and drew her against his body hard, fitting her close so that she could feel the hard bulge of his arousal pressed tightly against her. His body was hard, his arms strong, and his heart beat out a rhythm beneath her ear. She felt safe and protected. She felt threatened and frightened. It was insanity at its worst to dance with him. She was giving herself to him. Heat spread from his heavy erection outward, catching them both on fire. She felt weak with wanting him. His hands, at her waist, slipped lower to her hips, to press her body more lightly, increasing the friction between them as they swayed slowly around the dance floor. "I don't see any blood on you. Did you find the vampire?" She wanted to just drift away with him on a rising tide of lust and need. "We met. He managed to get away, but I marked him. Why did you come here to meet this woman?" She started to lift her head from his chest, but his hand caught the back of her head and held her to him. It wasn't his words or even his tone that alarmed her. It was a glimpse of his thoughts, quickly hidden from her. For just a fraction of a second, she caught temper swirling in him and something dangerous. "Let me hold you, Colby. It has been a long evening and I just want to feel you in my arms." He bent his head to her, his mouth nudging aside her shirt to burrow against the warmth of her neck. She shivered in his arms in reaction. His tongue swirled over her pulse and his teeth scraped roughly, seductively back and forth. Colby was afraid she was melting in his arms. She had pressed a kiss against his chest, turned her face up to his throat so she could feel his skin beneath her lips. She was shaking with need for him. Her womb clenched and she was slick and damp with invitation. She wanted his clothes gone so she could examine every inch of him, see for herself that he wasn't hurt. "Come away with me. I want to take you to the hot springs up in the mountains. Just the two of us. I need you tonight, meu amor. This once, do not argue or protest. Do not say no, just come with me and let me have you." The music faded away. Some of the bar patrons left the dance floor while others stayed as the next song picked up the tempo. Rafael's body urged her from the floor toward the exit. She could feel the heat of his palm burning like a brand through her thin blouse. "Paul and Ginny are safe," he finished, his voice rough with raw passion. "Come with me, Colby. Of your own free will. Give yourself to me." He bent his head and deliberately teased the nape of her neck with his teeth, scraping gently, a small nip and swirl of his tongue heating her blood. Beneath the thin layer of her shirt, her breasts ached, felt uncomfortable in her bra, the nipples' tight hard peaks painfully rubbing against the lace. She felt her body go weak and damp with invitation. She wanted him right there. That moment. Hunger raw and sharp and terrible. "Yes." She said it softly, but he heard. She knew he heard because his hand bit possessively into her hip. He urged her toward the door. Her heart pounded in anticipation. 17. Outside, in the cool night air, Rafael abruptly turned to Colby, his hand fisting in her hair, holding her head still as he bent to her, his larger body aggressively caging hers against the side of the building. He was hot and hard and hungrier for her than he'd ever been. "I do not know if I can wait. We have to get out of here before I take you here and now." His voice was a rough whisper as he slanted his mouth over hers, his tongue sliding over the seam of her lips, tasting her, demanding entrance. He caught her soft moan in his mouth and his temperature soared several degrees. In the parking lot? Colby didn't care if they were in the parking lot. There were too many clothes between them. She heard her own whimper as he licked at her, his teeth teasing her full lower lip, and then his tongue sank back into her mouth again. His erection was pressed tight against her stomach, her breasts mashed against the muscles of his chest. She was beginning to lose touch with reality the way she always did with Rafael. The hand gripping her hair in a tight fist, holding her still while his mouth dominated hers, was just on the edge of rough. He kissed her like a starving man, drowning in need for her. As if he couldn't wait, could never get enough. Her body reacted, hot and slick, drenched in need. The parking lot, the field, who the hell cares? "I want to tear your clothes off. Why are you wearing a bra?" His hand skimmed lightly up her stomach to cup her breast, his thumb caressing her nipple, teasing and tugging beneath her blouse. "Do not ever wear a bra again." Her breath caught in her throat. She pushed into his hand, lighting back a moan of need. "We can't. Someone will come out here and see us." He could shield them, but he couldn't do the things to her he wanted to do if they remained at the bar out in the open. With more impatience than finesse, he wrapped his arms around her and took to the air, his mouth still commanding hers. She whimpered, tried to struggle, but he held her still, kissing her until it didn't matter that they were no longer on the ground. Colby circled his neck with both arms, clung tightly to him, closing her eyes and giving herself up to the shocking sensation of his mouth. Her body melted against his. The heat, created by the thick bulge pressed tightly against her stomach, was generating a wild response in her. The lower half of her body was hot and heavy, pressure building fast. She rocked against him, rubbed along his body, all the while her mouth welded to his. His tongue mated with hers, exploring the velvet interior of her mouth, stroking and caressing until she felt him in every cell of her body. Rafael had to touch her skin or he was going to go out of mind. He wanted to make it to the hot springs, where the soil was rich in minerals, and he could ensure she was safeguarded while the earth healed her body and completed the change. It had all been so important until he saw her. His body hardened until every movement seemed painful, and he had to have her again and again. She was addicting, with her soft skin and her silky hair. She was such an independent woman, steely strong under all those soft curves, with a will like iron, until he touched her. And she was his. Completely his. She fought him for so long. She was still fighting him, but not when he kissed her, not when he had his hands on her. He enjoyed the feeling of his power, of being the one man she couldn't resist. He fed on that, needed it from her. Somewhere over the mountains, he tore her shirt from her body, wanting the feel of her skin beneath his palm. Colby didn't protest, rather threw back her head, a strangled sound of need escaping, as his mouth trailed down her neck, licking and taking tiny bites that sent tongues of fire racing over her skin and sizzling through her body. She always seemed to do this to him, the moment his body came into contact with hers. Lust rose sharp and dangerous, out of control. His body burned him alive from the inside out, raging with needs and wants he could never get enough of. There would never be enough ways to take her, to have her, and eternity wouldn't be long enough to satisfy him. Rafael. She whispered his name plaintively, pleading with him to set them down, uncaring that they flew through the air to an unknown destination. She writhed against him, wrapped one leg around his thigh to rub her pelvis over him, seeking relief. With one hand wrapped firmly around her waist, he bent his head to her bare breasts, forcing her upper body backward. Her hair blew in all directions, whipping in the wind, stinging her face, reminding her where she was. "We're going to hit a tree or something. Put us down." Her voice came out husky with desire. Lust poured through her veins, thick and burning with an intensity that left her shaken. "You have to, I need you right now." The breathless plea in her voice shook him. His mouth brushed her breast, tugged at her nipple. She screamed and arched her body further to give him better access. Fire radiated from her breasts through her entire body and created a throbbing, urgent hunger between her legs. Rafael heard the pounding of her blood rushing through her veins beneath her satin skin, calling to him, beckoning with erotic promise. His blood pounded with the same intensity, the same beat, throbbing and pulsing through his heavy erection in anticipation. He hungered for her. For all of her. He hungered for his body to be buried deep in her tight, hot channel, his mind firmly in hers and her blood flowing into him like nectar. If he wasn't careful, they were going to fall out of the sky and tumble to earth, locked together in a passionate embrace. He took them to ground, grateful they'd made it to the hot springs. The moment his feet were on the ground, he ripped the offending jeans from her body, tore them into strips, and hurled them away from her. His eyes darkened as his gaze slid over her possessively. "You are so beautiful." Her body was flushed with arousal, with need for him, desperate hunger in her eyes. He could see the wet, slick evidence of her desire glistening between her thighs, and it was all he could do not to drop to his knees and feast. Colby watched as he deliberately removed his clothes the human way. He kicked aside his shoes, his hands going to the waistband of his jeans. She could see the enormous bulge pushing for freedom against the tight material. Her breath nearly stopped when he unbuttoned the jeans and shoved them off of his hips. He never took his eyes off of her, watching her with hungry intent. His face was etched with desire, his eyes black and his mouth a sensual slash. "Come here to me, Colby." His hand circled his heavy erection, absently stroked, a casual, easy movement bringing him more pleasure. She went to him, half mesmerized by the size and shape of him, half hypnotized by the stamp of dark sensuality stamped on his features. Her tongue darted out, swept over her lower lip as she watched his hand slide over the thick, hard length. His gaze never left her, compelling her forward, drinking in the sight of her breasts swaying as she halted in front of him. He lifted his hand to cup her face, his touch gentle. He bent his head slowly toward her, his lips drifting down her cheek to the corner of her mouth. His tongue traced her lips. "I love your mouth. I could kiss you forever." His other hand brushed her breasts, sent tiny flames dancing over her skin. Colby was so conscious of that second hand, traveling lightly over her breasts, the pads of his fingers barely skimming, yet so arousing, moving over her belly, circling her navel until her breath caught in her throat and his fingers tangled in small fiery curls. "You are so wet and ready for me, Querida." She couldn't stop the small sound escaping, a plea for more. He was barely touching her, yet he was sending her temperature soaring. The hand cupping her face slid to her nape, reached up and tangled in her hair, pulling her head back to expose her throat. His mouth slid over her pulse. His teeth nipped, a small stinging bite, his tongue instantly swirling a soothing caress. Her body nearly convulsed, every muscle tightening, her womb contracting. "Tell me what I need to hear, Colby." His mouth moved up her chin, teeth nibbling at her lower lip. "Tell me. You know I want you." How could she not? His fingers slipped inside of her, pushing deep so that she cried out with pleasure, writhing against his hand, desperate for relief. The fingers withdrew, making her frantic. "It is not enough for me." His voice was very quiet, whispering over her like a stroke of heat. His tongue teased her throat again, moved lower to the side of her breast. She felt the sharp bite of his teeth, edging pleasure with pain just before he drew the creamy mound of flesh into the hot cavern of his mouth. Colby caught at his shoulders for support, her knees threatening to give out. "What do you want from me, Rafael?" His fingers thrust deep so that she rode the edge of a climax, but couldn't quite make it over the edge. "You know, it wasn't fair to ask for a declaration of love, of commitment, when she was trying so hard to make sense of it all." Rafael didn't believe in fairness. He believed in getting his way, using any means possible. And when it came to sex, she knew she would do anything for him. He knew it too. It was there in the heavy-lidded, glittering eyes. His hands were magic and his kiss could shred her self-control. Colby's chin rose a fraction, and she flipped her hair over her shoulder, her gaze dropping to his erection. He was huge and hard with need. The moment she looked at him, the moment she moistened her lips, she felt the hitch of his breath. Her hand dropped to circle the thick bulge, fingers skimming lightly. She licked her lips again, watching his reaction as her thumb glided around the base of the velvet head. He barely took a breath as she went to her knees in front of him. She allowed her tongue a brief exploration, licking a sensual circle and teasing the base of his swollen head. He shuddered, a rough groan escaping. His fingers sank into her hair, bunched there, and dragged her closer to him even as he thrust into the hot cavern of her mouth. Her tongue curled around him, danced and teased. His fists tightened in warning. "You are pushing me over the edge of my control, Pequeña." Her mouth was hot and tight, her tongue flattening to vibrate along the sensitive base of his thick, velvet-over steel tip. His hips jerked, his muscles clenched with pleasure. His incisors ached to lengthen, but he controlled the need. He thrust forward, holding her head, wanting control back, but unable to make himself ruin her obvious pleasure. She started a fire in his groin that spread through his belly to every part of his body. Her tongue curled and lapped until he was out of his mind. For a moment demands pushed their way into his mind, but she was inexperienced and not quite ready for all the eroticisms he was hungering for. Rafael pulled her head back and stared down into her eyes. They were brilliantly green, darkened with passion, with need. He ached with his love for her, with his need for her commitment to him. He drew her with him to the large boulders surrounding the hot springs and simply caught her around the waist and lifted her onto one of the flattest rocks. His hands jerked her thighs apart and pressed into the entrance to her slick folds. She was so hot he was afraid they'd both burn. She tried to push herself forward, to impale her body on the hard length of him, but he held her still. "You forgot to tell me something. Something very important." "This isn't funny, Rafael." How could she want him when he wanted everything his way? "Give me time." He leaned over her, his hands flat on the boulder, bracing himself above her, his body refusing to enter hers. He just held them both there, on the edge of madness. "I am in your mind. I see what you feel for me." "Then I don't have to say it, do I?" Colby managed to slide on the rock, but he clamped his arm across her restlessness and held her. Now she was trapped between the hard edge of the boulder and his hips. He gave her an inch, enough to make her scream in utter frustration. "Because you belong to me. I want to hear you admit it." She was near tears, and that would be worse. "Fine. I belong to you, but I don't have to like it. And you love me." He pushed deeper into her tight folds. "Tell me you love me, Colby." "You can't command me to love you, Rafael. Isn't it enough that I'm here with you? That I can't keep my hands off of you?" It was humiliating to have him hold her against the rock while she ground her hips against him, nearly begging him to take her. "Whatever you think, this is me making love to you. Not having sex, making love," he reiterated. He pushed deeper into her body, watching her pupils dilate with pleasure. "I love everything about you, Querida. I am not ashamed to admit it to you. I love the way you burn for me, and the way my body grows hard and hot and ready for you every time I lay eyes on you. I love the way you take care of your family, and even the way you think you can defy me. Stop being a coward and admit you love me. Stay out of my thoughts. It's bad enough that you try to force me to do whatever you want. If you need to hear me say it before I even know my own mind, compel me to say it," she said, staring up at the raw intensity of his face. Her heart pounded in fear as they stared at one another, as his eyes glittered with danger. He sank into her all the way, burying himself so deep he could feel her womb. Pinned against the hard rock, she could only accept the rough thrust of his hips, her body a tight fiery inferno surrounding his. She looked beautiful, her face and body flushed, her lips swollen with his kisses, her eyes glazed with passion. For him. His fingers tightened on her. "You are such a gift, Colby." He could barely take in that she was real, that she was his. That after this night he would always have her. There would be no going back. He drove hard, surging into her over and over. She was such a tight fit. He could actually feel the way he stretched her folds as he impaled her. She writhed beneath him, trying to lift her hips to meet him, to be slammed back at each furious thrust. The smooth boulder cradled her buttocks, but refused to give in so that they came together in wild heat. Every thrust sent agonizing pleasure careening through his body, through hers. He could feel her become hotter, wetter, feel the passion spiraling through her mind until she was dazed with the need for release. Joy surged through him, shaking him with the need to satisfy her. She cried his name, pleading with him, a half-sob that had him driving his flesh into hers, branding her as his for all time. The orgasm tore through her body, encompassing every fiber of her being, taking her heart and soul and mind. Colby felt shattered, fragmented, by the mindless, endless pleasure that rippled on and on until she knew she would never be happy without him. She felt his eruption, the hot jetting release that sent more tremors through blood and bone, through every cell until even her vision blurred. She buried her nails deep into his arms, trying desperately to anchor herself while the world rocked around her. Rafael leaned his body over hers, his breathing every bit as harsh and desperate as hers. Their hearts beat together, a crazy syncopation as they tried to draw in the night air. Colby lay hack against the rocks, his head pillowed on her breasts. She was beginning to feel the effects of making violent love against hard stone. "Ow. Ow," he repeated and lifted his head to look at her. She peeked at him from beneath her lashes. It was a mistake. He looked darkly sensual, his face sinfully sexy. His eyes were dark with passion, with possession, and still far too hungry. She shook her head. "We can't. I mean it. This rock is hard. I didn't notice before, but I'm not going to be able to walk. And I thought cowgirls were tough." His tongue lapped at her nipple and her small muscles clenched around him. He was still hard, still buried deep inside her, and wanted to stay that way. Not this tough. She looked around her. Several small waterfalls poured into the hot springs coming up from the ground, cooling them enough to use as a spa. "I haven't been here in years. It's miles from my ranch, and I'm always too busy to get out this way. I'd almost forgotten it was here." Ferns covered the ground and surrounded the large flat boulders, forming the ring around the basin. "It is beautiful. I thought you might like it." His teeth teased and tugged to feel her reaction. She pushed at his shoulders. "You have to stop. I can't take any more right now. I think you killed me." His tongue stroked over her breast, curled around her nipple. He lifted his head and smiled at her. A slow, sexy smile. "Not yet." "No." She said it firmly, though her blood was already thickening at the wicked glint in his eyes. "I can't move. I think I'll just lie here all night, draped over this rock. You go do whatever needs doing and let me sleep." Perversely, when he slipped out of her, she felt bereft. There was no stopping the small sound of protest. "You need to get in the spring or you really will be sore." He lifted her as if she weighed no more than a feather, cradled her against his chest, and carried her to the steaming spring. He paused, the same sensual smile teasing her senses. "Unless you want me to lick you better. My saliva acts like a healing agent." Colby circled his neck with her arms. "I could like you when you act like this, Rafael." She kissed his throat, nibbled her way to his jaw. "Why don't you act like this all the time? Sweet and gentle." He waited until her lips teased the corner of his before turning his head to capture her mouth. His move was aggressive and commanding, taking possession, his tongue spearing deep and tangling with hers in a wild mating. Her heart jumped and her blood sang. He lifted his head, black eyes glittering at her. "That is why. I know you. Inside and out, I know what you need, maybe better than you do. You like me rough." Colby pulled back to stare up at his face, etched with stark possession. "Is that what you think, Rafael?" Her tone was very serious. "Is that what you think you read in my mind? You would never respect a man you could dominate, Colby. You are a strong woman, and you require a man who can make decisions, not be overwhelmed by the strength of your personality." He answered her just as seriously. "Rafael, I can't be submissive to you. It isn't in my character, don't you see that as well? I have to have some control, some partnership, or it would never work between us. I could never love you. I know I'm sexually addicted, but I want to be in love with you as much as you want me to be. I just can't make that leap knowing you don't respect my judgment. Querida, why would you think I do not respect your judgment? You are in a situation you cannot possibly understand. It makes sense to rely on my judgment until you have gained the knowledge and power necessary to cope with our world. There was such love in his voice, such a wealth of tenderness. Her heart turned over. If he could only be like that all the time. She closed her eyes as his teeth teased her pulse and her body responded with a fresh wave of heat. I would like to explore this sexual addiction to me. It sounds most interesting. Great. Now you're telling me I'm kinky. She leaned back and stared up at the stars. Maybe she was. The things he did to her body were inconceivable with anyone else, but with him, she melted every time he came near her. Maybe I am, but only when it comes to you. I like you kinky, he whispered against her neck. Against sea pulse beating in her throat. I need to taste you tonight, meu amor. Give yourself to me. No way. She shook her head even as her body went weak at the sensual brush of his voice. Deep inside, her muscles clenched and her womb throbbed. She could feel heat build, and it had nothing to do with the hot springs. Last time you got all vampy on me and scared me to death. Sink your fangs into someone else. His mouth moved down her throat, his tongue lapping at the small dip in her shoulder. His teeth scraped back and forth in a particularly erotic way. She closed her eyes. Make sure it isn't a woman, though. He waded into the water so that it lapped around his thighs. Laughter vibrated against her neck, teeth teasing. I want you again. You always want me, you're wearing me out, Colby said. Again, he insisted, easing them both down into the arcing water. Wrap your legs around my waist. His eyes were dark with passion as he took possession of her mouth, licking at her lips, taking teasing bites until she was kissing him back, her arms sliding around his neck, her breasts pressed tight against his chest. He sat with his back against the side of the natural basin, pulling her down onto his lap, dragging her legs around him so that he could spear into her tight channel as she settled over him. He swore softly, against her neck. Deus, Colby. You are so hot and tight. It feels like heaven. His hands guided her hips into a slow, rocking rhythm. That is perfect. You drive me out of my mind. She started to sit straight, to ride him with a leisurely pace, but his hands slid up her back, pressing her close, keeping her against him. His mouth moved over her shoulder, licked at her, blazing kisses across her skin. I have to taste you, meu amor. There will be no mistakes this time. Give yourself to me. It will be such pleasure. His sinful voice whispered temptation. You have no idea how much I need you. No one else will ever need you or love you the way I do. They will never understand your needs or your hunger. His tongue swirled over her pulse, just along the swell of her breast. His teeth scraped seductively. Give yourself to me. Steel ran through his arms, yet he held her with a gentle possessiveness, even more persuasive than the way her body was rippling with fire. His breath was warm on her skin, and each tiny bite made her muscles clench and tighten around him. The desire to give him whatever he wanted, whatever he needed, pulsed through her. I am not going to shield you, pequeña. His voice was rough with passion, and she felt him grow thicker and harder, his hips thrusting upward to meet her lazy ride. His obvious heightened arousal only fed her own. She cradled his head, his hair a silky slide over her skin. His tongue swirled and her muscles tightened and gripped. She felt the fresh flood of liquid heat, of excitement, burning between her legs. Her heart beat once, twice. His fangs sank deep, white-hot pain lashing through her body to give way to sheer erotic pleasure. She gasped, threw her head back, a soft cry escaping as every nerve ending in her body sizzled to life. She thought she could feel sparks igniting as he thrust deeper. The force began to build and build until she thought she might die of the pleasure. She began to pick up the pace, needing release, but his hands slid to her hips, rocking her gently, preventing a climax, keeping her teetering on the edge of madness. It was an incredible luxury to hold her naked in his arms, her body riding his while he drank the nectar from her body. She was scorching hot, surrounding him with velvet heat, her muscles gripping him tightly, squeezing and massaging until his head roared with lust and love. Her blood sang in his veins, burned through his body until he felt complete. He swept his tongue across her breast, closing the twin pinpricks, his body thickening even more. He found her mouth with his, poured everything he felt for her into his kiss. She tightened her arms around his neck, kissed him back as she slowly slid up and down the hard length him, sending shudders of ecstasy through both of them. "I love you, Colby. You are everything to me." He whispered the words against her lips. His heart was pounding out of his chest in anticipation. She was all soft skin, all heat and fire, a haven for him. Her body was made for his, and he took the greatest pride in knowing he could make her scream in pleasure. His fingernail lengthened. His hand shook with the enormity of the moment. Colby would be his for all time, joined in his world, her life twined with his, the miracle of his species. The ritual words had bound them, but he had been close to the beast. He was always too close to the beast for anything less than a full commitment between them. For one moment time stopped. His heart thundered in his ears. She would hate that he was taking this decision from her. He read her mind, knew she was searching for a way to bridge their worlds. This would anger her, but if he took her to his home, brought her fully into his world, he knew he could make her happy, devoting himself completely to that end. He would have ample time to persuade her to get over being angry with him. He needed her more than any other, and she did love him. She just couldn't admit it to herself or to him, but he read it in her mind. He bent to press his mouth against her ear, whispering a command to her, rocking her body with small thrusts of his. The water lapped at them with sizzling heat, but it only added to the erotic world he was floating in. Her mouth traveled down his throat, her teeth nipping his skin, his body swelling, stretching her tight sheath impossibly at the little stinging bites. Fire ripped through him as he slashed his chest with a sharp nail and caught the back of her head to force her to drink. Her body moved subtly, naturally sensual, even under his thrall. Her tongue swept over his chest, and he shuddered in reaction. Her mouth moved, drawing the essence of who and what he was into her body. His blood spread through her like molten lava, moving slowly to every cell, invading muscle and bone and tissue, spreading to every organ until she was truly his. He felt the completion of their union, and the terrible tension finally faded from his soul. When she had taken enough for a true exchange, he slowly separated her mouth from his chest, commanding her to sweep her tongue across the slash to close it. He kissed her hard as he removed the hypnotic spell, thrusting his tongue deep into her mouth while he speared upward with his hips, keeping her riding the edge of a climax. He swallowed her soft moan, urging her into a harder, faster rhythm. Colby wound her fingers in his silky black hair. He made her feel so beautiful, so incredibly sexy, as if he could never get enough of her. He made her feel as if she were the only woman in the world. "Maybe I do love you," she whispered, making the confession against his neck, her tongue tasting his skin. She rocked back, holding her body away from his so she could look into his dark eyes. Insatiable hunger blazed back at her. Possession. Love. It was stark and raw and rough like Rafael, but it was all hers. Her soft words nearly drove him over the edge. It was a hard-fought battle to get her to admit she might feel something other than pure lust for him. Satisfaction spread. "Lock your ankles around me, Colby." She felt his hands on her bottom, lifting her more fully into him. She didn't think it was possible, but he stretched her more, leaving her gasping and calling his name. He took over, setting the pace, pinning her hips while he thrust again and again, driving her right through a violent release. The tight grip of her climax, fiery hot, took the last of his control. His entire body seemed to explode, his own release tearing up from his toes, pulsing through his groin as he emptied himself into her. Colby collapsed onto his chest, her head resting on his shoulder. His arms slid up her back, held her close. His heart was strong and steady, beating wildly in tune with hers. She was beginning to like the concept of hearts beating together. She drifted in a haze of pleasure, her eyes closing while the hot water lapped at her sore body, and Rafael made her feel safe and loved. After a time, he carried her out of the spring and laid her on her back on a thick carpet of grass. She opened her eyes to look up at the stars while he stretched out, naked, on his stomach, blanketing her. His body was wedged between her legs, and he pillowed his head on her stomach. She tangled her fingers in his hair. "I'm so tired, Rafael." "I know, meu amor. Go to sleep if you like. I want to look at you. I love just looking at you." He bent to press his lips against her navel. His fingers moved possessively over her akin. He loved touching her as much as he loved looking at her. Almost without thought, he sought the outline of her birthmark. For some reason, this time, the outline was more pronounced. He could trace the pattern. Shock rippled through him, and he raised his head to stare down at the small fire-breathing dragon. His breath rushed out of his lungs, fingers dug into flesh along her hip bones. "You are Dragon Seeker. Deus, you have the mark of the Dragon Seeker clan." Beneath him, Colby stiffened. He was talking about her birthmark. She reached down in an attempt to cover it, fear spearing through her. He pushed her hand away, locking his arm around her hip to keep her pinned down. "You had to have been born with this mark. I have not seen such a thing in centuries. I was told you would kill anyone with such a mark." He didn't sound as if he was going to kill her. There was a silky caress in his voice that made her weak all over. He nuzzled the birthmark, his tongue stroking over the shape and texture of it. She could feel his excitement pulsing through him. "Who would tell you such a thing? Dragon Seeker is one of our most powerful bloodlines. They are Carpathians with skill and cunning and gifted with battle sense as no others, and their life mates often produce female children. We thought the family had died out a long time ago. No Carpathian would ever harm a woman of the Dragon Seeker lineage, nor would they wish to harm a warrior of that house." She lifted her head to look at his black, gleaming eyes. He meant every word. She relaxed beneath the silken heat of his mouth. "Do you remember the woman in the parking lot of the bar? She heard you when you threatened to hurt anyone interfering with your business." He nuzzled the triangle of curls with his chin, sending a wave of desire rushing through her bloodstream. "Yes, she heard me when I spoke telepathically. She has the same birthmark, only hers reacts differently. She was taught to avoid hunters, and her mark grows hot when one is near, just as it does when a vampire is close by. She told me that an ancestor, Rhiannon, left her life mate, although she used the term husband, and went off with a powerful man. A war broke out. It is true that there was a war, but Rhiannon was kidnapped and her life mate murdered. She was held captive by a powerful wizard." Colby groaned. "I don't know if I want to know this. Vampires are bad enough, Rafael. Please don't tell me there are wizards. Call them what you like. Powerful beings trained in the ways of magic. They were well-versed in the old ways when safeguards and spells were plentiful and all things of the earth were worshipped and cherished. They were called wizards only to identify their teachings and skills. Rhiannon had begun to study with one of their most powerful teachers. He conspired to murder her life mate and take her for his own. Most life mates do not survive the passing of their mate. Her captor must have found a way to keep her alive for a time. Natalia claims Rhiannon had triplets, 2 daughters and a son, before she died. Natalia said that Rhiannon's son was her grandfather. Natalia also suspected that her own brother must be my father. What of Rhiannon's 2 female children? She didn't know what happened to them. It was her father that taught her a hunter would immediately kill anyone bearing our birthmark. She also said the birthmark hid itself from you, that it would hide from hunters and vampires. Of course he would say that. Rafael pressed small kisses against the birthmark. They would poison their children against us. What better revenge than to keep the line from the Carpathian people when we need them so much? Why would the birthmark hide from you? I suspect it knew how strong the beast in me really was and reacted to that. Most of the times I have spent with you, I have barely managed to control the darkness in me. It would seek to protect you from me as long as I was near embracing the temptation of our darker side, but there is no longer need." Colby's stomach gave an uncomfortable lurch. Her skin felt oversensitized and something fiery hot swept through her insides, searing every organ in her body. Rafael lifted his head alertly. She could see knowledge in his eyes. Colby pushed at him to get him off of her, the strange wave of heat scaring her. "It hurts to have you touching me." Her insides were suddenly on fire, and she felt sick. She pushed at him harder, as the air left her lungs in a rush of flames. Colby's eyes went wide with shock. Rafael felt the first wash of guilt. It wasn't a comfortable feeling and one he'd only experienced since meeting her. He rolled over, settling next to her, his arm caging her without touching her, his eyes watchful. What's happening to me? Knowledge mixed with her pain. You know, don't you? What have you done this time? The breath left her body and she nearly convulsed, her body going rigid as pain gripped her. Nails bit deep into his arm. Just breathe, Colby. He hadn't expected the conversion to be so violent. His heart twisted. What if something went wrong? Answer me. God, at least you can tell me what you've done to me. You are beginning to go through the conversion. Her pain swirled inside of him, mixing with guilt and terror for her. I trusted you. Her eyes were accusing, ravaged with pain and betrayal. She gasped the words, half sitting, attempting to twist away from him as she made the accusation. How could you ever tell me you loved me? Do you think this is love? You wouldn't know love if it slapped you in the face. Love isn't betrayal and it isn't domination, robbing me of free will. I was trying to get to you in my own way and you took even that from me. The pain twisted like a knife inside of her and her eyes clouded. I trusted you, she whispered again, her voice breaking. Rafael stiffened. It hadn't been like that. He knew he had to convert her for all their sakes. He wouldn't carry dominance that far. Was he such a monster after all? The next wave was already building, rushing through her like a fireball, scorching skin and organs. She broke into a sweat and blood beaded on her pores. He whispered her name, brought cooling water from the waterfall to bathe her face. She turned her face away from him, clearly not wanting his help as her body went rigid with the next terrible blossoming pain. It swept through her, searing everything in its path. Fear lived and breathed inside of her. She pushed herself up, tried to crawl away from him, a hurt, wounded animal. He caught her in firm hands, his insides churning with bile. He had done this to her, in his own arrogance believing he had the right to her. He had no idea of the suffering the conversion would cause, and it sickened him. The pain was excruciating. Colby's eyes were glazed and her body writhed. Did you do this to me so you could take Paul and Ginny? She made the accusation hysterically. You really aren't any different from the vampire controlling Paul. The hurt in her eyes, the suggestion of betrayal shattered his soul. Did she see him like that? Did she honestly believe he could do this to her to get the children from her? His soul shrieked in reprimand, in horror at him for what he'd done. He felt moisture on his face, knew he shed tears, knew he had committed an unpardonable act. She had been making her way to him, but his lack of patience could very well have destroyed his fragile hold on her emotions. He bent over her so she could see he told the stark truth. I love you more than my own life, more than anything on this earth. I had no idea it would be like this. I swear I am telling you the truth. I am more sorry than you will ever know for bringing you into my world without your consent. She looked up at his ravaged face, the blood-red tears seeping from his eyes, and her heart fluttered with forgiveness for one brief moment. The next wave hit, and she turned away from him, writhing and convulsing, the fire burning her from the inside out. Rafael could only remain helplessly by her side as the conversion took control of her body, forcing her to rid it of toxins, of everything human. His power meant little in the face of such pain. He attempted to take the pain for her, but it was impossible. They had no choice but to ride it out together. He tried to hold her, to comfort her, washing her, rocking her, murmuring as much encouragement as he could to her. All the while he felt he was dying inside. He couldn't take the pain from his life mate. He couldn't take back what he'd done. He had to go forward now no matter the cost, and he was afraid the price was going to be much higher than anything he'd ever considered. When it was safe, he opened the mineral-rich soil and floated down into the depths of the earth, holding her in his arms. For the first time in centuries, he found himself weeping hard, feeling lost and ashamed of his own actions. 18. Paul writhed on the bed, drenched in sweat, the sheets twisted around his body. I won't do it. Colby! Colby! He screamed for his sister and pushed both hands flat over his ears. I won't. You can't make me. Ginny sat up, looking around the strange bedroom. She was sharing a room with her friend Tanya. She could hear her brother muttering and sometimes shouting for Colby. Immediately she got up and, with a quick glance at the sleeping Tanya, hurried out of the room and down the hall to where her brother was staying. Juan and Julio were already up and coming out of their rooms. Julio extended his hand to her with a warm smile. Ginny hesitated a moment before she placed her hand in his. "I think Paul's having nightmares," she whispered. "Does he have them often?" Julio asked with a quick glance at his brother. She shook her head. "Not Paul." She knocked once and pushed open the door. Paul knelt up on the bed, his eyes wild, his chest bare. Only his pajama bottoms covered him. The sheet was a tangle on the floor, ripped in several places. Ginny could see Paul's skin was coated in sweat. He had a knife poised over his wrist. There were several small cuts on his arm and each trickled blood. He shook his head hard, tears welling up. "Get out. Get out, Ginny. Hurry." Julio caught Ginny to him and pushed her behind him even as he held out his hand to Paul. "You cannot do this thing, Paul. Give me the knife. Fight it. Fight what the vampire orders you to do." Paul looked helpless, a small child seeking an adult's understanding. "I have been fighting for hours now. I can't hold out any longer. I can't." "Where's Colby?" "You have to tell her I tried to fight it." "Listen to me, Paul." Julio pitched his voice low, keeping the boy's attention centered on him so Juan could begin to maneuver his way along the edge of the wall toward their nephew. "It's the vampire. He's trying to use you to hurt Colby. You don't want him to hurt your sister, do you? If he can succeed in taking your life, she'll never be the same. He knows Colby loves you." Tears poured down the boy's face. "He whispers to me all the time. I've tried, but I can't seem to stop myself." Ginny made a single sound of distress, drawing Paul's attention. He shook his head. "Please, Ginny. Please get out of here. I don't want you to see me like this. You can't watch." Paul felt the vampire stirring again. Just before dawn the creature had begun to work on him. He seemed distant and weak, at times losing the contact. Paul had the impression he was injured in some way, but then he would renew his attack, whispering commands, demanding compliance. Demanding Paul cut himself over and over, insisting he take his own life. Paul fought hard against the commands, but the vampire wore him down. Where was Nicholas? Where was Rafael? Both had promised to help him. The vampire gripped him hard in his thrall. He gathered his strength and made one concentrated attempt to force the boy into compliance. Paul's eyes opened wide, staring into space as he felt the undead move within him. For one ghastly moment he was aware of the creature in his head, looking through his eyes in triumphant glee. He felt the terrible bite of the blade into his flesh. It hurt, a searing pain that lanced through his body. Time stopped. In that heartbeat, 5 separate people were joined together. Nicholas and Rafael had taken Paul's blood, and they were suddenly aware, brought out of their sleep, sharing his head with the vampire. They could all see one another, feel one another. It was sobering and terrible, the vampire elated, his evil laughter a harsh echo in Paul's mind. Through Rafael, Colby joined them. Paul felt her awareness, the scream of anguish welling up. The terrible moment when he was conscious of Colby, buried beneath the ground, trying to claw her way up through the soil to try to reach the surface and get to him. In that heartbeat they were all together, and the vampire threw back his head and laughed in triumphant glee. One dove for Paul, knocking him back on the bed, wresting the knife from him. Paul blinked rapidly to clear his blurring sight and to try to focus on what was really happening. The thought of Colby buried alive made him ill. His wrist burned and his uncles were tying him down so he couldn't hurt himself while they worked on stopping the flow of blood. Paul could hear Ginny crying, but he couldn't move, couldn't find his voice, could only lie still with his heart pounding and a terrible dread beginning to flood his brain. The vampire wasn't finished. "Colby." Rafael caught her to him as she struggled wildly, tearing through soil with her bare hands to get to her brother. He had placed her in a deep sleep. Nothing should have disturbed her. Nothing should have penetrated the safeguards to awaken her, yet she was frantic to get to Paul. "It is her dragon-seeker blood," Nicholas explained calmly. "She is far stronger than either of us realized." It was true. Rafael knew her bloodline provided the iron in her will and also enhanced the tremendous sexual hunger she couldn't overcome when she was around her life mate. The bloodline was both her strength and her downfall. Her pain and anguish tore at him. Querida. He smoothed her hair, pulled her hands away from the soil. Paul will not die. You cannot leave this place of healing. He could still feel the fire in her body, her organs still undergoing the reshaping. Get away from me. What have you done? Oh, God, Paul's hurt. I have to get to him. Help me get out of here. Nicholas and I will go to him. Juan and Julio have him and Sean is there. You cannot leave the earth yet. You are not healed and the light would harm you. Rafael tried to provide a calm, cleansing breeze of sanity in the nightmare Colby found herself in. His hands were gentle as he tried to restrain her. She didn't stop clawing at the soil. Rafael was forced to pin her wrists together. She was going to do damage to herself. Colby, pequeña, be calm. Nicholas is rising. We will stop him. You cannot do this without causing harm to yourself. He tried to be reasonable, but she was breaking his heart. He wasn't a man familiar with his gentle, tender side, and his fierce, protective nature demanded he force obedience. Damn you, I don't care about myself. I have to get to him. He's hurt. For God's sake, Rafael, he tried to kill himself. He's only a boy. Her distress raked at him, tore his heart to shreds. I will make certain he is safe. Sleep, Colby. He pushed hard with the command. She didn't succumb, her dragon-seeker blood rising to protect her. Go to hell, Rafael. He's my brother. If you don't get me out of here, I'll get out myself. He was enormously strong and there was no way to fight him physically and win. You cannot, Mewa. Sleep now. This time he took command, not allowing her to use her blood or will against him. I will not ever forgive you for this. She succumbed to his compulsion, reluctantly fading into the sleep of their people, but not before he felt the rift between them. It yawned wide, a great chasm that might not ever be bridged. And he couldn't blame her. For a moment, he lay beside her, holding her in his arms, his heart pounding with fear for her, for their future. There was steel in Colby. She might never be able to resist him physically, but if she made up her mind to keep from feeling anything else for him. Rafael groaned. He couldn't blame her. He had converted her without her permission, forced her into his way of life, and while she was beneath the ground, the vampire had attacked her brother. He stroked her silky hair, his lips pressed against her temple. I could not survive without you, Mewa. I know you are my heart and soul. Find a way to love me through all of this. When he was alone thinking of her, when there was a knot of love in his throat so large he couldn't swallow at the thought of her courage and her strength, when he was longing to be with her, so aroused at the mere thought of her loving him, needing him. He thought of all kinds of poetic things to say to her. But when she stood in front of him, her green eyes blazing defiance and her mouth and body a sinful temptation, he lost all good sense and went for domination. How were they going to get through this one? Rafael burst through the soil, the early morning light hurting his skin and eyes, but definitely tolerable. He shifted in the air, assuming his favorite shape of the harpy eagle, and began winging his way toward Sean Everett's ranch. Simultaneously, he felt Nicholas rise, and knew he was heading for the ranch as well. I should have considered that Kerja might retaliate against the boy. There was deep regret in Rafael. I knew he was wounded and thought he would go to ground to recover, not use his last remaining strength for revenge. He will be in bad shape now. If we can find his resting place, we may be able to kill him before he can regain his strength, Nicholas ventured. Rafael blistered Nicholas's mind with a string of curses. Do you have any idea what I have done? She will not forgive me. She is your life mate. Eternity is a long time even for a dragon seeker to hold on to anger. Do you have an idea where the vampire has constructed his lair? Maybe, Rafael said thoughtfully. The ranch house was blazing with lights. He dropped low into the front yard, shifting to vapor so he could easily enter the house and appear as if he'd come from his assigned bedroom. Nicholas met him in the hall and they hurried to Paul's room. Sean Everett stood, grim-faced, his arm around Jocelyn, while Julio comforted Ginny, who clearly refused to leave. Forgive me, Paul, Nicholas greeted. I slept soundly when I should have been on watch. We thought you were safe, Rafael said. He closed his eyes for a moment, knowing he had no choice. Colby loved this boy. For her sake, for the child's sake, he had to be sent away where the vampire couldn't touch him should they fail in their efforts to destroy the undead. Colby would never forgive him. A dread began to settle in the pit of his stomach. Paul lifted his head. His face was very pale, dark circles prominent under his eyes as he regarded the two Carpathians. I held out against him a long time. I know you did. I am proud of you. Rafael reached out and deliberately circled the ragged tear in the wrist, his palm covering the gaping wound. I have some ability to heal. Allow me. One kept his hand on Paul's shoulder in a gesture of solidarity. He fought hard, Don Rafael, Don Nicholas, and this time we were able to stop him. But what of next time? He looked at them. There will be a next time. Nicholas nodded. We must put distance between Paul and our enemy. He looked straight at Rafael, reading the fear of what it would do to Colby. Rafael's nod was nearly imperceptible. Would someone like to tell me what is going on? Sean said. Juan and Julio refused to allow me to call the doctor. By rights, Paul should be in the hospital where he can receive psychiatric counseling as well as medical care. Nicholas shook his head. Our old enemy has found us, and he is attempting to use Paul for revenge. Paul has been hypnotized to do his bidding. He smiled at the teenager. Paul is much stronger than any of us realized. I am proud of you. We should call Ben, Sean insisted. Nicholas turned his head to look directly into Sean's eyes. It is better we handle this alone. It was only an accident. The boy was careless playing with his knife, and we do not want him to be food for gossip in a small town. Sean nodded. I agree it's best not to say anything. If we were to take Colby, Paul, and Ginny to Brazil, Sean, would you and your men be able to run her ranch? Would he willing to pay you to care for Paul and Ginny's property until they came of age? If neither wanted it and wished to remain in Brazil with us, we would sell the ranch to you if you desired the property, Rafael offered. Colby's going to be pissed, Paul whispered. Colby told you not to use that word, Ginny said, sticking her head out from behind Julio. Her eyes were very large as she looked at her brother. What's Rafael doing to you? Rafael's hand remained wrapped around Paul's wrist. The angry-looking cuts seemed to be fading into the area Rafael's palm covered. Does it hurt? Ginny persisted. Not anymore. Rafael's making it feel better. What do you say, Sean? Can you and your crew handle the extra acreage and workload? Rafael asked. He knew what Colby would think, and he knew what he risked by sending the children away, but there was no other choice. He wanted to rip something apart, wanted to destroy everything around him. He wanted to forbid his brother to send Paul and Ginny away, but he knew she loved these two children. Through her, he had learned to love them, and, more than his own happiness, he had to put Colby first. And that meant sending Paul away to keep him safe. Now, this night. As soon as possible. We are talking a large amount of money, Sean. You will need to pay your men, Nicholas added as a further enticement, glancing warily at his brother, reading his tormented thoughts and feeling the tension rising in the room. What about Colby? Sean inquired. The last I heard, she was hell-bent on running the ranch herself. Rafael and Colby are getting, Nicholas glanced at Juan. Casam's, Juan supplied. They are getting married. Naturally, Colby and the children will return immediately to Brazil. Juan and Julio will make the arrangements to ship their belongings and horses home. And King, Ginny said. I'm not going without King. She tugged at her uncle. And I won't go without Colby. She sounded stubborn, a small replica of her sister. Rafael raised an eyebrow. I would never leave Colby behind, little sister. Have no fear of that. Are you certain about Colby agreeing? Sean asked again, shocked that she might actually walk away from the ranch she'd spent her entire life on. Nicholas turned his head and once again captured the man's gaze. Colby wants to come with us more than anything else. She is with Rafael and wishes to make her home with him. Naturally, she will take the children with her. Naturally, Sean agreed. If you really are making the offer, Nicholas, you know I'm always willing to do business with your family. I could use the extra acreage, and I certainly have enough men to run both spreads. Colby is never going to agree, Paul whispered to Rafael. You know she won't. She'll be furious. You let me take care of that, Paul. The most important thing right now is to get you out of the vampire's range, so he can't harm you while we are hunting him. I'm going to have one help you pack, and you and Ginny will leave this morning. We have a private jet, and it will take you to our home far from this place. I will bring Colby as soon as possible. He glanced at Ginny. And, of course, the dog must go too. But don't we need passports? I don't have a passport. I've never traveled anywhere. In spite of himself, Paul was excited at the prospect of being on a private jet, of seeing another country, of waking up in the morning and not having to work from sunup until sundown. He felt a little guilty, but he was eager to try it just once in his life. I'm not going without Colby, and neither are you, Paul, Ginny declared, glaring at the men in the room. Rafael reached a hand out to the little girl. You are much like your sister, Ginny. She will come. She is with me and must accompany me to our home. There is an indoor horse arena and a swimming pool. I like my garden. We have a wonderful garden, and you will be able to spend time with your uncles and your entire familia. They are all very anxious to meet the three of you. Your dog will be welcomed, and you can have as many horses as you like. Paul suddenly tugged at his hand, trying to free himself from Rafael's grip. He didn't seem to notice when Rafael lightened his hold and turned his attention completely on the boy. Paul went very still, his eyes glazing over. His body began to tremble and his expression went slack, as if he were far away from them. Nicholas moved closer to the bed. Rafael kept the physical connection to Paul. The self-inflicted wounds were all healed, but both Carpathians were in the boy's mind, feeling his emotions and reading his thoughts. What is it, Don Rafael? Julio asked. Take the child out of here. Sean, put her to bed. Nicholas gave the order, his voice a powerful weapon. Sean Everett obeyed, taking his wife and Ginny with him. The Chavez brothers crowded closer to their nephew. Has the vampire taken him over again? Rafael held up his hand for silence, his features grim. The vampire is on the move. By rights he should be in the ground. He is badly wounded and the dawn is upon us. He has cloaked the sun with heavy clouds, but he should not be able to travel once the sun has risen. He has truly become far more powerful than most of his kind. Paul is tracking him. Good boy, Juan murmured. He is moving underground, not above, Nicholas said. Why would he be on the move? Rafael mused aloud. A tightness was beginning to form in his chest. He glanced at Nicholas to see if he shared the sudden dread. Nicholas met his gaze with a dark, sober one. Colby. Rafael stood abruptly, his expression savage. He is after Colby. Rafael's heart began to pound. Fear clogged his throat. Terror warred with rage. He knows where she lies, Paul said. He stared straight ahead, his eyes unfocused, but he said the words clearly. He is making his way to her, and he wants me to know he will kill me after he kills her. Then he will kill Ginny. He will not have the chance, Nicholas assured him. Will the safeguards hold? He is ancient. We invented the safeguards. Rafael's hands trembled. He itched to tear out the vampire's heart. The ground rolled ominously. Outside the building, lightning lit up the sky and the crash of thunder shook the house. He cannot possibly move fast, and the light will slow him. Nothing stops Kerja. Rafael was already dissolving into a vapor, streaming from the room toward the early morning sky. When he is determined. Outside the sky had turned black, matching his turbulent rage. Colby, wake. He issued the command with tremendous force, the force of a powerful ancient. He felt her instant response. Fear slammed into her, into him through her. The fear of being buried alive. He took hold of her with ruthless force, calming her mind. Kerja hunts you. How he does this thing in the early light, I do not know, but it is past the hour he should feel leaden. You are no longer human. You must get past all human fear and know you can do this. You are Carpathian. Her reaction was to keep her eyes tightly closed, but a swirl of anger drifted through her. Where's my brother? And get me the hell out of the ground. Rafael felt the familiar clenching in his gut, the brush of fire through his veins. Colby had a temper, and it always fascinated him, always aroused him. And he knew she would need it, that iron will and determination, the anger that pushed her when others would give up. Paul is safe, and Nicholas guards the children. I feel the vampire now. He's burrowing through the soil like a mole. The ground is screaming, "Get me out of here." So the early morning light was too much for Kurja, but why wasn't he let in as he should be? Rafael tore across the sky, speed uppermost in his mind. Your body is not yet ready to come out of the ground. You need the healing soil, Querida. Can you still feel the fire raging in your organs? It is too dangerous. He's close. He felt malignant, violent, a weapon of hate and vengeance, so evil Colby shuddered with fear. Rafael, hurry. There was the feeling of urgency in her. She felt something moving over her. An exodus of bugs, running from the malevolence in the vampire, trying to escape him. Insects, they're everywhere. Rafael could hear the hysteria in her voice. It is so like you to face down a bucking bronco yet be frightened of a couple of bugs. He tried to be soothing and calm when he wanted to rip out the heart of his enemy for putting her through such terror. He forced his mind away from the fear in her and sought to feel how close to her Kurja actually was. The migration of insects meant he was approaching her resting place. The safeguards would slow him down, but Rafael doubted if he could reach her before Kurja had unwoven the spells guarding her. Damn you for this. There was a sob in her voice that tore at his heart. I feel like I'm in a coffin. If you don't get me out of here, I'm going to lose my freaking mind. Rafael began to throw barriers in Kurja's path. A solid wall of granite rock, impossible to break through. He would be forced to go around it, and he had to be getting weaker. Whatever he had found to allow him to continue moving after the coming of the dawn could not possibly last long. The Carpathian people would have heard of such a feat and moved to counter it. Please, Rafael. Please get me out of here. I swear whatever I did, I'm sorry. She was weeping now, clawing at the soil. He could feel her heart pounding, accelerating until he feared it would burst. Her pleas only served to madden him. He wanted to weep with her. Colby, stop it. Stop crying. You can do this. You have to do this. I cannot bring you out of the ground. I want you aware so I can use you to fight him off if needed. You have power. You will do this. Stop crying and pull yourself together. His voice was a merciless command. He issued a warning, a deliberately harsh decree, rather than soothing her. She reacted exactly in the way he would expect from her. He felt the surge of anger at him. The bugs are crawling in my hair, you bastard. In truth, she could feel thousands of tiny legs moving over her fast, rushing away from the area, and that was nearly as frightening as the insects touching her body. She was fighting to stay in control. Rafael began to draw on the minerals from the volcano. He built a chamber of diamonds, first forming a roof over her head, a glittering transparent cavern, just large enough to keep her from feeling as if she were buried alive, and small enough that he could manage it quickly. The diamond fortress would keep Kurja out. Colby would be able to see the vampire, and it might be possible to further harm or even destroy the vampire using her sight. What's happening? Colby touched the hard rock forming rapidly around her. Rafael, please. Really, I'm not going to be able to do this. You have to get me out of here. I don't understand why you won't take me out of the ground. Is it the birthmark? He read the desperation in her mind. Was he burying her alive? Leaving her to die a terrible death? Terror was returning fast. Her pleas were far worse than her anger. He had never felt so tormented in his life. His heart ached, a physical pain, and his belly churned with fury while fear was a knot in his throat. You can open your eyes, Maywa Moore. You are safe now. He cannot get past a chamber of diamonds. They are too hard. He is far too weak. When he pushes his way through the soil, I need you to look at him. Keep your eyes on him at all times, no matter what he does. Can you do that, Pequeña? He couldn't prevent the gentle coaxing note from creeping into his tone. He ached to hold her close to him, to comfort her. Colby opened her eyes with slow reluctance, terrified of seeing the dirt and bugs. She was lying in a rich, black soil, but encased in glass. She lifted her arm to touch the wall, shocked at how heavy her limbs felt. Not glass. Crystal? Her breath caught in her throat. Diamonds. He had constructed a fortress of diamond to keep her safe. She wasn't ready to forgive him. She doubted if she ever would, but at least she wasn't going to have a heart attack now, if she didn't look up to see the dirt over the top of her prison. Are you certain Paul is alive? That he's all right? She would never forgive him for holding her captive beneath the earth when her brother needed her. Rafael allowed his memories to replay for her. His love for you and Ginny is very strong. Kerja did not take that into account. Colby was caught by a sound. By a feeling of being watched. She turned her head and there he was. Her heart stopped beating and then began to thump frantically inside her chest. She had never seen such malevolence and twisted hatred on anything or anyone's face before. The creature no longer appeared human. He had dragged himself through the mountain to reach her with the sole intent of killing her. Spittle ran down his chin, and his eyes glowed a fiery red. He was bloody and horribly burned. His chest had several puncture wounds. Kerja reached for her with long, twisted stiletto-like fingernails. He attacked the wall with a hard, driving stab, his red-rimmed eyes staring directly into hers. The talon shattered. The vampire screamed. He threw himself against the barrier. Colby winced and tried to scoot back from the hideous creature. Only then did she realize she was naked and the undead could see her, vulnerable to his inspection. It made his grotesque leer all the worse. He held up a hand, fingers spread wide as he stared at her throat. Slowly, oh so slowly, he began to close his fingers. She felt the crushing squeeze, closing like a vice around her neck. For one moment she panicked, fighting for air. You are underground, buried alive, remember, Pequeña? You do not need air. I am almost to him and do not want to give away my presence. Her lips pressed together. Rafael was right, she was buried alive, something he was damned well going to answer for. She didn't need air. Let the undead try to strangle her. Deliberately, with defiance, Colby came up on her knees, tossing her long hair as a taunt. She didn't even care that she was naked. If the damned vampire could resist the terrible lethargy, so could she. Ignoring the way her insides burned like hell, she brought up her chin and her eyes blazed right back at him. This was the terrible creature that had tormented her brother. He had tried to kill Rafael, but he was in for the shock of his life. The vampire had never met an honest-to-God cowgirl. We breed them tough here, she said as she allowed her fury at everything that had happened in the last few weeks to come together into a raging inferno. And we don't lie down for anyone, not even vampires. Flames licked along the dirt floor of the tunnel Kerja had burrowed through to get to her. As if fed by a ferocious wind, the tongues of orange red sprang to life, leaping high, enveloping the vampire in a whirling firestorm. Colby. The command was sharp. Angry. The vampire screamed, howled with rage and pain, too weak to continue the battle. He dared not remain longer. His strength was ebbing fast. He scurried through the tunnel, heading away from the hot springs, away from the rich soil that would heal his wounds. He needed a resting place where the hunters would never think to look. They knew he was severely injured and that he would have to have time to rejuvenate. He would need prey close as well as shelter and rich soil. He moved in the opposite direction fast, using every ounce of remaining strength to flee before Rafael could find him. Rafael's reprimand was a slap in the face. Her own rage boiled over. It's just like you to leave me buried underground, you swine, a sitting duck for your foul-smelling friend, and then dare to yell at me for protecting myself. Colby's fist clenched. She ached to smash Rafael right in his too handsome face. I hurt so bad I want to throw up. Get me out of here. She stared in horror as the vampire's broken fingernail began to vibrate, to scrape at the diamond chamber encasing her. I am so not kidding, Rafael. Hurry up. Now his fingernail is alive. It's scratching at the wall. She didn't want to be afraid, but the thing seemed alive, determined to get at her. Get me out of here. Rafael flinched at the undiluted anger in her voice, at the way it swirled in her body, but at the same time, his blood thickened and heated. You're impossible. I'm in the middle of a crisis here. When you put me in, Rafael, and you're thinking about sex. You're perverted. Get me out of here. Colby began to run her hands over the surface of her diamond cage, opposite to the scratching nail, hoping to find a weak spot and crawl out. When she couldn't, she concentrated once more on focusing her fear and anger on the ghastly thing. It blackened slowly, smoked, and finally burst into flame. Pressing a hand to her wildly beating heart, she sagged against the wall. She just wanted to go home. Your world scares me to death. Rafael, I need to see Paul and Ginny. Come get me out of here. She was weary of arguing, tired of being afraid. And her insides were beginning to feel as if someone had taken a blowtorch to them. She wanted comfort. She needed it. She deserved it. Rafael wanted to gather her into his arms and hold her forever, but he had to find Kerja and destroy him. He would only have a scant hour or two to find the vampire's hiding place before his own lethargy would take over. He hardened his heart against the weariness in her. You will remain beneath the ground as I have commanded and go back to sleep and heal properly. It was a decree, a command delivered with hard authority. He issued the order and followed it with a hard push, one that sent her sinking into sleep, but not before he heard her curse him soundly. In spite of the gravity of the situation, he felt the warmth of joy spreading through him. So this was what it was to have a lifemate. The calm, bleak emptiness of his previous life had been replaced by a roller coaster of emotions. Love, yes, but also aggravation, worry, the fiery clash of tempers, and an incredible wanton desire. At least, now, he always knew he was alive. He circled slowly above the ground where Colby lay, looking for signs of Kerja burrowing through the earth, but as always with the ancient vampire, there was no sign of his passing. Rafael shifted into his human form as he dropped to the ground, running his hands over the ground, feeling for a vibration, feeling for the telltale signs of the undead. His fingers curled into a fist. He might just introduce Colby to how pleasurable a punishment could become after this mistake. He had to kill Kerja. The vampire would take his revenge, and she had eliminated Rafael's chance of easily trailing the creature back to his lair. An owl hooted, a soft cry in the night. The sound beckoned to him, an unusual call from this bird of prey. Not a near miss, not satisfaction, but a calling. Wary, he raised his head and looked cautiously around. Even with his acute vision, it took a few minutes to spot the large owl tucked high in the branches of a fir tree several yards away. Rafael straightened slowly. It was no indigenous owl in the tree. The bird regarded him from his position high in the branches. It wasn't Nicholas, he was with Paul and Ginny, helping to get them ready for the move to Brazil. He would put them on the private jet and get them out of the country, using his hypnotic voice to get them through the red tape quickly. You may as well come out of the tree and tell me what you are doing here. The raptor immediately spread its wings wide and spiraled down, shifting before it touched the ground. A tall man with wide shoulders stood regarding him. I have not seen you for far too many years, Rafael. He stepped forward and gripped Rafael's forearms in the familiar gesture of one warrior greeting another. Vikernoff von Schroeder. I thought you had long ago met the Dawn. I have often thought of doing so, but I had my brother to watch over. Nikolai has found his life mate, and now my time grows short. I have one last task to complete before I rest. What of you? What of your brothers? Reardon has also found his life mate. There is hope with the knowledge that some human women can be converted. My life mate, Colby, is human. I was drawn to this place by the sound of the earth screaming, yet now there is no evidence of a vampire. He has vowed to kill Colby. I must destroy him. He has managed to take the blood of her younger brother and reaches out to use him against us. As he spoke, Rafael continued to search along the blackened terrain for hints of the vampire's passing. Then I will hunt with you. It will be like old times. Vikernoff reached up to pull his nearly waist-length hair to the nape of his neck, securing it with a leather tie. Colby carries the mark of the Dragon Seeker. She is a descendant of that lineage. Rafael sent his senses deep into the earth, stretching first north, then west where the fertile soil might draw Kerja to heal. We thought the Dragon Seeker line long gone from us. A good alliance between two powerful houses. The prince will be pleased. Vikernoff scanned the skies. How is it you came to this place, Vikernoff? I am following a woman. Nikolai and I, through accident, became aware that a master vampire had put out the word to his pawns that this particular woman was necessary to him. I have been trailing her with the intention of warning her and protecting her. He pulled a photograph from his pocket. Have you seen her? Rafael reached for the picture, but Vikranoff retained possession of it, holding it up so Rafael could see it. His thumb moved in a small, involuntary caress over the beautiful face. I am certain I am close. She was here tonight, talking in the bar with Colby. Colby said this woman, Natalia Shansky, told her a hunter would kill anyone bearing the mark of the Dragon Seeker. She is not only running from the vampire, but from you. She, too, bears the mark of the Dragon Seeker clan? Why would she believe such a thing? Both men cast for signs along the ground. They laid their hands over the earth, willing the soil to give them news. They listened to the wind, to the rustle of the leaves in the trees. Even the insects and night creatures usually told tales, but there was no lead to the vampire's trail. It was as if he had vanished into thin air. If what she said is true, Rhiannon had triplets, 2 girls and a boy. They are not children of her life mate, but of the wizard Xavier. He held her captive for some time, no one knows how, but she somehow managed to join her life mate in another world, leaving the children behind. Or it is possible, even more probable, that Xavier murdered her after the children were born. Xavier hated all Carpathians. He would have raised his children to fear us. Rafael shifted his focus to the south and then to the east. This young woman you seek is a direct descendant. She has been long in this world, avoiding our people. He pushed his hand through his hair in utter frustration at finding nothing, no sign of the vampire. Deus, this is getting us nowhere. Where would Kerja hide? 19. Kerja. Vikranoff swung around, slipping the photo into his shirt next to his heart. He is the vampire? There was a thoughtful note in his voice. No wonder this one is difficult to find. Kerja was a great warrior. I fear he is involved in a conspiracy to kill the prince. I have spoken recently with Grigori, and all of us suspect that a large army is massing against us. What of Kerja's 4 brothers? Do you have news on them? I believe they are all involved, but I do not know for certain. When he talked, he implied it was so. Vikranoff examined a pile of boulders that had shifted slightly out of position. What is off in that direction? Rafael studied the landscape. The mines. His dark eyes blazed with grim realization. Vikranoff, he has gone to the mines. Colby told me they boarded the entrances up years ago because they were dangerous. No one goes there. So he wouldn't have access to ready prey? Rafael shook his head. No, but he would be able to call the unwary to him. He is incredibly powerful. Vikranoff nodded. I remember all of the Malinov brothers. They were very powerful even while young. His cool black eyes studied Rafael. As was your family. We were good friends, and yes, we tested the limits of the law, but we agreed, all 10 of us, my brothers and Kerja's brothers, that we would follow our prince and live with honor. I do not know why the Malinov brothers chose the dark path. There was a lingering sadness in his voice. Vikranoff glanced at him sharply. He is no longer your childhood friend. Let us hunt the undead and remove the threat to you and your life mate before the sun rises too high and forces us to ground. They shifted at the same time, Vikranoff choosing the owl and Rafael, the harpy eagle. Both flew low to the ground, scanning as they quartered the most direct route to the mines. Kerja would have stayed beneath the ground. However he had managed to be awake after the first light of dawn, Rafael was certain the effect couldn't last too long. Kerja would have prepared his escape route before he had launched his attempt on Colby's life. Vikranoff? Do you think it strange that the male child of Rhiannon died and yet there is no word on the fate of the females? Colby said she was told her father died, but not how or when. There was open speculation in Raphael's mind. Wizards were not immortal. They had longevity, but ultimately death claimed them. It is one of the reasons they came to resent us. For all their abilities and power, they could not sustain their lives. The prince believed that was the motivation for kidnapping Rhiannon. Xavier wished her to breed with him, to give his children immortal life. Xavier wanted her blood for himself and for his heirs. Through the harpy eagle's keen eyes, Rafael noticed a slight shifting of dirt, still fresh as if a mole had pushed upward and dislodged the soil. He circled it. What if Xavier succeeded? Rhiannon would not have willingly converted him, but he may have found a way to use her blood to convert himself. Colby is proof that the Dragon-Seeker blood was passed to what appear to be humans. We do not know for a fact that Xavier died or that his son and his grandson have died. The women have been told this, but there are no details. Vikranoff considered the possibilities. You are saying it is possible that our greatest enemy is alive and has adult children to help him continue his work. Rafael spotted the mines just ahead and flew higher, taking in a wider range. Kerja would not go into the mines without safeguards and numerous traps. He studied the ground and the entrances to the two shafts, both blocked with massive boulders. I think it is possible, yes. I do not believe that any child of Xavier would easily be killed. And if they carry Dragon-Seeker blood, it would be more difficult than ever. Rafael landed in the branches of a large fir, a short distance from the mine entrance. Vikranoff settled beside him. They studied the area around them with sharp eyes before settling to earth and shifting into their Carpathian forms. From their position, they sent their acute senses in every direction, paying particular attention to the position of the boulders blocking the entrance, as well as the structure of the sloping mine. This woman I am following, Vikranoff ventured, has vampires hunting her. Is it possible they know she carries the blood of the Dragon-Seekers? I do not know. Colby carries the blood of the Dragon-Seekers, but Kerja did not seem to have knowledge of it. Rafael studied Vikranoff's weathered features. We are surrounded by treachery these days, making it impossible to tell enemy from friend quite often. This woman may be leading you straight into a trap. Vikranoff shrugged. It is of little consequence. I am no fledgling and have been long in this world. I have acquired a few skills along the way. There was a hard edge to his face, a darker shadow moving in the black eyes. I am not so easily killed. He shook his head. Something about this is not quite right. I agree. It seems off-kilter, but I cannot say how. There is a substantial wind, yet the leaves of the bushes near the entrance of the mines do not even waver. They remain still when the leaves all around us are moving. The breeze should move all the leaves, not just those near us, Vikranoff pointed out. Rafael studied the phenomenon. Are we perhaps looking at an illusion? A scene Kerja set up as a safeguard. If so, it is one I have not seen in all my centuries of hunting. It is an extremely large illusion to hold while he lies sleeping beneath the ground. Kerja is no ordinary vampire, Rafael said. He was never ordinary as a hunter, but showed exceptional skills as did all of his family. If any of the undead could do such a thing, it would be Kerja. And I doubt if he is resting. Vikranoff shifted, and in the familiar image of the owl, spread wings and took flight, spiraling over the area, dropping lower and lower as he circled the mines. If it is an illusion, it is a good one. It is, Rafael said aloud. He shifted once again into the eagle form, leaving the safety of the trees to fly over the massive boulders at the entrance. They looked real enough, but Rafael no longer trusted his sight. The owl flew toward the largest boulder, feet extended as if to land. At the last moment, he veered off. There is nothing there. I would have hit the ground. Rafael landed on the ground off to the side of the mine entrances. We are going to have to forget sight and use our other senses to tell us where the actual entrance is. Vikranoff shifted beside him. We could try going underground. Kerja has already made a tunnel beneath the earth. Rafael shook his head. Not his tunnel. He is a master at fighting beneath the ground. The opening is here. I will find it. He shifted once more, becoming a small, unassuming bat. Vikranoff watched the dipping and wheeling of the bat. The night creature would be able to feel any objects in its path and know the exact distance to them. Very simple, but very clever. It is an illusion. The entrance to the mines is 10 feet to the left. We can go in through the cracks using mist. At least we know we are in the right place. He must be in there to have set up such an enormous safeguard. He could not hope to keep it throughout the daylight hours. Vikranoff joined Rafael in the same form, using the bat's radar to judge the distance to the boulders at the real entrance to the mines. They moved with care, streaming as a vapor trail through a large crack between rocks, making their way into the dark tunnel. It was safer to proceed as vapor, not touching the walls or ground where they might trigger a trap. That worked until they turned a corner and encountered a giant spider web. The strands of the web were closely woven. It was impossible for even vapor to slip through without disturbing the silky threads. A very small spider sat in the corner of the web. The hunters shifted into Carpathian form to study the design of the thick web. It looked silky and fragile, a delicate work of art, yet Rafael felt the hairs on the back of his neck rise in warning. "Have you seen this before?" Vikernoff asked, keeping a wary eye on the harmless-looking spider. Rafael inched closer, bending to look at the fibers. They appeared that of a normal web, yet there were no holes, no lacy effect. The design was solid and tight. He looked at the small spider to identify the species. It stared back at him. The bubble eyes blinked and Rafael found himself staring into the eyes of evil, of intelligence. Kerja stared back at him, venomous hatred and malevolence roiling in the depths of his glare. Rafael leapt away from the web, dragging Vikernoff with him as the tiny spider burst into 1,000 spiders, all springing at them with poisonous fangs. Rafael incinerated the arachnids quickly, but not before quite a few of them managed to sink their poisonous fangs into his and Vikernoff's arms and legs. The tiny bites left bloody swollen sores, seeping with venom, burning through flesh and tissue. "He definitely knows we are hunting him," Rafael said as he pushed the poison out through the pores of his body. Beside him, Vikernoff did the same. "Every step we take is going to be dangerous. Not only is he good at illusion, but he is a master of mutating a species." He scorched the last remaining spiders. Vikernoff nodded grimly. "In all my centuries of battling the undead, I have never faced a vampire this powerful. I think he is strong enough to kill us both if we come at him one at a time." "Unfortunately, I think you are right," Rafael agreed. They began to follow the tunnel as it slanted downward, taking them deeper beneath the ground. They tested each step with caution, all senses alert to impending danger. The beams were rotted and split above their heads. The large timbers supporting the ceiling beams also showed dangerous signs of age. An old track lay half buried along the ground. A collection of dusty, forgotten tools lay scattered across the ground. "Why do I feel as if we are entering the Devil's Lair?" Rafael asked. He pitched his voice low. "Because we are," Vikernoff answered. "What is that noise?" Rafael glanced at the ancient hunter. "It sounds like miners." They rounded the corner and saw a dozen men working with pickaxes on the walls of the shaft. Several lanterns hung from the overhead beam, casting a dim yellow light over the workers below. As Vikernoff and Rafael watched, two men manipulated a heavy, ore-filled car into place on the rickety rails. No one seemed to notice the presence of the two Carpathians. The two hunters looked at one another. "It has to be an illusion," Vikernoff said. None of the miners turned at the sound of his voice. The men continued to work industriously, the sound of the picks hitting rock ringing through the shaft. "They're wearing modern clothes," Rafael pointed out. He studied the scene in front of them, looking for the hidden trap he knew had to be there. "It could be he is slowing us down, making the point we cannot trust our own senses." "How did he set them in motion?" Rafael wanted to know. "If his illusion can tear into the rock, it can just as easily tear into us." The pickaxes continued to ring out against the rock in a steady rhythm. Vikernoff tapped his hand against his leg, following the pattern. "Do you hear that? Maybe something in the beat." Rafael crouched down, studying the scene from every angle. "Could be. He is tricking more than one sense. Sight, smell, hearing. He has done a superb job." There was admiration in his voice. "Look at the ground. There are no footprints in the dirt. They do not leave any evidence of their existence. See where the picks hit the rock. The scene repeats itself as if it's looped," Vikernoff said. "If we disturb it by entering into it, would that trigger a trap or dispel the scene?" He would not have gone to this trouble without some kind of a trap. Rafael rubbed his chin. "Unless it is a delaying tactic. If it is a darn good one. You stay clear just in case I trigger an attack." Vikernoff approached the miners with caution. None of them looked up. No one spoke. They continued with their work as if he wasn't walking in their midst. He glanced at Rafael. "Any ideas?" "Take the pickaxe out of one of their hands and see if that disrupts the scene," Rafael suggested. Vikranoff stepped up beside a miner and easily pulled the tool from the man's hands. There was a brief moment of eerie silence as the ringing of the picks abruptly stopped. Immediately the tools fell to the ground and the men dissolved into skeletons, the bones sprawling all over the floor of the mine shaft. Scraps of clothing lay rotting, and the smell of decomposing bodies immediately filled the already foul air. Well, now we know for certain what happened to the missing people from the town and outlying ranches, Rafael said grimly. This is definitely Kurja's lair. He stepped past the grotesque scene, careful not to disturb the bones. They moved down the tunnel in total darkness. Almost at once there was a rustle behind them, followed by the rattle of bone clicking against bone. The hunters whirled around to face the army of skeletons rising from the floor, bones reassembling to form warriors wielding the pickaxes with menacing intent, the eyeless skulls staring straight ahead. The sound of the picks on the rocks had to be the trigger, Rafael said in disgust at himself. If we had not disturbed the scene, the trap would not have been sprung. He moved away from Vikranoff to give them both fighting room. It was a disturbing thing to see the dead rise up to defend the very creature that had brutally murdered them. It seemed so wrong, so obscene, that Rafael actually winced when he gathered his power into a ball of energy and sent it careening into the midst of the skeleton army. The explosion rocked the mines, cracked rotten timbers, splintered beams overhead, and sent dirt and rocks falling on the dead. Vikranoff and Rafael hurried away from the avalanche of debris. The 3 remaining skeletons that had not been caught in the force of the explosion rushed the hunters, brandishing their pickaxes. Their bones clacked and scraped in a gruesome manner, and their mouths widened into a horrible gape. All the while the eyes stared straight ahead, pitiless holes in the empty skulls. Lights sprang up along the walls, lanterns swinging as if set in motion by an unseen hand. A wind rushed through the tunnels, awakening the guardians of the undead. Not good, Rafael murmured. A terrible wailing came from somewhere just ahead of them, the sound swelling in volume until it was a symphony of screams. Dark shadows slipped through the cracks in the rock and dirt, forming the walls of the tunnels. Vikranoff turned to face the skeletons, and Rafael took up a position at his back, facing the shadows. The Carpathians waited, back to back, for the attack. It came in a rush of wind and bones. Dark shadows crept over the beams and rock, wailing loudly as they came with outstretched arms and clawed fingers, grasping for the hunters. Rafael answered with a burst of shattering white-hot light. The shadows screamed in fear and horror, retreating from the brilliance into the deeper recesses of the mine. Vikranoff smashed several lanterns over the heads of the skeletons, dousing them with flames. The pickaxes lay harmlessly in the dirt, but the burning bones continued forward, determined to kill the hunters. Missed, he ordered. Rafael shifted simultaneously with Vikranoff so that the skeletons rushed past into the brilliant light. The bones disintegrated, exploding into splintered fragments. The flames flickered and died. There was another eerie silence. The hunters moved further through the tunnel, proceeding with caution, shifting back to Carpathian form in order to utilize all of their senses. Rafael reached out with every sense he had, gathering information, allowing his brain to assimilate every smell and sound that came back to him. We are running out of time. If we do not find him soon, we will have no choice but to seek rest, and we cannot do so in these mines. It is his lair, and it is well guarded. He is counting on that fact. All he has to do is keep us from finding his resting place until the sun is high, Vikranoff agreed. I have never fought a vampire with such safeguards. He has had centuries to perfect his skills. Rafael turned his head, listening to the rustles coming from behind them. Do you hear that? The skeletons are trying to reform for another attack. They were in a maze of tunnels and for a moment remained motionless, trying to get a feel for Kurja's resting place. He is also very good at leaving no trace of his existence, Rafael added. He indicated the fungus growing on the walls of one of the tunnels. That would be my best guess. That fungus is not growing anywhere else, and I would venture it is another safeguard. Vikranoff peered closely at the strange wart growth. I do not like the look of this, and there are millions of centipedes covering the floor. The timbers are rotted almost completely through. I say we do not touch anything as we go down this tunnel. Rafael took one look at the carpet of centipedes. He swore in the ancient language. Kurja is well aware we are close. I can feel him now. He cannot hide his hatred of me. He takes my hunting him far too personally. Vikrunov raised his eyebrow. I cannot imagine why. Rafael flashed a brief grin. He knows my aversion to centipedes. A childish thing, but of course he would use it. The eyebrow rose higher. We are of the earth. How could a creature such as a centipede bother one such as you? You have dominion over such things. I had 4 brothers, Vikrunov, Rafael pointed out. His form shimmered, became transparent, and shifted to that of a very small bat. Vikrunov followed suit, but not before he glanced back toward the tunnel where the bones were making frantic scratching noises as they tried to reform to carry out their master's orders. We will have to watch our backs. Only if we do not get to him. Once he is gone, all of his servants will cease to exist. I say we move fast. Watch that fungus near the entrance to this shaft on your right. There is something strange about it. Rafael used the bat's radar to calculate the distance to the plant, but it kept changing, as if the plant moved. Something struck at the bat hard, clipping a wing and knocking it to the ground. The centipedes immediately began to feast. Vikrunov shifted one wing, reaching down to drag the small bat from the grasp of the greedy insects. Bite marks covered the body and small patches of blood seeped from various wounds. Rafael shook off the clinging centipedes, flapping his wings to gain height. Thanks. Now we know what that fungus is. It has teeth. Probably poison. I felt it go in. Burns like hell. He is close. Go to the right, Vikrunov. Watch yourself. The fungus is everywhere. There is a pocket of gas here. He is behind that mass of boulders. I feel him. The centipedes are frantic to get at us, and the fungus is snapping teeth like mad dogs. He has to be inside the chamber. Rafael. I am trying to tell you gas is seeping out into this tunnel and filling it. A trick. He is up to his old tricks. He loved to play with fire. I do not want to get cooked. Vikrunov was adamant about it. It is time to let him work for us. I have an idea. Go back to the tunnel entrance. Rafael followed Vikrunov and shifted back to Carpathian form just out of reach of the fungus and centipedes. What is the plan? Vikrunov asked. Rafael gestured toward the heavy boulders guarding the entrance to the chamber at the end of the tunnel. That is. Soon, clones of the 2 hunters stood near the chamber entrance, centipedes swarming up their bodies and fungus striking viciously, while Rafael directed the clones to unweave the complicated safeguards the vampire had erected around his lair. As the clones worked, Rafael removed the remaining poisons from his body. The process went more slowly than normal. Rafael fed most of his power into the illusions he'd created. He had to make them real enough to generate body heat. If we are lucky, Kurja will believe those clones really are us, and if he does, he'll try to kill us by igniting the gas. We will not risk triggering another one of his traps, and it will leave us free to unravel the safeguards. I hope he hurries because I can hear the skeletons heading this way, Vikrunov said grimly. I would recommend we levitate to keep away from his warriors, but he would have thought of that. He didn't say what they both knew. Time was running out on them. The sun was climbing higher outside the mine, and both of them would soon be hit with the terrible lethargy of their species. They could not go to rest in the mine with Kurja so close. It would be far too dangerous. I cannot sustain the illusion and make it realistic and work the safeguards. You will have to unravel the guards. Stay well back from the entrance, Rafael cautioned. Vikrunov began the complicated procedure of unlocking the spell guarding the vampire's lair. Behind them, the clack and rattle of bones grew louder. The floor rustled with dark, malevolent insects, and the shadows wailed at them, held off only by the white-hot light Rafael continued to maintain. The explosion came without warning, rocking the entire mine. The trapped vampire had ignited the pocket of gas. A red-orange fireball roared down the length of the tunnel, incinerating everything in its path. It blew out everything inside the long tunnel, killing the carnivorous plants and searing the carpet of centipedes, leaving the shaft burned and foul-smelling, but clear for the 2 hunters. As the hunters moved cautiously down the now-empty mine shaft, Vikrunov's hands flowed gracefully in the air as he hurried to unravel the vampire's safeguards. Rafael continued to feed energy into the white-hot light surrounding them, keeping the shadows at bay. More than once, the dark, amorphous shapes lunged at the Carpathians only to shriek and fall back when Rafael struck at them with the lasered beam of light. "The last safeguard is down," Vikernoff said. "Stand clear. He will have something waiting in the chamber." Rafael pressed his body against the blackened side of the tunnel and waited for Vikernoff to do the same before waving his hand to send the boulders rolling away from the entrance. Gas and steam poured from the interior, carrying with it a noxious, foul odor. Bats with sharpened fangs followed, a dark cloud of them, swarming the hunters instantly. Vikernoff flung up a barrier as he and Rafael peered into the heated cavern. The bats crashed into the invisible barrier over and over, smashing their bodies in frenzied need to carry out the commands of the undead. The hunters stepped onto the steaming floor of Kerja's lair. The chamber was hot, and the vaporous gas held traces of sulfur and poison. The Carpathians floated upward as the acids in the soil melted their boots, seeking to penetrate to their skin. "Good one, Kerja," Rafael muttered, shaking his head to rid himself of the lethargy seeping into his body and mind, making him careless. They began to quarter the ground, seeking the exact position where the vampire lay beneath the poisonous brew of acid and foul soil. "Here, Vikernoff," Rafael said, indicating a spot directly below him. "He is here." The two began to unravel the final safeguards, going fast, but being careful to remain alert. Movement on the ground caught Rafael's eyes just to the left of where the vampire lay, a small spewing of dirt, a disturbance beneath the soil. As he watched, the same thing happened in a half-dozen other places, until he and Vikernoff were surrounded by a loose circle. The soil burst open in a dozen spots and ghouls poured out of the earth. "Keep going, Rafael," Vikernoff said. "I will hold them off." He was already dropping low, flying at a ghoul with tremendous speed. He wrenched at the ghoul's head, knocking the creature off its feet so that it landed hard in the poisonous soil. Rafael concentrated on unraveling the last lock to get to Kerja, while Vikernoff's battle with the ghouls raged ferociously around him. Several times he heard Vikernoff grunting as he took a particularly nasty hit, but Rafael remained focused on disassembling the vampire's final safeguard. The moment the last element clicked in place, the ghouls howled and shrieked in fury, redoubling their efforts to destroy the hunters. Vikernoff kept the dozen zombies away from Rafael, giving him the time needed to peel back the layers of soil from the vampire's resting place. And then the last of the soil fell away and Rafael found himself looking down into Kerja's hate-filled eyes. For a moment there was an eerie silence. The vampire was utterly motionless, trapped in the earth by the terrible lethargy of his kind. "You will never win, Rafael. You are doomed." The voice rasped with hate even as Rafael plunged his fist through the vampire's chest cavity and ripped out the blackened, rotted heart of his childhood friend. Kerja screamed, and Rafael hissed as the acid from the vampire's blood burned through his skin and muscles right to the bone. He threw Kerja's heart to the ground, but before he could call fire to incinerate the decayed thing, it burrowed deep into the soil, making its way back to its host. Black hatred vibrated in the air between them, then triumph as the heart reunited with its host. Cursing, Rafael drove his fist a second time toward the vampire's chest, staring down into the red-rimmed eyes. But it was no longer Kerja lying helpless in the earth. Rafael stared down at Colby, her beautiful face, her wealth of red hair, her incredible soft skin. For a moment he hesitated as he leaned over the undead. "Rafael," she cried softly, "help me." "Colby?" Rafael blinked in confusion and shook his head, and for one uncertain moment, he hesitated. Kerja struck. Rafael screamed, and the illusion of Colby dissolved as the vampire's razor-sharp talons pierced Rafael's chest. Breathless with agony, he could feel the hand of the undead clawing for his heart, shredding through muscle and sinew with murderous intent. Kerja shrieked in triumph and Rafael screamed again as the tips of the vampire's nail gouged at Rafael's heart. Pain swamped Rafael, excruciating pain the likes of which he'd never known in all the centuries of his existence. For one agonizing moment his muscles locked in spasms of torment, then he screamed again from another driving pain as Kerja's talons pierced the outer walls of his heart. Blood spurted from Rafael's heart. There wasn't much time. He had to finish this now. Quickly. He dragged himself over Kerja's body. The vampire once again assumed Colby's shape, but this time Rafael didn't hesitate. Once more he drove his fist deep into the vampire's rotten chest, crying out as the acid blood ate through the flesh of his already wounded hand. His chest was on fire, the vampire's razored claws shredding the muscles of Rafael's heart. Blood jetted out of his chest in great deadly spurts, but Rafael could not afford to stop his heart and shut down his body's functions to save himself. Kerja must be defeated. Rafael would protect Colby and those she loved with his last dying breath. As long as Kerja remained alive, he would retain his hold on Paul and put Colby's family at risk. It had to end here. Now, Rafael would remove this threat to Paul, give the boy back to Colby in sanity and health. He would not fail her this time with yet another in a long line of selfish choices. He could give her this one gift even if it meant the loss of his own life. She was Dragon Seeker, she was strong, she could go on without him as Rhiannon had. For a moment he wavered. Had it been his spell of Xavier's that had prevented Rhiannon from joining her lifemate? Would Colby survive his death? He had to believe it. He felt Kerja's fingers close around his heart, the nails digging deep, lacerating, shredding. He heard his own screams echo through the chamber, but he hung on tenaciously. He would not fail her. His death was the only thing he had left to give her. No! Nicholas shouted the command. Faintly, from far away, Rafael heard his other brothers, but maybe that was an illusion too. The voices of Carpathians near and far seemed to melt into a single voice crying protest. Rafael held on grimly, dragging the black vampire heart from Kerja's chest. Blood loss had made Rafael extremely weak, and the heart struggled wildly to get out of his possession and back to its master. He fought to keep the rotted organ caged in his hand. The acid burned through his skin to his bones, but that pain was nothing compared to the agony of Kerja's fingers literally ripping Rafael's heart to pieces. Deep beneath the earth, Colby felt the rending and tearing of Rafael's heart. Her eyes flew open, her heart shuddering in shared pain and slamming with relentless terror against her chest. The pain nearly shattered her. Rafael, the undead will not get your brother. Rafael's voice was ragged, frayed with pain. In that instant, she saw him in the dark of the mine with the ghouls fighting to get to him, with his arm and hand burned raw from the vampire's blood. And she saw the vampire's fist buried deep in his chest. She felt the fingernails ripping and gouging at Rafael's heart in an effort to kill him. For a moment time stopped. The world went utterly still. Realization struck her in that blinding moment. She loved him. All this time when she thought she was fighting him, she'd been fighting herself as well. Pitting her enormous will against her heart, the heart that had begun to love Rafael when he had rushed into a burning building on her behalf. Rafael had freed her to be who and what she was born to be. She would finally be able to use her extraordinary gifts she had spent a lifetime hiding. She would be accepted for who she really was, not who she pretended to be. And in that moment of realization, Colby knew she could bear anything, sacrifice anyone or anything else, but not Rafael. "Tell me what to do." She issued the order to Nicholas. And it was an order. She began to claw her way through the earth to the surface. Every ounce of iron will she possessed, the will that was her birthright, that had been honed in her sweat and tears, the unbending will that had refused to let her believe she could come to love Rafael, that will she now focused on reaching him. She would save him. There was no other choice. Stay with him. Do not allow him to separate himself from you. He will hold on with everything he is, not wanting to chance that you will die with him. Colby concentrated on holding Rafael to her. She could see through his eyes and hear the wailing of the ghouls and the horrible cries of the vampire. Deep in the vampire's lair, Vikarnov continued his battle with the relentless ghouls, but he could sense how close Rafael was to death. "Rafael," he commanded, "throw the heart to me now." He kept his voice calm in the midst of the chaos reigning. He knocked back another ghoul, but it rose to confront him again as the others closed in. Kerja's razor-sharp fingernails worked to drag Rafael's heart from his body, a slow but extremely painful process. The The strength was ebbing from the vampire, but it was draining almost as quickly from Rafael. He could barely move, barely think, his body failing to obey the dictates of his brain as blood loss and lethargy from the rising sun sapped his remaining, rapidly dwindling strength. He felt Colby moving in him, searching for a way to aid him. He couldn't protect her from the pain in his body. He felt the blow of it, nearly driving her to unconsciousness, felt her regroup, accept the pain. Then her strong will rose up, the unwavering determination of the dragon-seeker blood. "You will not die." She made it a decree. An order. "Throw the heart to the hunter. Take my strength and rid the world of that disgusting creature. Now, Rafael. I won't let you go." Using the burst of strength, he did as she commanded, tossing the vile organ through the air to Vikernoff. At once Rafael's strength ran out and he began to topple. It was too late for him. His heart was shredded, his blood loss too great. But Colby and Paul would be safe and Vikernoff would get out of the mines alive. Rafael closed his eyes and let go. Colby merged her mind with Rafael's. She was strong. She'd always been strong, so much so that her powers couldn't be managed in her human state. She felt them now, running through her body, and she took a quick inventory of her abilities. Everything was different now, with the special gifts of the Carpathian blood running through her veins. She reached for the power, embraced it instead of shrinking in fear from it. She would save Rafael, hold him to her with her last breath, even though his life force was no more than a small, dim light flickering weakly, all but extinguished. She held him to her with all of her strength, preventing him from falling to the acid inferno of soil in the chamber, at the same time, keeping his spirit from fading away. "Bring him to me. Hurry." She sent the order to Vikernoff, on the mental path she found in Rafael's mind. "The soil is rich in minerals, and it is our only chance." Vikernoff incinerated the vampire's heart, stoically ignoring the acid burning his hand and arm as the blood ran down his skin. Kurja screamed horribly, his body going limp, his fist falling from Rafael's body with a horrible sucking sound. The Carpathian's lifeblood splattered over him. He grimaced and licked at it in a last, vain attempt to heal himself. Vikernoff directed a second white-hot ball of energy at the vampire. Blackened noxious smoke rose and Kurja gave a final hideous, wailing shriek, and his foul life at last found its end. Vikernoff caught Rafael in strong arms before Colby could let him fall to the poisonous ground and sustain further burns. The moment the vampire was fully destroyed, the ghouls dropped to the ground, lifeless without their master to give them orders. The soulless shadows ceased their continuous wails, and the bones dropped back to the ground. There was an eerie silence, followed by an ominous rumble that grew louder as the maze of mine tunnels began to shake. Cradling Rafael in his burned arm, Vikernoff streaked through the tunnels, away from the lair of the vampire. Dirt and rock poured down and smoke spewed through the shafts. Walls closed in behind them as he winged his way to the surface with the wounded hunter. "I am on the way with him. The sun is climbing rapidly. He is mortally injured. In truth, I do not see how you can save him." Colby burst from the ground, the sun nearly blinding her. It didn't even slow her down. She cast around for the richest soil. "What do I need, Nicholas? Tell me what to do to save him." He told her, naming several plants, sending her images of what they looked like, and directing her where to find them. Ignoring the terrible burning inside her body, her streaming eyes and sensitive skin, Colby raced to locate the plants hidden in the dense forest. The trees helped to shade her from the sun's burning rays, and Vikernoff supplied cloud cover as he traveled toward her. As Nicholas guided her hands, instructing her in what she must do to save Rafael, another voice joined his, and then another and another. She couldn't get all of their names, but healers gathered from around the world to talk her through the process of saving Rafael. "If something should go wrong, Nicholas, you watch over Paul and Ginny." Colby was fully aware she was risking her life. She would be giving everything she was to Rafael, and should she fail, it would mean both of their lives. "There cannot be failure." Nicholas decreed it. And then Vikernoff was there, Rafael's torn, mangled body in his arms. Colby closed her eyes for one brief moment as tears welled up and horror clutched at her throat. She had been prepared for his terrible injuries, but not for the sight of her proud, invincible Rafael ravaged so utterly. Her heart and soul screamed a protest. She reached for her powerful will, grasped her strength with every fiber of her being, and shook off the despair and pain and terror. There was no time for emotion, no time for hesitation or fear. She listened to the soft voices giving her instructions, and she felt her power moving through her. Kneeling beside Rafael's torn body in the mineral-rich soil where Vikernoff had opened the earth for her, she set to work. It was easy enough to work on several levels, using her telekinesis to mix the plants and soil while she shed her body, her sense of self, and became the healing ball of energy needed to enter Rafael's body. All the while she held him to her, bound by her determination, refusing to allow him to escape into another world. His heart was all but destroyed, savaged by the vampire's talons, lacerated and shredded. She hesitated in dismay. It can be done. The assurance came from one of the healers, a male named Grigori. I will be with you every step of the way. I am here as well. A feminine voice, Shay, a healer. A third voice, very distant and ultra-feminine, added her support. I am Francesca. You are of the Dragon Seeker clan. Few have the gifts you have. It can be done. She heard Nicholas and his brothers urging her onward. Voices swelled in volume in her mind, chanting an ancient healing ritual. With determination, Colby bent to the task. It was no longer impossible, it was simply a matter of will, and she had that in abundance. Slowly, meticulously, she repaired Raphael's shredded heart. Her physical strength waned several times, but Raphael's brothers fed her every bit of energy they possessed. She even felt Paul's touch through Nicholas. She was as ruthless in her demands on Raphael, forcing him to endure the pain as she repaired his heart, then set to work on his other numerous grave injuries. She shared her mind with the healers, following the instructions they whispered in her mind as she closed every wound, removed every drop of poison. She would not relinquish Raphael to Kurja's power. The sun continued to climb in the sky, and the effects were devastating on the Carpathians, but she was relentless, driving herself and the others beyond their endurance. Vikernoff, following the dictates of the healers, lay down beside his fellow hunter in the rich soil. He gave Raphael as much blood as he could spare and helped Colby to pack the terrible wounds with the mixture of plants, mineral-rich dirt, and saliva. Colby was swaying with weariness, covered in blisters from the sun, and sagging to the ground when she was finally finished. I have never remained this long awake. Vikernoff looked at her with surprise. You held us all together, refusing to allow even our strongest to give in to the lethargy of our kind. Rest now. If you can hold us, you will not allow him to die. Damn right I won't, Colby murmured and slumped over Raphael. Vikernoff had just enough energy left to close the soothing soil over all three of them before they succumbed to sleep. 20. Colby awoke the moment the sun went down, turning to Raphael even as she opened the earth above her. She had repaired the worst of the injuries to his heart with her careful, meticulous work, but there was a long way to go to keep him from dying. She started working at once, sitting beside him in the depths of the pit with the walls of soil high around them, letting go of her body to enter his. His heart was attempting to heal itself, but Nicholas and the others had warned her that Raphael's wounds were so severe that not even a Carpathian as ancient and powerful as he was could recover without continual aid. As she worked, she became aware of the voices joining with hers, both male and female, chanting the healing ritual. She gratefully recognized the touch of Grigori and the much more feminine touch of Shay, both Carpathian healers. Colby followed their precise instructions for continuing the repairs to Raphael's lacerated heart. He had to be awakened and given blood, but his heart would continue to hemorrhage until the muscle had sufficient time to heal, which meant he could not stay awake for longer than it took to feed. I will give him my blood, Vikernoff volunteered. He sat watching her, noting the absolute determination on her face. You already gave him too much this morning. Go find whatever you need. You're whiter than a sheet. Colby swayed with weariness. I'll give him my blood and put him back beneath the ground where he'll be safe. I will return as quickly as possible to provide for you, Vikarnov promised. Colby nodded and sat with Rafael's head pillowed in her lap. She called softly to him, hating that he would be in pain when he woke, but knowing that he must feed in order to heal and regain his strength. She felt his brothers then, called by the need to respond even across half the world. She felt them attempt to shoulder Rafael's pain as he woke. Colby bent to press a kiss on his forehead. Don't move, just lie still. You need blood. She tore at her own wrist, uncaring of the pain, pushing the wound against his lips. He was so weak, she didn't even feel him taking the nourishment, and it frightened her. Do not give up hope. It was Nicholas who reassured her, and each of his brothers murmured their names in her mind and added their reassurances to his. Somehow it gave her a sense of family to have all the Carpathians whispering encouragement in her mind. What about Paul and Ginny, Nicholas? Are they all right without me? She worked to keep the wistful note out of her voice so it wouldn't upset Rafael. That world seemed so far away from her now. She hadn't been happy when told the news that the children had been spirited away to Brazil for protection, but she understood. They are being spoiled by aunts, uncles, and 100 cousins. They miss you. She was grateful Nicholas thought to add the last. Stop him now and put him back in the soil. That was Grigory, the healer. Colby could feel Rafael's spirit edging away from her as the pain grew intolerable. She halted his feeding, hesitating only for a moment before swiping her tongue across the ugly wound on her wrist. With Nicholas's help, she sent Rafael to sleep and closed her eyes wearily, slumping against the soil, uncaring that she lay in what looked like a grave. All that mattered was that she keep Rafael alive. You need to feed. Vikarnov's voice jerked her out of her reverie. She felt her mouth go dry. Rafael put her under enthrallment, but she wasn't ready to relinquish that kind of control to someone else. I don't know if I can, she answered honestly. If you do not feed, you will grow weak and you will not be able to hold him to you, Vikarnov pointed out. I will keep you from knowing. Her heart slammed in her chest at the idea of giving Vikarnov, a virtual stranger, that sort of control over her. With Rafael unconscious, she turned instinctively to his brother. Nicholas. What should I do? Nicholas was close to Rafael, her link to him. She had no one else to turn to in the unfamiliar situation. I can't think about his giving me blood. Vikarnov is an honorable Carpathian. Allow him to compel you. You must maintain your strength in order to sustain Rafael's life. She felt another of Rafael's brothers move through Nicholas to reach her. Zacharias, the oldest, the strongest, the one the brothers all deferred to. She picked that out of Rafael's memories. I will make certain no harm comes to you. Colby was amazed at the incredible sense of family, of the love they shared for her through Rafael. Over the next several risings, she repeated the same ritual each evening. She sometimes woke in the night to lie with the soil open, Rafael's head pillowed in her lap, to stare at the sky and twinkling stars, her hands stroking caresses in his hair, willing him to survive, to come back to her. She devoted herself and her will completely to healing him. Vikarnov supplied nourishment, and she became comfortable with his presence, but never enough to submit her will on her own. Nicholas or one of Rafael's other brothers always had to be with her before she would allow Vikarnov to place her under his enthrallment. On the 7th evening, Vikarnov rose well before Colby and was already out of the earth when she awakened. She was competent at opening the earth now, and she floated to the surface, clothing herself the way Nicholas had taught her. She would awaken Rafael as soon as she had gathered fresh herbs and healing plants. Vikarnov. She looked around. He was always waiting to supply Rafael with blood. She found a single rose lying across the boulder near the hot springs. He was gone. That could only mean one thing. Colby spun around, holding the long-stemmed rose, her heart pounding in anticipation. Rafael stood there looking fit, much more fit than he had a right to, but he bore the signs of his brush with death. His beautiful dark hair, falling halfway down his back, was streaked gray on his left side. His face was etched with new lines, and there was a weariness in his eyes that had never been there before. He touched the scar on his chest from Kurja's attack. Carpathians are not supposed to scar. She drank him in. Tears burned behind her eyelids, and she had to swallow several times to get rid of the lump in her throat. Maybe I didn't heal you in the right way. She couldn't stop looking at him. He was so solid. So alive. You look perfect to me. She didn't mean to blurt it out. He already wore confidence like a second skin. You saved my life. Colby nodded. Someone had to do it. You were a mess. His black eyes regarded her without blinking. She'd forgotten how completely he could focus on her. Her legs turned rubbery, but she stood her ground, trying to look nonchalant. Are you sure you should be up? Her gaze drifted down his body, and the air seemed to leave her lungs in a long rush. He was definitely up and seemingly fit. A slow, sensual grin curved his mouth. His eyes darkened with a blatant sexuality. Oh, I am very sure. A blush stole up her neck to her face. You know what I mean. You nearly died. There was a hint of accusation in her voice. I promise to be far more careful in the future, Querida. He couldn't get enough of looking at her. He took a step toward her and watched with narrowed gaze as she took a small step back. I don't think you can ever do something like that again. You scared me. I am sorry. His gaze met hers steadily. For a lot of things. It was wrong of me to convert you without your permission. You were working your way to me and I grew impatient. I should have had more faith. Yes, you should have. I will never be happy without a full partnership, Rafael. I'm not the sort of woman to tolerate you arbitrarily making decisions for me. She wanted to be stern. It was necessary to get her point across, but he looked so alive when he'd been so close to death for so many days. She had seen the battle in his mind, and it had been horrendous. I am very aware of what kind of woman you are, Colby, he agreed quietly. I will do my best to try to work on learning to be a partner. Well, work on it fast. She had so much more to say on the subject, but she couldn't think of what it was at that precise moment. All she could think about was touching the new lines in his face. His scar. She wanted to smooth the frown from his mouth and erase the worry from his eyes. I have to explain about Paul, he said, determined to make certain she understood why he'd taken the boy from her. I had no choice but to send him away. Kerja was unlike any vampire we have ever encountered. He was a childhood friend. A close friend who knew the way I hunt. He was a powerful Carpathian, and as a vampire, he had become tremendously powerful. If we did not succeed in destroying him, sooner or later, he would have succeeded in killing Paul, or using him to harm you or Ginny. I knew I was risking you not understanding, but I honestly felt it was the right thing to do, the only thing to do. I know. She had seen the struggle in his mind. In all the time she had spent healing him, she had merged often with him to keep him alive, and she'd seen his strengths and weaknesses. She had seen his memories and regrets, the way he wanted to do what was right and best for her even if it meant risking their relationship. His actions were motivated by love, not by a sense of power. He seemed to have trouble expressing his love in ways other than sexual. Colby was certain she could spend the next few centuries helping him learn to communicate better. Colby, about the ranch. I want you to come to Brazil. We can hold the ranch in trust for Paul and Ginny until they are old enough to decide where they wish to live. I would like them to know Armando's family. My family. And I would like for my family to know all of you. But if you cannot be happy there, we will come back and live together here. It was a tremendous concession. A gift he was handing her. He wanted to go home. He needed to go home. His heart and soul yearned for the rainforest, for his ranch, for the things familiar to him, for his family, both human and Carpathian. But she was in his mind and she felt his sincerity. He would make every effort to do what made her happy. And Colby found it wasn't the ranch that mattered. It belonged to Paul and Ginny. She was more than happy to relinquish her share. If her brother and sister loved Brazil, she would love it. And if they needed to return to the ranch, she would return with them until they were of an age when they could cope on their own. But always, her choice was Rafael. She smiled at him. I hope you have horses. I need to be around horses. We have many horses, Maywa. She tilted her head. Are you absolutely certain you're feeling healthy and your heart is strong? Her voice dropped to a sultry invitation. I am healed. Colby looked up at the cascading waterfall pouring over the cliff above them. It provided a shimmering backdrop to the secluded grotto where the hot springs bubbled up, separated from the stream by well-worn rocks. Fern and moss covered the ground like an emerald carpet. She took a breath, allowing herself the luxury of taking in the beauty of the place, appreciating the richness of the soil that had helped to heal Rafael. He came up behind her, his hands sliding down her back to her hip, pressing her against his larger frame. Colby reached up to encircle his neck, pulling his dark head down to hers. She had to lean back to seek the excitement of his mouth. "Make love to me, Rafael," she whispered against his lips. "I nearly lost you, and I need to feel you loving me." She turned in his arms, needing the comfort of his embrace, needing to feel the corded steel running through his body. "I always make love to you, Maywamore." He stepped back, the intensity and hunger in his gaze mesmerizing her. "With every breath I take, I make love to you." With gentle, sure fingers, he unbuttoned her blouse, his knuckles brushing her full breasts. "You always have far too many clothes on. I thought we agreed you would just run around naked for me." He pushed the blouse from her shoulders, hands lingering on soft, swelling flesh, enjoying the pleasure of simply looking at her breasts before reaching up to remove the clips from her hair. He released the silky mass, his fingers running through it until the last braid was free to tumble unrestrained about her body. He crushed the strands of hair in his fist, brought them to his mouth, his eyes never leaving hers. Watching her. Hungry for her. She had never once given herself fully to him, but he could see love in her gaze, in the flush of heat spreading under her skin. As always, wildness rose in him, but he fought desperately to tamp it down, sensing her mood, her need for not only a physical demonstration of love, but comfort as well. She had been so courageous. And she had chosen him. He kissed her again, peace settling into his bones, contentment in his soul. For the first time he lost the driven feeling, the need to conquer and take. Rafael eased her jeans from her hips, his hands moving over her thighs until Colby felt weak with longing. She watched him, the raw desire in his eyes as he traced the contours of her body with evident enjoyment. His body crowded hers until she stepped back into the hot spring. Colby slid into the water. Warm bubbles like champagne surrounded her, enveloped her body like a living blanket. The water supported her, moving up her flesh as she sank deeper into the mineral pool. The sense of weightlessness in the water, her hair floating like seaweed, and the backdrop of the waterfall made her feel sensual, a water siren luring her mate. She watched Rafael as he waded to her, slowly reaching out to pull her wet body against his. His fingers curled around the nape of her neck, dragging her head to his so he could take possession of her mouth. Colby brought up one leg and curved it around his waist, sliding her body up and down his thigh to relieve the building pressure. The bubbles felt like tongues licking at her sensitized flesh. No matter how much she wanted to go slow, to feel his hands moving over her with tenderness, something in her responded to him with a wild, frantic desire that built fast and hot. "Maywamore, you have no idea what you do for me. I am a strong man, pequeña, a powerful man, but one look at you and I melt inside. My body not only craves the haven of yours, but my heart is full and there is light pouring into me." I had no idea what that meant even when it was discussed in my youth. All male Carpathians dream of having a life mate. It is our motivation and drive to continue in the endless, barren years. But until I actually met you, I could not conceive of how I would feel. I cannot find the words to tell you what you mean to me. Colby wrapped her arms around his neck, her fingers caressing the white streak in his silken hair. "You do just fine, Rafael. You deserve better. A poet. A man of beautiful words that could express what is in my heart. I no longer need the words, Rafael. I open my mind to yours, and I feel the love you have for me. I know the words in your heart because I can see them there." She kissed him, a long, slow kiss of seduction. "I want you. I want to touch you, hold you, to feel you inside of me. I need to feel you alive and wrapped around me." His mouth left hers to find her neck. "You are so hot, Colby. You always are wet and hot and needing me. I get so damned hard just feeling you want me." She closed her eyes when his teeth scraped over her skin. He ground her body harder against his, riding his thigh. We happen to be in a hot spring. I'm hot and wet for a good reason. His teeth bit harder in a small, mock punishment. I am the reason you are hot and wet, and you know it. Her hands moved possessively over his chest, fingertips lingering along the scar. You're healed, all right. You're back to your arrogance. His lips teased her shoulder, sent a shiver down her spine as he lifted her and carried her from the water to a flat boulder. I am most certain I am not unduly arrogant. I love the way you want me, Colby. Do you have any idea what that does to a man, knowing a woman looks at him and burns for him the way you do for me? His teeth teased her pulse, tongue flicking over the sensitive spot. We've never had the problem of me not wanting you, she confessed, leaning in to kiss his throat, to trail kisses to the scar over his heart. Her hands moved over him, her fingertips tracing patterns over his chest and down his belly. He lifted his head, closing his eyes, savoring her in his arms, her body entwined around his and her mouth soothing over the wound on his chest. His heart beat there because of Colby. The rhythm was strong and steady, and if there was still pain with each beat, it was mild, easily masked, and worth every moment with her. No, just with you loving me. Just saying the words woke a fierce violence in him. It roared through his veins until his arms tightened, forming a steel cage around her. With an effort, he fought back the need for domination. His mouth whispered over her skin, feather-light. He teased at her bottom lip, dipped lower to find her breasts. He felt greedy lust rising sharp and terrible, but he refused to give in to it. She moved with restless abandon, her skin rubbing against his, her hands claiming him, roving over his body possessively. It only added to the hot need building in him. Colby bit lightly at his shoulder, ran her tongue to his nipple, flicking it gently. She could read his fight to give her tenderness, and it meant everything to her that he would try to hold on to his self-control. His black eyes drifted over her face. Moody, brooding, starkly sensual. Her heart pounded in anticipation. Watching her closely, he leaned into her, his tongue flicking her breast, sliding to her navel as he dropped down in front of her, his hands tightening on her thighs. Already she was drowning in heat, in pleasure. His tongue lapped slowly over her pulsing sheath. She jerked, a gasp escaping as her womb contracted and every nerve ending went into hypersensitivity. Colby had been so focused on his injuries, on saving his life and holding him to her, she still hadn't quite relinquished her link to his mind. She felt the fire pouring through his veins and the roar of need in his head. Lust mixed with love until the two emotions were intertwined. It fed her own desires, a well of pleasure bursting through her as his tongue stabbed deep and teased, flicking and sucking until she was writhing with her need, nearly delirious and pleading with him. He brought her to the brink of release over and pulled back until her hands fisted in his hair, and she cried out his name. Rafael. I can't stand it. It's too much. She couldn't catch her breath, couldn't find the release she so desperately needed. I can't take any more. You can take it. I am going out of my mind with wanting you. You have to feel the same way. I do. I am. Hurry, she pleaded urgently. Rafael kissed his way up her stomach, nipped at the underside of her breast while she frantically tried to wrap her legs around his waist and draw him close to her. He buried his face against her throat. I love you, Colby. I will love you forever with everything that I am. His voice was pure honesty, the sound curling around her heart until she felt herself melt. Deeply embedded in his mind, she also sensed his uncertainty. He didn't know for certain that she loved him completely, with every fiber of her being. She had held herself apart from him for so long, he didn't trust his reading of her thoughts. He believed he was seeing and feeling what he wanted so desperately to see. Rafael. She whispered his name softly, forced him to look up into her eyes. She held his gaze, wanting him to see her expression, the terrible emotion that she had held back for so long. I've been afraid all this time of what I felt for you. It terrified me because I thought if I gave you my heart, there would be nothing left of me, that I would lose myself entirely. I thought that you wanted to own me, to control me, and I could never live like that. But when you nearly died, I realized it was too late. I love you, Rafael. I love you so much I think I might die without you. Tears glittered in Rafael's eyes, but he didn't look away from her, didn't care that she saw how she had humbled him with her admission. He framed her face. I want you to hear the words that bind us together. They are what make us truly one. You are my life, Colby, for all eternity. He brushed a gentle kiss over her lips. I claim you as my life mate. I belong to you. I offer my life for you. I give to you my protection, my allegiance, my heart, my soul, and my body. He trailed kisses to her throat, whispering the words against her pulse. I take into my keeping the same that is yours. Your life, happiness, and welfare will be cherished and placed above my own for all time. You are my life mate, bound to me for all eternity and always in my care. He lifted his head, looking into her eyes, seeing the same tears swimming in her eyes. Colby smiled at him. Those are the most beautiful words you could ever have said to me. I mean every one of them. I know you do. Rafael's eyes darkened even more, his desire intensifying. He took her hard, plunging into her hot, welcoming channel deep and strong, a fierce thrust that had her screaming, her orgasm ripping through her body even as he began to surge into her with long, sure strokes. She gripped him with her slick hot muscles, so tight a single sound of sheer pleasure escaped his throat. The orgasm burst through her, over her, endless, until she could only sink her fingernails into his shoulders and hang on as he rode her with his fiery passion. Rafael stared down into her face. Her head was thrown back, her long hair whipping around them from the breeze. Her legs were wrapped around his waist, her breasts swaying with every hard thrust. She was a beautiful sight, giving herself up to him, making her own demands with her strong muscles. He could only stare down into her face, watching as his body took possession of hers, conquering even as she conquered him, surrendering, even as he surrendered to her. He knew he would never forget that moment, her offering herself wholly to him and his heart twisted in his chest. She trusted him with her body, her sexuality, and now, at last, with her heart. He wanted to give her everything, to pour into her body all the emotions he felt and could never express adequately with words. With every hot stroke, with each burning thrust, his body declared his love. He was utterly hers and always would be. The fire raged in him like an inferno, building and building until it was impossible, until he swelled inside of her, stretching her delicate muscles, and she was crying his name. He erupted, pouring his essence into her, deep hard thrusts he couldn't control, every muscle contracting. Even his heart hurt, pounding with need and love for her. Rafael turned, still buried deep inside her, to rest against the boulder. Colby immediately burrowed close, her mouth seeking the scar over his heart, lapping at it with her tongue. Stay still, she said. I need to make certain you are all right. Rafael threw his head back, staring up at the moon, Colby's legs wrapped tightly around his waist, his body buried deep in the haven of hers while she gave him imperious commands. He found himself smiling, happy, at peace. He could feel her moving inside of him, working on his heart. He could feel the thrust of her breasts against his chest, the silk of her hair in a tangle over his skin. It didn't matter where they lived. Here, on this ranch, or in Brazil, his home, his sanctuary was this woman in his arms. The moment she lifted her head, he took possession of her mouth, a long kiss of tenderness, a whisper of love as he waded with her back into the hot spring. Epilogue. Rafael. Colby. Ginny called, waving wildly. Come see this. Rafael swept his arm around Colby, pulling her beneath his shoulder, close to the warmth of his body, as they walked through the indoor arena to Ginny. She sat astride a dark mare, her face glowing with happiness over her latest accomplishment. I can finally jump the way Julio wants me to. Look at me. It had taken Ginny several weeks to adjust to riding an English saddle, but she had practiced until she was very competent and her uncles had pronounced her ready to jump. She's beaming, Colby whispered to Rafael. Look at her, she's blossomed here with all this family around her. She actually gets to spend more time with you, Paul said, coming up behind them. Before, you worked so much we rarely had a chance to really talk to you, But now, we have you every morning and almost as soon as we come back from school. You seem to really enjoy Julio and Juan, Colby said. You spend a lot of time with them. They reminded her so much of Armando, she ached sometimes looking at them. She studied her brother, who looked so much like his father and uncles. He seemed older and more sober since his ordeal with the vampire. I'm learning a lot from them, Paul admitted. He waved at Ginny as horse and rider cantered around the arena. They know so much about horses, and they tell us stories about Dad when he was younger. Have we heard from Sean? Are things going well on the ranch? Colby asked. Paul nodded. He called last night. He's got 2 couples working the ranch. Ben's doing fine. Apparently, he had a long talk with Tony Harris, and Tony admitted to causing most of accidents on the ranch, but he denies starting the fire. Clinton Daniels' man, Ernie Carter, was the vampire's puppet, Rafael said. He started the fire. Paul glanced up at Rafael, and then his gaze shifted hastily away. I suppose he did. Through her link with Rafael, Colby felt the wince of shame in her brother. She frowned and put a comforting hand on his arm, but Rafael spoke before she could. I never had a chance to thank you for saving your sister's life. Rafael said it in his usual low voice, a whisper of power in every word he spoke. The vampire would have killed her had you not been so strong. Paul sucked in his breath, turning his head away, but not before Colby caught the struggle of emotions on his face. I did terrible things. Nicholas offered to remove my memories, but I don't want that. He said I would sometimes feel the way I was feeling now, but not know why. He hung his head. I'd rather know there was a good reason for it. You have nothing to be ashamed of, Paul, Rafael said. You are entirely human with no psychic ability, yet you fought a monster who was so strong that not even our most powerful hunters could have defeated him alone. Even with the help of another hunter, I nearly died fighting him. But you, Paul, stayed strong. You delayed him, hindered his plans more than once, and in the end, you managed to warn us that he was going after your sister. You should be proud of yourself. Paul nodded, but swallowed hard, his eyes still reflecting misery. He turned to meet Colby's gaze squarely. Ginny saw me cut my wrist. I tried to send her from the room. I couldn't stop myself. I'll never forget her expression. He glanced at his younger sister as she rode around the arena, practicing posting. Colby swallowed the sudden lump in her throat. Ginny isn't a baby anymore, Paolo. And Nicholas took the memory from her mind. You did your best, and that's all anyone could ever ask of you. I had my heart ripped out by the vampire, Rafael admitted. You knew that, you felt it, but what you didn't know is I had already bound Colby to me. If I had died, she would have eventually followed me. If there is shame, it is mine, not yours. We couldn't be prouder of you. Is that why Nicholas allowed me to know about the Carpathian people? Rafael nodded. And we hope Ginny will someday understand what her sister is. We hope the 2 of you will stay close to us, here in this country among your family. A small grin lit Paul's eyes. Are you planning on providing me with a niece or nephew to make it worth my while? Colby smacked him. Very funny. I'm just getting used to the idea of all of this. Ginny wants you to have a wedding with a long white gown and all the trimmings, Paul pointed out. Nicholas came up behind them. All women seem to want those ceremonies. Why is that? Juliet, Riordan's lifemate, has brought this up many times, and it makes no sense to me at all. Paul laughed. It wouldn't make sense to you, Nicholas. His banter with Nicholas surprised her, and more to Colby's astonishment, Nicholas punched her brother in the arm. Paul just grinned at him and attempted to look superior. Women like to dress up. Not me, Colby denied firmly. No one is getting me up in front of the world vowing I'll obey Rafael. Rafael raised his eyebrow. There is the promise of obedience in this marriage ceremony? Paul, we have to talk. That's never going to happen, Colby said. Paul. Juan waved at the boy to come to him. Paul immediately responded, running over to his uncle to listen to his advice on jumping. Colby could hardly take her eyes off her brother and sister. Have either of you heard from Vikernoff? Where is he? Where'd he go? He didn't even give me a chance to say goodbye after he helped so much with Rafael. He is searching for the woman, Nicholas answered. I believe he is on his way to the Carpathian Mountains. Do you ever think of going there? She asked curiously. Someday we will go back to visit, Rafael said. But this is our home now. Colby listened to the sound of Paul's laughter as he answered his uncle's teasing. It had become all too rare in their life. She watched Juan throw an arm around her brother's shoulder in a casual display of affection. Julio was applauding and shouting encouragement to Ginny. Both children looked far more relaxed than she'd ever seen them. She turned to find Rafael watching her with his dark, mesmerizing eyes. "Is it good?" he asked. "It's very good," she answered.